There have been a handful of games over the past decades that have really gone to shift the industry into a new direction. Be it for the better, or sometimes the worse. Pong helped breathe life into the idea of interactive entertainment on the home screen. E.T. is weirdly credited with almost bringing an end to that, even though there were plenty of other cash grab slop games around that time period. Super Mario Bros. And then Super Mario 64 helped continue the leaps for gaming into the new millennium. And we all survived Y2K. The next shift would come from a quite small studio in Scotland. Playing Grand Theft Auto 3 for the first time was a revelation to a kid barely past the age of 10, and I'm sure a bunch of adults as well. But for me, I was still getting into games and exploring what they had to offer. And even though I had access to a PS1, N64 and a couple of consoles before that, as well as a rudimentary PC, you know when you had to change sound cards and things like that? It was this game on the PS2 which blew me away the most. The scope and scale of GTA 3 back when it launched was like nothing I could comprehend. Back when I thought GoldenEye was the pinnacle of graphics, and I thought most games would be on rails like the Crash Bandicoot trilogy. But no, here was Rockstar handing over the freedom to many. To just, explore Liberty City. Yes, there is a structure to GTA, with missions and the like, but it was this sense of freedom at such an early age at the second life of the video game industry that made this game, and the next ones, so special. Rockstar games aren't so much like this now, as it feels like there's been more of an effort to make them, well, more mature, most of the time.
Good lord.
But anyone who played these back on the PS2 surely went on their own fair few rampages. Or you hand someone the cheat book that you get from newsagents back in the day, or just go print off a list via the school computer, and you're off to the races. That'll be a kid set for the entire year. It was endless fun, spawning in countless tanks, turning the NPCs into rioters, and of course unlocking all the weapons. You just had to be there, and it's quite obvious there were games before GTA 3, because it had a 3 on the end. But this is where it really kicked off, and those 2D games have largely been forgotten now. Because yes, there were games in this series before GTA 3, because it's GTA 3 not 1, but as time goes by a lot of people forget they even exist. It also doesn't help that they never got a port or anything like that. Many players like me in their mid to late 30s would have had a passing go on the 2D games, and maybe even beat them, but I bet most players around that time started with 3 and beyond. Then just look how many copies this franchise shifted since then. It literally only grew and grew for a time, with San Andreas taking over the world, and then GTA 5 blew that out of the water, to the point where it's lingered around the top of the charts since 2013, and from there Grand Theft Auto 5 has sucked up most of the oxygen around the series.
It's one way of looking at it. Yeah, do you have any other ways of looking at it? Cause I am all out.
Bar when we got the GTA Trilogy remaster, but that's it really. And that was f***ing awful when it dropped. I know it's been fixed to an extent, but going on in this video, I'm just gonna ignore it. Fortunately, I already own the modern day ports before they delisted them on the PlayStation Store. But even though GTA 3 was a real game changer, the series didn't set the world on fire overnight. And after the launch of the second game, the studio founder Dave Jones was out, as Rockstar was about to take full control of DMA design. Dave had gone to start a new studio, Real Time Worlds, of Crackdown fame. And after that they would only ever make one other game and that's it. So back at Rockstar North, in step Leslie Benzies, who would later become known as the Benz. He along with Sam and Dan Houser, the House brothers, were going to spearhead GTA into what would become today. A literal juggernaut on one of the 5 games you could see being around to the very end of the video game industry. So with a new team assembled and a new engine to work with, the Renderware engine, as well as the story having more of a direction this time, this was the secret sauce that Grand Theft Auto needed to take the next step.
I'd go myself, but the old sciatica's playing up. So, good luck.
Rather than just a chaos simulator with, a couple of missions sprinkled in. Though it wouldn't be all smooth sailing as the launch approached, with other games showing off better at the time, making it feel like GTA 3 wasn't going to be a smash hit. Because if you look at GTA 3 and Metal Gear Solid 2 side by side, well, one clearly looks better. But it was getting GTA 3 into the players' hands that made all the difference. The right around when these games were going to launch, the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center took place, which caused some last minute changes. Konami had to make last minute tweaks to Metal Gear Solid 2, but the devs over at DMA Design had a lot more work on their hands. Because even though Liberty City is a fictional city, it's basically New York. It's not like Metal Gear Solid 2 being set on Big Shell. You can sort of put New York into the background for most of it, but it's really hard to separate New York from Liberty City. So the devs had to change the skyline and make tweaks to all the emergency vehicles, and this was all very last minute. And then the planes over at the airport were subsequently made invulnerable, which is probably the best thing to do. But despite the September 11th attacks, GTA 3 would come out the next month, in October. So as I've done in the past, I'm going to take a look back at this game in a pseudo-retrospective type way, recounting what it's like to get the platinum, and well, spoilers, towards the end, it can be a bit of a slog, and there are so many instances where you can just miss out on this altogether. Anyway, I'm Benroy, and if you want to help me out, throw me a like and maybe a sub, and join me as I take a deep dive into the game that started it all. Kind of. Grand Theft Auto 3. The list consists of 11 bronze trophies, 12 silver trophies, and 5 gold trophies, which might make this list look brisk at first, but when it comes to the port of the PS2 classics, none of these games are any simple feat, and it really feels like this game goes out of its way to soft locking the player out of the platinum, because surely going through all the story missions should be the way to tackle this list, and then, you know, do all the cleanup afterwards. Well, no, not at all. With one of the mainly grinds in your platinum journey being doing all the vehicle-based missions, where to playing Doctor and Splish Splash will all be major roadblocks, especially so if you've gone a little too far in the story, because as the story advances, more and more gang members will attack Claude on sight. This makes it impossible to get a decent streak going. Also just makes later missions a real pain, with Mafia sharpshooters being ready with their shotguns. Seriously, driving through their territory can be a death sentence.
No, we're going to commercials.
Is your job affecting your health? Do you become fatigued?
This meaning getting to paramedic level 12 or putting out 20 fires of a single fire truck is going to be a real hassle, so nipping this one in the bud before going to the second island will be the smartest course of action.
You call that driving?
And this isn't just because of all the aggro gang members, because keeping these missions locked to one island makes it so much more simpler, because once you've unlocked all 3, these missions might take you across the whole map. So it's just unnecessary to leave it till last. So yeah, getting out of the way early is a real time saver. From here the trophies get a little less frustrating, and mostly less missable.
Mostly.
So the player can continue Claude's journey to the top of the criminal underworld. Though saying that, there are a couple of spectres along the way which need to be kept in mind. The "is that all you've got" trophy for getting 100% completion, because yeah, that's missable too, with some missions being locked out if you progress too far down another path, which I'd normally chastise a game for doing something like this, but it really makes sense here, especially when you kill the person that might give you the quest later on, or they're just now a sworn enemy of Claude. You never saw Tony Soprano or Heisenberg getting back into bed with their enemies, did you? And yeah, it's a bit lame the game doesn't warn you about this, but this is an up-res port of the original PS2 game after all. And as I mentioned in past videos, you're just best off checking a guide before going for the platinum. Of course avoid spoilers and don't just play games for the trophies, but just make sure you don't hit those roadblocks. So in Portland, before completing Salvatore's last mission, make sure you complete all other story missions, otherwise they become unavailable. In Staunton Island, complete all story missions before Donald Love's Wipeout mission. And in Shoreside Vale, play and beat Two-Face Tanner before Grand Theft Auto from Donald Love.
Sorry about that, but that's sometimes the way in business.
So now with all the missable missions out of the way, the endgame of this list is going to revolve around collectibles and killing. What if any rampages need to be finished off? And I will say these rampages are some of the most awkward in the whole entire GTA franchise. The combat's not the smoothest. Then again, each GTA game has always felt a little bit behind in that department, but whenever going on a rampage or playing any mission, make sure Claude has got max health and max armor, because enemies in this game can melt you in seconds, especially if they've got the M16 or shotgun. Going around a corner in this game can end you like that. Finding those hidden packages will of course be essential on the road to the platinum, and thankfully there are only 100 here, and they're all pretty easy to find. I don't think you need a guide for this until the very end. This isn't San Andreas after all. That game went overboard with collectibles and well, everything. Completing 20 unique jumps also counts as collectibles in my book, so doing them and performing a perfect stunt jump can be tackled together. Though if any trophy was going to give me a nightmare in this game, it would be the Play Fetch trophy, which requires the player to find 32 vehicles in total, and I'll get into why that is such a pain later. And after all that is done, there should only be a few trophies left to clean up, because you can't miss killing 100 gang members, wasting 1,000 people, or destroying 5 helicopters. There's also some remote control car missions, but they aren't anywhere near as notorious as the RC missions in the next 2 games. And by now Claude should have well over $1 million in his bank account to pop the dirty money trophy. This should all lead to the 100% completion trophy popping, as long as nothing is being missed in terms of missions. But of course,
One more thing!
or 2 in my case, because getting a criminal rating of 2,500 and then 5,000 are on their own separate meter, so it took me a little extra work to pop the Like a Boss trophy, for getting that 5,000 rating. Even though I mentioned how fun it was for me and many other players to whack on the cheats and go on a riot in the old game, I didn't do it this time around for the retrospective, so this meant I still needed to blow up 2,000 cars. Now thankfully, unlike other games that have them in, activating cheats doesn't disable trophies in GTA 3, but I wanted to play as straight as I could until this last trophy. And is it just me, or does it feel like ever since achievements and trophies came out, this feels like the hard line where cheats just died off? People like to say they became a thing of the past because the devs wanted to sell them back to the player for a few extra rips. But no, I think it's the achievements and trophies that eventually just, killed them. As many players got into the habit of not using them because they wanted those achievements and trophies, back when they were the hot new thing. Then just look at modern games. They've got endless accessibility options now. It's hilarious that someone can beat the game with all these on, and still pop all the trophies. Now no shame there to the people that actually need these features, but for those of you using these that don't need them, it turns the game into a bit of a baby mode, doesn't it? And really just takes the spirit out of it all, But I know I'm part of a dying breed, and the sanctity of the platinum just isn't what it was, especially in the first party space. You can just walk through a PlayStation Studios game now and normally get the platinum. So yeah, after standing near a busy intersection and bashing out that cheat, I eventually destroyed enough cars to pop that trophy. The story of GTA 3 is a simple one. It does exactly what it needs and nothing else, dropping the player into the shoes of Claude, who's portrayed by soon ex-girlfriend Catalina.
Sorry, babe. I'm an ambitious girl.
And like most Rockstar games from this point on, this is a tale of rags to riches, as the player will guide their character to the top of their retrospective food chain, but not before making them work for it though.
God, Father, God rest his soul, took no crap from no triads back in Sicily.
As bank heists go, this looks to be going well, until it isn't for Claude anyway.
You're just small time.
Looking like he's going to serve a decent stretch, Claude is being shipped off to the slammer.
Liberty City is in shock today as the police and emergency services deal with the aftermath of a devastating attack on a police convoy this morning.
When the Colombian cartel intercept the prison transport and abduct another prisoner, who will return later.
Senor Dickhead, it's no problem to kill you. You're gonna be sorry. Aye, get lost.
From here, 8-Ball and Claude make a break for it, and thanks to 8-Ball's situation, it's going to be up to Claude to drive. Here I always found this section not misleading, but wanting more. I always thought Claude and 8-Ball would go on to be a bit of a team, but they don't. Bar a few missions, these two never really interact ever again. Apart from a pretty notorious one, but I'll get to that. The 8-Ball is a key first step in the story, as he introduces Claude to the Mafia, to really get the ball rolling.
Wait here, man, while I go in and talk to Luigi.
Though if it isn't obvious already, Claude doesn't speak. In fact, he's a mute. Never do we ever hear him speak, not even when he shows up in San Andreas for a brief mission. This won't become commonplace as the games go on, as for a while Rockstar went to cast as many names as they could, well during the PS2 Trilogy anyway, because by the time of San Andreas they could literally get whoever they wanted. And I'll mention a notable casting here and there as the game goes on, but I'm not going to mention everyone.
Okay, let's do this then.
After gaining the trust of the Mafia, all seems to be running smoothly for Claude. He's now set to be a made man, when turns out he might have been better off in prison. After crippling the Triad's operation in Portland, things look bright for him. That is until Maria warns him he's being set up. She was sick of just being a trophy wife for Salvatore. I wanted to get him back, so she made up that her and Claude were a thing. I don't know where the logic is in that, but I guess it gets her out of there.
I told him we were an item. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Look, you're a marked man in the Mafia turf, and I've got to get out of here too. I've seen too much killing.
She's also played by Debbie Mazar, who got her start in Goodfellas. And this is going to be the key here, for this game and the next two. Because if you showed up in a crime film or series, well, Rockstar would love to cast you. So not wanting to sleep with the fishes, it isn't long before Claude finds himself on a boat to the next island, with Maria and new character, Oscar. And this just happens to be a handy way into the Yakuza. For now anyway.
Come back here to my condo when you're ready, and you and me can have a little chat.
And so far, this is all the good stuff. The Mafia missions really felt like a first tier, as a bunch of them was just picking up people and dropping them off.
Hi, I'm Avery.
And I'll dive into each one soon. But the Yakuza missions and beyond feel like a real step up. Asuka is probably one of the highlights of the game as well, in terms of character and bosses anyway. She's really tongue-in-cheek and is always a gag to one of her scenes.
Maria's all tied up at the moment, but I'll tell her you called.
Who's that, Asuka? You know, I know I've been a naughty girl, but I really need to pee, okay?
And this was just the start of Rockstar flexing their writing abilities, which really shows this is the genesis of modern day GTA. Asuka just has a different edge to her, and she always gets a chuckle out of me, whilst Maria's just around normally doing her thing. Staunton Island is where the story really starts to get tangled, because killing Salvatore really opens up the criminal underworld for Claude. But rest in peace to the Don, and he's played by Frank Vincent of Goodfellas and Sopranos fame. Claude proves to be the ultimate opportunist though, because at the same time he's running jobs for the Yakuza, both brother and sister, he'll be working for Ray the corrupt cop, and business mogul Donald Love.
People will read something into anything these days.
And each of these are larger than life pastiches of the real thing, or classic movies we've come to love, which for a while was the Grand Theft Auto way of things, before it got a little bit more serious with GTA 4. Ray is always strung up and hiding in the public toilets.
I know what you're thinking. Another bent cop. Well, it's a bent world.
As he doles out missions. Does the man sleep in there or does he ever go home? And this is notable for being one of, if not the only inside area in the entire game, that the player can move around in anyway. And now I'm not counting gun shops or the other shops you can drive through. Ray is also played by Robert Loggia, who had a notable role in Scarface, which is probably the reason he got cast, though I always knew him from Independence Day. Being a multi-billionaire, Donald is exactly how you'd expect him to be.
Nothing drives down real estate prices like a good old-fashioned gang war. Apart from an outbreak of plague, but that might be going too far in this case.
Vapid, selfish, and even pays Claude off to kill Kenji. That and he'll send Claude on a bunch of important missions that turn out just to be errands, or total decoys. And killing Kenji only accelerates the gang war between the Yakuza and the Colombians. Though Donald Love does have one redeeming aspect to him, that being he's played by the legend himself, Kyle MacLachlan, from Twin Peaks and just a bunch of other great works, but mostly Twin Peaks.
This is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee.
After crippling the cartel in the name of her brother, Asuka takes over the construction site thanks to Claude, who she hasn't realised is working both sides, as he climbs the ladder of chaos. And around this time it isn't long before both Ray and Donald skip town.
I'm way over my head and I'm starting to drown here.
Which is a bit of a downer because it feels like these characters are just written out like that. But at least Ray gets a decent final mission, even if it is a bit tricky. But as a bunch of big figures leave or die, this leaves a power vacuum for Catalina, as she seems to be in charge of the remaining cartel, so from here she strikes back on the construction site by killing Asuka and kidnapping Maria. From here the only way to get Maria back is for Claude to raise $500,000, which is then just stolen off him. But with one last showdown at the dam, Claude gets the girl, seizes the power, and gets revenge on Catalina.
Oh, we're gonna have such fun, because you know, I love you, I really do, because you're such a big, strong man, and that's just what I need.
When it comes to graphics, GTA 3 doesn't look all that special. But honestly, back in the PS2 era, this was something different. And it almost wasn't like this. With many games they go through changes, but with this one in particular, GTA 3 was almost a lot brighter, and looked a lot more cartoony. You just couldn't imagine this game working in that environment. The whole point of GTA 3 in Liberty City is it's dark, gritty, and just a grim place to live. Pretty much adjacent to Gotham City. Looking at the cover of its comic panels, it was as if the artists at DMA Design lifted these characters from 2D into the third dimension. Even though this wasn't the first design for the cover, and many international copies still had that old design, which is also pretty cool but doesn't feel like GTA. Now that comic panel is iconic. Have you noticed there's always a helicopter in the top left corner? Weird that, and the reason why I bring the comic panel up and the cover is each character had a distinctive design, even though they were just resembling everyday people. Then dropping these characters and the player into what felt like a photorealistic world back in 2001, you can't go a block or two without seeing the little tricks the devs pulled to make this really feel like a real world. One big one being, as silly as it might sound, having leaves and newspapers fly around whenever you drive about, or in the wind as the player goes down the street. Little things like this catch the eye and really immerse the player. This is just enhancement driving as you see the air rush by the car.
Don't mock me! My taxes pay your salary, you pansy.
Or then when it's raining, this really pulls you into Liberty City. The changing of weather and the day-night cycle does a lot of heavy lifting for GTA 3, which is 20 plus years old now. With rain being a real mood setter, like with any scene, rain just makes everything better and more cool. It's a scientific fact. Even in the daytime, the city doesn't really feel safe. And at night, it feels dingy and dangerous, as the denizens walk around the sidewalks to wherever they're going. And you should really just walk around Liberty City sometimes, because a bunch of these NPCs are real characters. I love a bunch of the one-liners these guys would just spout out.
Yeah, on the 420.
Well, that's if you can walk around this street before gang members spawn about trying to kill you.
And the winner by the
And going from island to island, there's a real stark change in how the game feels, which when you're on a street level, is still represented by the NPCs.
Yep, I've been drinking again.
Because you do get some that spawn everywhere, but when you're in the shopping district, a bunch of them are going to be shopping. And you know, they're going to be holding shopping bags. But down in the docks or business districts, a bunch of the NPCs are going to be working men, dressed in their coveralls as they try and get to work or do whatever they're doing. And in certain sections of the city, this is going to hold certain gang members that you don't see anywhere else. I'd love to know the hard line that some of these NPCs are locked to, but that involves going to the code and being a hacker or smart, or something like that. Portland is the darkest of all the islands in the big city, with it having the red light district, the docks, and a bunch of low rent accommodation. And in between all that, it's got Chinatown nestled in there for good measure. You could say this is where all the commuters live as they go to the main island, but just walking around a bunch of the streets, it seems like if you go here, you get stuck here, with the red light district being home to a bunch of pimps and prostitutes. As well as a bunch of people that are looking rough, and some just don't have homes at all. Moving on over to Staunton Island, this really shakes the visuals up, as it's meant to be a play on Manhattan Island.
I'm starting to believe that guy about the fluoride in the drinking water. Listen, if there's any sane person left in Liberty City that can hear my voice, please call the show right now. This is an SOS going out across the city.
Now everything's so much taller, brighter, and open. There's even a massive park nestled in the middle, which feels bigger than Portland altogether. It has bright lights and designer shops that you'd see on the island of Manhattan, and also big cathedral-like buildings, and a casino. Just because. Shoreside Vale then almost feels like a blend of the prior two.
I'm gonna get you. Get your ass goodbye.
Get out of my...
With this industrial feel, as you have to come by the airport and all the businesses before you get to the residential area. Here you can clearly see the big houses on the top of the hill, shadowing over the dingy tower blocks. And just by looking at the size of these pseudo mansions compared to the tower blocks, the buildings at the top of the hill are definitely housing less than the ones at the bottom. Just to remind those that have not, what they're missing out on. For a first crack at GTA in the third dimension, this game was a solid effort. But would only go on to be dwarfed by the next two games, in the now iconic PS2 Trilogy. Unlike many games at the time, GTA 3 wasn't split up into levels, but rather missions that would appear on the map that the player could take whenever they want. This is much more common today, well from the 7th generation all up to the 9th generation of consoles anyway. What with it feeling like every game wanted to harp on the open world formula at some point, which both is and isn't a complaint from me, because after a while the open world design just gets a bit exhausting, and for a hot minute there a bunch of my favourite franchises were going open world, or at least trying to.
This is really going nowhere. Do you have anything interesting to say at all?
Well, I worked with the Declaration of Independence.
That's phenomenal. Probably one of the reasons there are so many single men in this city.
Naughty Dog brought in wide linear with Uncharted 4, and then plopped it in The Last of Us Part 2 early on. Granted, both of these games did it well, but it wasn't always needed. It became a big part of Gears 5, but that franchise has had an identity crisis for a while now, and those open world sections really served as a means to get from A to B, which is really what a lot of open world games became. Even the third Metro game went open world, and it is cool to stumble across certain sections which you might not see on the first playthrough. But again, I miss that handcrafted feel of a linear game, in a sense that a bunch of open world games feel like they've been populated by AI. And I'm not going to chastise devs using AI to place grass around, because that's the kind of thing that AI should be used for. The second Evil Within game even went wide linear at some point, which shouldn't really work in a horror game, especially one that wanted to be survival horror, but it kind of did. And I really just mentioned a bunch of games that I like that did this, but so many other games went open world for no reason. And then Ubisoft just made it their brand. But I never really get open world fatigue with a Rockstar game. They're the true pioneers of the formula, and the trendsetters just by looking at the sales of GTA 5.
Nice new tits, by the way.
And then Red Dead Redemption 2.
I had a goddamn plan!
Now I will say some games have gone on to improve on this, or make it their own. Just take a look at what From Software did with Elden Ring. That game is immaculate. Hell, even Kojima's gone open world with his past 3 games, but the Phantom Pain and both Death Stranding games handle this so well.
Whoa.
But anyway, back to the humble beginnings of the franchise, in 3D space anyway, with GTA 3. I'm going to run down each mission as I took them, and split this section up between islands, even though some missions are going to go back and forth between those islands. Anyway, let's get started at the first island, Portland. After Claude is betrayed and sent to the slammer, he's unintentionally set free by the cartel, who were after a certain oriental gentleman. The game's words, not mine.
Come on! Aye, get lost.
Give Me Liberty is the game's first mission, even if it's just basically a driving tutorial, disguised as, well, a mission. Conveniently, 8-Ball can't drive because his hands have been messed up, so it'll be up to the player to get to the safe house. Now I should have really tested this, but I don't know if you can fail this mission. I'm guessing you can, but then I wonder how this game would react. Would you just start back on the bridge? Probably, but it never really feels like the police are on your tail. It's more just, you know, learn to drive around the city for a bit.
This is the place right here. Let's get off the street and find a change of clothes.
And after ditching the heat, it'd be time to head over to Luigi's, which is a very reputable establishment, situated in the industrial heart of Liberty City. This is where Claude says goodbye to his cellmate and hello to the ladder.
Wait here, man, while I go in and talk to Luigi.
Luigi decides to make use of this convict by sending him on a little errand.
Well, maybe you could do me a favor. One of my girls needs a ride.
Misty needs a ride, but not that kind.
Remember, no one messes with my girls. So keep your hands on the wheel. If you don't mess this up, maybe there'll be more work for you.
And for this very moment, Claude's going to be the man for the job, as it'll be his rite of passage into more missions. And I can't not mention that Luigi's played by Joe Pantoliano. He's appeared in countless classics and fun romps over his vast career, from The Fugitive to The Matrix and beyond. Oh, and a little known mob show called The Sopranos. I would love to know what these reasonably big time actors thought when they first lent their voices to a video game. Video games were only just penetrating the mainstream by the time of GTA 3, and this game got a bunch of legit actors that lent their voice to it.
I don't want to remember nothing. Nothing.
But back to the mission, this is really a simple one.
Hi, I'm Misty.
You just go pick up Misty and drop her back at Luigi's. This will unlock Luigi as a mission giver, with now their letter on the minimap, a now iconic staple of the series, as well as the classic colourful halo to walk through. And also, whilst I just mentioned letters on the minimap, strangely enough GTA 3 doesn't have a map in the pause menu. No, instead you've just got the minimap and that's it. Speculation around this was the fact that the map came packed with the game back in the day. You know, a physical map in the box, when you could only really ever get games in the box. And they all came with instruction manuals. Remember those? But with the PS2 Classic port, none of that's here. The next mission, Don't Speak to My Bitch, starts a trend that will rear its ugly head throughout the game.
Luigi said to give you this, so here, take it.
That being that whoever Claude is working for at the time will just leave a note for him and not even be there. Now this must be to save on animation costs or something like that. Even though Claude is still animating and looking at the note, but still many of the A-listers in this game are reading out their lines.
Go and introduce a bat to his face. Then take his car, respray it. I want compensation for this insult!
So I don't know if this saved much money or even if that was the reason. I mean, look at those models, they're quite simple compared to today. You could probably fit every pixel of this game into Lady Dimitrescu or something like that. Thankfully, this wouldn't really be carried on with the sequel. There's a new drug in town, Spank, and Luigi wants compensation for its distribution. So with help of a classic weapon, the baseball bat, it'd be time for Claude to go and get some compensation.
Ow!
After beating the dealer down at the harbour, it'd be a simple case of Grand Theft Auto to settle the score. Drive Misty for me as well, the next mission, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. You pick her up and head over to Joe's. Simple.
Remember, this is your foot in the door, so keep your eyes on the road and off Misty.
Even with her living in Diablo territory, this is a simple A to B.
You're working regular for Luigi now, huh? It's about time you got a driver we can trust.
But it does get the ball rolling to introduce the player to a new character, so it serves a purpose.
Am I gonna get to play with your big ends again?
I'll be with you in a minute, Sparkplug. Hey, I'm Joey.
Joey is played by Michael Rappaport, whose most notable role is probably Deep Blue Sea. That or maybe his weird cameo in the Fallout show. It's just so random, but that show was surprisingly okay.
Where were you? Huh? Please.
Oh, and he does love a good rant online too. Now from here, GTA 3 starts to open up, giving the player a real sense of freedom, because now they've got a real choice of what mission they want to take on next. They could go back to Luigi, see Joey again, or go to the mysterious payphone that's ringing. You know there's things that used to be all around cities and towns? Before we were all connected via the Chiral network. Should we have connected though? And now they're still about. They're glorified toilets. Picking up the phone just situated down the street from Joey, this will start the crook. And you've got to hand it to the devs. Placing this phone near Joey's garage means the player's going to see that phone and go over to it. And if they drive around the city and hear the ringing again, they're going to go and investigate those payphones. So it's just a neat bit of natural game design. The owner of the bitchin' dog food factory needs a little chat with his bank manager. So it'll be down to the player to play taxi service and go and get him.
He's a crooked bastard that keeps bumping up the loan repayment so he can cut a slice.
It's simple stuff really. And leaves room for a gag or two.
I got a little surprise for that blood-sucking leech.
This also introduces us to the Crusher, you know, the universal way to take out the trash in many movies.
We'll clean up the mess. Thanks. What are Asians for?
And that is the player driving through more of the city, so it expands your reach there, just in the shadow of the tower blocks that he picked up Misty from. And on the way back to our main mission, I break into the car dealership next to 8-Ball to grab one of the many hidden packages, and of course the Banshee. At this point I should probably mention that GTA 3 comes with a wide array of radio stations, something that every game from here would go on to expand on. But even for the first entry in the 3D era, the variety was very impressive.
You're listening to Chatterbox, where your opinion matters, or at least we say that. Let's go over here to line 4. Hello, caller, what's your name?
Now the 2D games did have radio stations in them, but they were much more rudimentary than what we got in GTA 3. For me, Laszlo was most memorable in this game, and of course Pogo the monkey.
Here you go, Pogo. Have a big watch.
Rescue a cat out of that tree with your banana cannon, Pogo.
Here you go, Pogo. Have a fast car.
And help Pogo to his final mission, to storm the White House with his friends and become President of the United States. Pogo the monkey is the game kids are sure to stare at for hours.
Even though there's a fairly decent soundtrack in this game, back in the day I found myself listening to Chatbox FM the most. And because, you know, copyright's a thing on the internet, that's what I listened to this time around. And just listening to the chat radio all these years later, the writing is still on point.
My name's Jerry, and I'm a first-time caller. And I just wanted to say, hey, Laszlo, you're real tough on Fernando back there. I'll tell you one thing, he's a miracle worker. He saved my marriage, and I married a bus of a woman.
Pump Action Pimp sees Luigi get pissed at a pimp doing business on his turf. And man, have you ever heard anyone be referred to as a scuzzy bitch?
Some Diablo scumbag has been pimping his scuzzy bitches in my backyard. Go and take care of things for me.
This proves video games are art. Head over to Ammunition, which will always be a fucking great name for a gun shop. It'll be time to grab your first firearm in the game. The pistol is fine and all, it's just about as competent as any 9mm could be. But it really is made redundant once the Uzi comes into play, because the Uzi is just better than it in every way. You can move and shoot with it like the pistol, but it's got a much higher fire rate, and you can shoot out of cars, which is just one of the most handy mechanics in this game, and for the most part I rely on the Uzi a lot. Running down the pimp, thankfully this guy doesn't have a hoe train with him. And he doesn't play silly buggers either, meaning that he doesn't just drive around endlessly until his car gets set on fire, though he almost does me in with his shotgun, which is a real monster in this game. It deals so much damage, but it does have its downsides. You can't move and shoot when you're using it, a bit like Resident Evil, and the further away you get from your target, it's going to be less and less accurate, but up close it's a real killer, and because it's a pump shotgun, the fire rate's pretty low. The furball is a simple mission based around collectibles, though they just happen to be ladies of the night, who need transporting to their next job.
Now I got girls all over town walking the street. Get them to the ball, they'll make a bundle.
Thankfully only 4 are needed to pass, and this is Luigi's last mission.
Urge everyone listening out there on Chatterbox.
The next mission, Mike's Lip's Last Lunch, is a bit more temperamental, with it playing into the day-night cycle of Grand Theft Auto.
Hey, I'm bored. When you gonna drill me?
In a moment, sweetheart. I got a little business to take care of. I got a little job for you, pal.
Fortunately, there's a large time window to get this mission from Joey, and you never have to wait around too long, as each minute is a second in our world, so time flies by. And it's here where I realise all the cutscenes aren't baked in, with them being lit the same way it is outside. So that means this game is going to shift time of day, or weather when you go into the cutscenes, which I never noticed before, but really does feel ahead of its time. And I've probably said that a lot in this video, but this game was really ambitious, and that's a nice touch.
Then sit back and watch the whole show. But hurry up, he won't be in forever.
This mission essentially works just like every Respray one, except the car's getting sank a little extra than a paint job.
I got a place in the Hamptons.
Heading back to Joey's, the phone is going to ring again. The thieves is just like the last mission though, but at least each of them have an interesting setup thus far.
The thieving bastards are threatening to tell the insurance company if I don't give them a cut. Can Can you believe it?
Giving someone a lift and then taking them to become dog food makes a change from sleeping with the fishes, I guess.
Now get the shampoo.
Whoa! Put it down. Come on, put it down.
The Payphone's next mission, the wife, sees the factory owner strapped for cash. So what else can he do but cash in on his wife?
My wife has an insurance policy, and all she's ever been to me is a hole in my pocket.
Though after dropping her off, the vehicle's gonna have to be dumped this time. So what a better place than the ocean? You know, nature's dumping ground. This is probably the biggest hazard in early GTA games, so be careful not to drop in. Her lover continues down the phone box mission line. This guy really can't keep out of trouble, but this time, it doesn't look like the dog's gonna be fed.
I need more time to get your money, but if you just step into my office...
It's far too late for that, Marty. You had your chance, but now I'm taking over the business.
All right.
So might as well pick up his spare change. There's no point wasting good change.
Change? Ah, I don't have any change.
Farewell Chunky Lee Chon proves that the mob can't play nice with others, as this starts their first blood feud of the triads.
Who needs details anyway? He's got a noodle stand down in Chinatown. That rat has sold his last stir fry. I want you to take him out.
It also bumps up the difficulty, as the training wheels are well and truly off with this one. So far the game's held the player's hand, or they've been a glorified taxi driver. The triads though, they don't mess around. After dealing with the muscle, old Chunky isn't about to pull over and get whacked either, so GTA becomes Destruction Derby until his car gets too banged up. And after finishing this mission, it's around this time that the first area of this game becomes hostile, because once you mess with the triads, Chinatown becomes a no-go. A bit like if you turn the cheat for Riot mode on. Van Heist continues the vendetta against the triads, with Joey wanting to hit them where it hurts, the wallet.
Alright, we're gonna hit the payroll van. It leaves the edge of Chinatown every day.
Though I don't think Joey understands just how resilient the armoured trucks are in this game. At least there's a handy damage meter for this one. But it just goes to show how fragile standard cars are. I almost need 3 whole cars to take this slug of a vehicle down. Oh, and when you try to run down this criminally owned vehicle, the police come to aid the triads, just to add another layer of chaos into this already clusterfuck of a mission.
Ray, my personal organizer. 2 days later, I was diagnosed with a
Though it is always funny to see the police leave after the mission ends. Cipriani's chauffeur introduces a new player into the fold, with Tony Cipriani.
Yeah, I'm Tony Cipriani.
Who would not only go on to be a playable character in Liberty City Stories, but he's played by the legend Michael Manson. And I did write a whole bit here about him being in Die Another Day, and how weird that movie was, but the day I wrote this, the man passed away only a few hours later. So I'll just say Michael Manson's a legend, and if you've seen Reservoir Dogs you know. He was also pretty good in Hateful Eight too, and I'm pretty sure he's the main reason I played that Crime Boss game. We soon find out he's a bit of a loose cannon. You know, like he would be in Reservoir Dogs, though only his mum can control him.
The God rest his soul took no crap from no triads back in Sicily.
Now this came out around the same time as The Sopranos, so you can't not see the similarities with Tony Soprano here. Beating this mission will finally unlock the Uzi from ammunition, and I've already gushed about that brilliant weapon, but it makes later missions so much more simple. I can see why drive-bys are a thing, but because this game came out at the turn of the millennium, Claude gets its update via a pager of all things. Now I've never used one myself, like a fax machine, but I just about remember people having these around. Only just though, they were really rare around my area. Dead Skunk in the Trunk is a simple enough mission. In fact, it's kind of a bit of a standard affair for the Mafia.
Right, there's a car stuffed with a stiff at the cafe near Callahan Point. One of the Ferrellis thought he was a wise guy, so he got what he had coming to him.
So of course the car's being watched by the Ferretti brothers. Though they aren't that hard to lose, you've also got to appreciate the added detail once the boot's been smashed off. It's almost like the devs wanted this to happen, and that's why the Ferretti brothers are there. Now Tony's on board with his first mission, taking out the laundry. And if anything, you can't say those at DMA Design weren't ambitious. Yep, I'm gonna keep saying it. With this game they crammed in so many little vignettes just to freshen it up. And it really helps some of this game's simple mission design stand out.
Let's teach these would-be tough guys what it means to be a tough guy.
Teach him some respect. No son of mine gets to buy some triads.
And Tony's mum's a nice touch too, I guess. Destroying the laundry truck seems simple enough. But I miss the fire that erupts in my engine, and, well, my truck explodes.
It's not winter, when the wind blows and it's really cold.
Sending Claude to the hospital. Not only does it cost money, but it strips the player of their weapons. But then again, it's much better than a game over, I guess, and a simple solution to keep moving on. Much like being busted, these have only gone on to become staples of the series. The pickup opens up with Claude reading another note, as we hear Michael Madsen deliver his lines. But as I was watching my footage back, I noticed a bit of a mistake.
Nobody, I mean nobody, messes with Tony Cipriani.
Here, just listen to this again.
Tony Cipriani.
And then this one.
Tony Cipriani.
Yeah, Tony Cipriani.
See what I mean? So what, did everyone just have one take? Or was Michael Madsen just having one of those days like me, where you just say one thing wrong over and over again, and can't get the right pronunciation out? So I know that pain for sure, but it's wild this was missed, and I've never seen anyone else pick it up.
Tony Cipriani. Yeah, Tony Cipriani.
Getting to the pickup all seems a little too easy, when here come the triads.
It's a trap.
So what else can you do but waste them? But I did this in the most clunky way possible, as I only had hand grenades on me, because I made the cardinal mistake of not going back to ammunition and stocking back up. As after I died in that truck I forgot, and it made this whole mission a little bit more tense I guess. Continuing down the Tony mission line, Salvatore is called a meeting and sees Claude play chauffeur once again, but with some added class this time. Though why did Tony need to leave a note if he's just going to be there in a few minutes anyway? Does it take that long for him to get ready? After collecting a who's who of the mafia, the triads obviously try their luck, and honestly I think this limo was one bump away from blowing up. Getting to the family meeting in one piece, we finally get to meet the Don.
Hey, Luigi! Oh, my girls have been missing you so long, Salvatore. You've been away too long.
You tell them once this unfortunate business is taken care of, we'll all go down to the club and celebrate, okay?
Who I mentioned earlier is played by Frank Vincent.
I see nothing but good things for you, my boy.
Before I played any of the Don missions, I get a bit distracted by another payphone. And yeah, Turismo isn't really a mission, it's a race.
I might as well wear a stud like this to get their propaganda right to my face.
This is one of the many street races in the game, and well, I've never really been fond of racing games, unless they include a car or two. And when it comes to GTA 3, the driving isn't terrible, because this really is the main mechanic of the game. Because Leslie Benz and the rest of the devs focus the whole game around the car. They use the car as an anchor to render the world, so they would only focus on what's ahead and not behind, and then focus this on the player when they go out of it. I'm not the biggest technical savant out there, but I think I made sense of it. When driving in GTA 3 though, if you pick a fast car, it's more than likely going to fall apart after a few collisions, whilst the rest of the races can crash all they want before being magnetised back to the track. And you've got to finish all of these to get 100% completion, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, or replay them as I've already done this. So moving on. Back to the main story missions. Chaperone is the first time we get to work for the Don directly. The Don's wife Maria doesn't get out much by the looks of it, and she's really more of a trophy wife for the Don, so taking her out to enjoy the town is one of the first good deeds of the game.
Well, you don't think I hang around here for the conversation, do you?
Get in the car and keep your big mouth shut. Take the limo, but bring it back in one piece, you hear me? And watch her. She can be trouble.
But not before picking up a little extra something something. After a quick resupply, Maria finally gets to go to a party.
You wait here and look after the car while I go and shake my butt, right?
But bloody seconds later, the cops have arrived. If only they were this efficient in real life. Once you lose them, driving back with Maria is awfully quiet. And it just goes to show how much the GTA games have improved after this, because these journeys back would have conversations going on, rather than it just being a quiet void. But I guess the silence is inevitable now and then, as the main protagonist is a mute. Completing this mission, it isn't quite clear the chain of events that are about to be set off. But it turns out this mission is quite crucial in the story.
You know, I enjoyed myself for the first time in a long while, and you treated me really good with respect and everything. Oh, I better go. I'll see you around, I hope.
Heading back to Joey, I'm still reminded we don't have a good modern port of The Getaway. Well, legally anyway. So much potential in those games. Sure, this mission has a time limit to it, but as I picked it up in the morning, there's no real rush. Looking back on this mission, I wonder if the devs knew how essential heists would be later on in the series. But for now, we're just a simple getaway driver. 3 stars is when the law starts to mean real business, so I always grab the star on the way back to keep the chopper away. I also don't know if this was intended, but over the radio, Tony just happens to be on Chatbox FM.
Yes. Why are you calling in today?
Because I need some advice. I ain't doing any of that shrink shit.
If you swear again, we're gonna have to cut you off. This is a family show.
Triads and Tribulations, nice name there, sees Tony leave another note for Claude.
We're at war. The Triads have a fish factory as a front. Most of their business goes down at the fish market in Chinatown.
This time we'll be going to the heart of the operation, as a truck is going to be needed to slip past enemy lines. And at this point it feels like the game's dragging its feet just a bit, as we're going to be back here with the next mission anyway, to settle the war for good. Blowfish sees the return of Abel. Well, kind of.
8-Ball's rigged a dust cart with a bomb. It's on a timer, so if you mess up, there'll be no evidence.
As the damage meter comes into play once again, though this time you've got to avoid causing damage, whilst getting to the fish factory within a time limit. You've got to imagine the devs played around with this having a chase too, but the garbage truck would never survive the journey. Return to the Don, cutting the grass changes the pace of things, if not for one mission.
The Colombian cartel is making spank somewhere in Liberty, but we don't know where. And they seem to know everything we're doing before we do.
The Don doesn't appreciate a rat, and honestly, no one likes the grass. Following this weasel though, he's got a spookometer, so the player's gonna have to keep their distance from this guy, but also not lose sight of him because he's not marked on the minimap. Curly Bob isn't just a rat, but he's also working for a familiar face, and her new partner.
Their big mouth himself.
Were you followed? You know what goes on here is our little secret, amigo.
No, I wasn't followed. You got my stuff?
Catalina is back, and she's working with Miguel, so now this mission becomes personal, as a little spank addict tries to make a run for it. Bomb the Base Act 1 sees a real ramp up in difficulty, as we'll eventually come toe to toe with the Colombian cartel for the first time. But this is the opportunity to become a made man.
I'm asking you to destroy that spank factory as a personal favor to me, Salvatore Leone. If you do this for me, you will be a made man. Anything you want.
So this mission can't be refused. Abel's also back in the picture, for real this time.
Yo, my man!
This is also part 1 of 2 missions, as part 1 requires cold hard cash out front. Thankfully there isn't much to spend cash on in this game, so you should be able to roll straight into Act 2, because at this point there's only really armor and a few weapons to buy, so having 100 grand really shouldn't be an issue.
I'll need $100,000 to cover expenses, but you know with me you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Though 8-Ball either refuses to heal, or he just has mittens.
Here, this rifle should help you pop some heads.
So getting to the harbour, he's not going to be able to use a gun because his hands are still fucked up, and this mission is an example of how this game hasn't aged that well. Now I love sniping in whatever game I can, but yeah, I won't lie, this game isn't so smooth and wood in the scope. It also doesn't help that 8-Ball has no sense of preservation, because once bullets start flying, the guy just acts like a lemon and walks straight into danger. So after failing once, I managed to pop off enough heads to make sure 8-Ball can plant the bomb. But answer me this, how does someone without the use of his hands craft a bomb like this? It's got the capabilities to take down this massive vessel. I don't know, I think someone's lying. And strangely enough, 8-Ball doesn't want to ride home either, and that's him out of the picture, last we ever see of 8-Ball. Last request should be a hint of what's to come for Claude, as he sits down with the Don.
I just got one little job for you before we can all celebrate.
Just before getting another car ready for the Crusher, Maria chimes in over the pager. To warn Claude that he's walking into a trap. So turn off the red light district. Meet Maria will explain why the double cross happened.
I couldn't let him do that. I mean, the worst thing is, it's all my fault because I told him we were an item. Don't ask me why, I don't know.
Turns out Maria was trying to make Salvatore jealous of all things, by saying that her and Claude were an item. This is where we get acquainted with Oscar. And no, it's not pronounced like this.
It's so good. She's someone we could trust.
No one is ready for Oscar!
Probably going where no GTA game has gone before. We get on a boat and drive to the next island. But again, it's weird seeing those two animate and say nothing as we drive in silence, which makes this trip a little pointless to be fair, but I guess we're all wooed by being in a boat back then. Thanks to Oscar, Claude has new digs, as the second main chapter of GTA 3 gets underway.
Asuka and I are gonna have to talk. Why don't you go cruise around?
You'll need a place to lie low. There's a warehouse at the edge of Belleville that should suit your needs. Come back here to my condo when you're ready, and you and me can have a little chat.
After waking up in the new digs, this will unlock land access to the two islands, doubling the sandbox size for the player.
News just in from the traffic desk. Repairs to the Callahan Bridge have been completed.
Though it does feel like bar a few missions, the game really leaves Portland behind after this. So far, GTA 3 has been very dark and gloomy to this point. Even when the sun was shining over Liberty City, things were a little bit dingy. Staunton Island attempts to mask all this though, with large open airy sections and a bunch of bright lights. This is GTA 3's attempt at Manhattan Island, where the lights never go out and people spend all their hard-earned cash. It's a tourist trap with designer shops, endless restaurants, big casinos, and its very own Central Park. This is what New York, Liberty City, wants to project outside the world, rather than what we've seen in the gritty underbelly so far. The cars are vastly different here as well. They're sleeker, they're faster, and they seem to topple over twice as much. so this is just another factor that separates the two islands, because you won't find many of these cars over at the red light district, well, unless we're driving them, as GTA 3 tends to populate the world with whatever car's being driven. Like what I said earlier about focusing the game's memory on the car, there's also a cheeky hint to where the next game in the series takes place. Let's just say it'd be a lot sunnier than Liberty City, and you definitely wouldn't see the devs get away with something like this anymore, even though GTA 6 will return to the same location. Sayonara Salvatore doesn't waste any time when it comes to GTA 3 turning the next chapter.
We have certain issues to clear up before we continue any form of relationship.
Claude is with the Yakuza now, and it's time to properly cut ties with the Mafia. Asuka is also definitely a one-of-a-kind quest giver in this game, as her vignettes always feel a bit different. There's always a double entendre or a joke sprinkled in there for good measure, just to lighten the mood after how serious the Mafia was.
Oh, Asuka, you've got a massager.
That's not a massager.
Claude only has a matter of hours to take out Salvatore before he's back home, and in our world, that's just a few minutes. So after rushing to the location, I admit I could have taken out the Don with a bit more nuance. But f it, running up to him with an Uzi does the trick.
So uncivilized.
Under surveillance opens up a whole new criminal underworld for Claude, as he and Kenji are introduced.
You're an efficient killer. I like that in a man. Ah, this is my brother, Kenji.
Asuka has a little job for you, but when you're done, drop by my casino and we can talk.
This mission is also another chance to show the Mafia they can't touch Claude. That, and it's an excuse to bust out the sniper rifle, which I'm never going to complain about. And with that mission out of the way, it'd be rude not to pay Kenji a visit, as we're already here anyway. Kambu Bust Out starts with Kenji sitting outside enjoying the storm. Yeah, probably not the intended weather for this scene, but Rockstar stayed committed to the bit at least.
Perhaps you could help deal with a situation that has me at a disadvantage. Of course, failure has its own disgrace.
After stealing the cop car and losing the heat, it seems 8-Ball is franchised out, which is handy because going back to Portland would be a drag, especially with those loading screens. Remember loading screens? Yeah, they used to be a thing.
Listen, if there's any sane person left in Liberty City that can hear my voice, please call the show right now. This is an SOS going out across the city.
Of course, after setting the bomb off, the Yakuza guy stands there waiting for you to just hold his hand. And also, what the hell went on in that cell? This sets off another 3-star wanted level, which means police helicopters are going to be about. But like the last time this happened in the mission, there's a star right there, so it'd be rude not to. I don't think I mentioned the star system yet, so I should run down it, as it's another iconic thing within gaming. 1 will have the cops going after you, but not really too hard. 2 stars mean the cops are going to chase after the player forever. 3 stars triggers a helicopter, 4 triggers the SWAT team, and 5 the FBI. This is where the game becomes Demolition Derby, because those FBI guys just don't care. And 6 stars will trigger the army, with a bunch of trucks and tanks. So in a mission like this, I utilise both means of losing heat, as I get the fugitive to the dojo, because getting a car resprayed is really a get out of jail free card. Paparazzi Purge sees Claude finding a note as the two have gone on holiday.
He's probably out in the bay as you read this. Steal a police boat and sink his career.
This mission sees the player head back out to the open water, with a police boat that just happens to have mounted machine guns on it. You know, for all the pesky paparazzi that just won't take a hint. Now I'm sure this mission was cooler back in the day, but just take a look at this. It's impossible to get a decent line of sight on this guy for too long, so you essentially have to do chip damage to this guy as you go around the entire f***ing island and back, and after that you play life and death getting off the damn boat, because getting out of a boat doesn't ensure you'll be back on dry land. Next up with Payday for Ray, we learn not to be naughty around Asuka.
Maria's all tied up at the moment, but I'll tell her you called.
Who's that, Asuka? You know, I know I've been a naughty girl, but I really need to pee, okay?
And then what follows is a goose chase around the island.
Get to the phone in West Belleville Park.
From payphone to payphone with this contact in the LPD, being really careful. At top speeds in a sports car, you can barely make it through this one. But then again, I guess that's the point. Ray doesn't want to be found out. Here's where we meet Robert Lagaya, who's playing Ray. And he's just hiding away in the public toilets, like he's commandeered them.
You got the money. Is it all here? I know what you're thinking. Another bent cop Well, it's a pet world.
Now with 3 options to choose from again, it'd be rude not to pay Ray another visit.
You know where to find me.
Silence the Snake sees Ray wanting us to tie up some loose ends, and to make others think twice before entering witness protection. Only thing is, this guy's not on the streets, so you're gonna have to throw a grenade through his window to get him to come out. With no real way to aim your grenade, you just gotta throw one and hope you land the shot. Just like hitting a Womp Rat back in Beggar's Canyon. McCaffrey is quick to go on the run, so after dealing with his protection, it'd be time to take him out, though they're wielding ARs, so make sure you don't get melted. Oh, and spoilers, he survives this.
In origin, but I won't go on. Marshall!
Two-Face Tanner is a classic destroy the car mission, because you know the mission giver doesn't like the guy inside. But they sprinkle a 4-star wanted level in this one, just to spice things up. Hope the girls enjoyed their shopping trip while you're doing this. Grand Theft Auto sees Claude upholding Kenji's honor, as it's time to do what the game says on the box. Yeah, steal some cars.
You must obtain the cars on this list and deliver them to a garage behind the car park in Newport.
And that's it really. There's a timer to work around, but it's pretty generous. You do have to keep the cars in mint condition though, but thankfully there's a pay and spray right near the garage. Arms shortage, nice pun there, sees Ray conscripting Claude into the services of Phil Cassidy, someone who's going to be fleshed out a bit more in the next game. Let's just say he was more animated back in Vice City.
Ta-da! Oh, damn!
Though this mission is a real lesson in how quickly the player can go down. If there's just one enemy NPC of an assault rifle, they're going to cut through Claude.
I'm going to kill you. You're a brave man, eh?
It doesn't matter if it's the AK or the M16, they're going to put the player down fast, and this position is a tough spot to defend. What if the Colombians flooding through the front gate, and around the side like sneaky farts? So really the only way I can get through this is by blocking off the front gate, and then destroying that truck. GTA 3 is a legendary game in its own right, but the shooting mechanics were never its strong point. And the series wouldn't really get decent shooting mechanics until around GTA 5. 4 was an improvement, but still, GTA 5 is where they stepped up their game. Also, this mission is what screwed me over later, as I died in this mission and didn't save just before, rookie error, so I had to buy all my guns back, or lose a bunch of progress. And really the most valuable resource we have is time, so I bought the guns. But that really did fuck me for later. And then I bought a bunch of guns off Phil. This was a mistake. Deal Stealer starts to ramp things up with the Colombians, setting them up as the final enemy gang of the game. Though Kenji's plan seems a little weak.
Take one of my men, steal a Yachty car, and go pay your respects to the Colombians. Our honor demands that you leave no one alive!
But this tactic is going to come around to bite him in the ass later. Because sure, Claude can steal a Yachty car and pretend to be one of them. But yeah, anyone with a decent pair of eyes would spot the difference. And you've got to love how all the Yachty cars have that wild suspension. Then in going to the ambush, my little Yakuza pal gets out of the car and just starts blowing people away. So what was even the point of hiding in this car in the first place? Everyone's dead, so who's the witness?
The cow pasture in 3000 when the telephone was invented.
Liar!
The mission Shimmer should be standard affair in collecting protection money, but it's almost like the game remembers the Diablos are a thing. So head back to Portland, it'd be time to settle the score. It almost feels like this mission should have another twist, but it doesn't. It's now time to head to Friday nights and team up with The Rock himself for SmackDown. I wish anyway.
So shut up, bitch!
You. How fitting you should choose this moment to show your worthless face. It would appear your attempts to dissuade the Jamaicans from becoming bedfellows with the cartel were wholly inadequate.
But now Kenji is blaming us for his shit plan. To be honest, this guy deserves what's coming to him because he's such a little bitch. Mowing down a bunch of yardies, it'd be time to say goodbye to the Yakuza. For now. Back to Ray with evidence dash. He's got an interesting plan to obtain that evidence, for someone willing to pay big for it never to reach the courts.
You are going to have to ram that car and collect each little bit of evidence as it falls out. When you've got it all, leave it in the car and torch it.
This mission is as video gamey as it gets. Because why do you need to ram the truck to get the evidence out? Can't you just torch the thing? Well, because the cops need to happen, that's why. And it just so happens the Banshee I was driving didn't last long after obtaining all 6 pieces of evidence. because it'd be a waste not to do so. Gone Fishing brings back the police boat for one more go around, under the guise that Ray has a rat that needs taken care of.
Steal a police boat! Make sure his backstabbing plans are sunk! I want him sleeping with the fishes, not eating them!
Thankfully, this one isn't as agonising as the last boat mission, and somehow I even managed to run the guy over with the boat as I come ashore. Plaster Blaster is one of the more memorable missions in GTA 3, and not only because Ray gets pretty heated here.
You totally messed up! My ass is on the line, and you can't even kill a goddamn fly!
Because it turns out the witness is still alive. And not only that, but he's rocking a bulletproof cast. Luckily a rocket launcher would do the trick though. Next up, Claude is going to be moving up in the world. Well, kind of with the Mission Liberator. It's finally time to meet Donald Love in person, who I've already mentioned is played by Carl McLaughlin.
Experience has taught me that a man like you can be very loyal for the right price, but groups of men get greedy.
He needs his valued Oriental gentleman back, and it seems like Claude's the man for the job. Why is this guy so important though? Who is he after all? Well, it turns out he's the old man who was busted out of the van at the start of the game. After getting a cartel cruiser, getting into the hideout is the easy part. What with these guys being armed to the teeth? And this isn't the PC port I'm playing, so I can't just strafe around and avoid the shots. So slow and steady it is. What with the recoil on the M16 being all over the place? Should've just used the AK. Opening the wrong garage can be fucking deadly too. This guy did almost 200 damage in one go. With the Oriental gentleman in tow, I'm sure Donald's gonna be happy to have him back.
I've had my mouth sewn up, my hands chopped off. You name it, I've tried it.
Yeah, except for exercising and eating right, Porky.
Wakakishiro Wipeout shows that Claude and the player have no loyalties in Liberty City.
Nothing drives down real estate prices like a good old-fashioned gang war, apart from an outbreak of plague. But that might be going too far in this case.
What if Claude not even batting an eye when it's time to take out Kenji? And this goes down in a similar manner to how he stirred things up with the cartel in the first place.
I want you to kill the Yakuza Wakagashira, Kenji Kassen.
Maybe Claude doesn't care because Kenji was such a dick to him. I'm guessing he'd feel a little bit different with Asuka though. This mission isn't as simple as the one Kenji sent us on though. What with these guys being armed to the teeth? And also you can't get out of the car in this one, so the car's got to survive. Once Kenji's fended me, the law's gonna rear their ugly head, as Claude needs to get out of Dodge unseen.
Guns aren't American. Really, more people had guns, had less shootings in this country. Alright, we're going over here to line 2. Hello, caller. You are on Chatterbox.
Yeah, I'd like to say something about that.
The mission One Drop in the Ocean reveals the true purpose of the Oriental Gentleman. Yeah, that's all he's there for. Unfortunately, this is yet another boat mission, and this one requires picking up packages that are dropped in the ocean. But once you get back to dry land, the FBI come out in full force. And just look at these guys, they think they're playing Destruction Derby. So it'd be a shame if these packages were a decoy or something. But really, these guys don't ever quit, so thank Christ getting back to Donald will get rid of them. Grand Theft Auto then goes on to show the true purpose of the last mission.
But they were only a decoy. Sorry about that, but that's sometimes the way in business.
Yeah, cheers for that, Donald. So now heading to the airport, it'll be finally time to go to the third island, Shoreside Vale, which for this game is effectively the suburbs, or New Jersey with some residential and commercial areas smushed into it. I wouldn't say this island was a complete afterthought, but it really doesn't have much to it compared to the other two.
Liberty City was a church, a cow pasture, and 3 houses when the telephone was invented.
Liar!
You're the liar.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
What are you 3 years old?
Most missions from here will end up on this island in some way or another, but I think if I can remember, only one mission starts off on this island, and that's the last one. The roads are much more limited here too, with there only really being one main circuit, and a bunch of dead ends that lead nowhere. So this island is basically just the airport and the dam, with some bits in between. You just need to look at this and what Rockstar would achieve a few years later with San Andreas. It's wild how far they progressed in just a few years.
What did you think of the idea of combining martial arts and organic food? I mean, it's kind of like putting ice cream on pizza.
Anyway, back to the missions. It'd be rude not to nudge an unsuspecting car off the bridge whilst you're waiting for it to come down, because you gotta pass the time somehow. At the airport there'd be the only usable plane in the game. Well, if it qualifies as a plane anymore, what with the wings being clipped off? The Dodo is another example of the true scope of this game, but we wouldn't get proper flying until Vice City.
Mysterious prancing German named Hans, the medieval Millennium Fair, every weekend at Liberty City Park.
The hangar is also full of cartel members, but really, this is just a starter. After some expert detective work by Claude, the mission ends up at the construction site, which leads to a maze of hurt. Even after sniping a bunch of the bastards, I don't get so lucky I have to run this whole thing again. See how quickly they can take you down? That's just mad. Though even after being super careful and shooting from a distance, the fuckers almost get me again. So after a quick detour for some health and armor, that's the last gang member dealt with, thank God.
It's no problem to kill you. You're gonna be sorry.
And from there it'll be time to head up the building for a surprise reunion. Even with the commotion below, it seems like everyone's been taken off guard here.
God knows what it is, but he seems to want it badly enough, so it must be worth something.
Who the heck?
You!
Hey, take it easy, amigo. No es nada, no es nada.
As Miguel tries to play nice, but Catalina is a black widow at heart, as she unloads a round into his back and does one of those Assassin's Creed jumps.
Here,
Don't be such
take
a
this.
pussy!
Hey, we got no choice, baby.
We always got a choice, you dumb bastard.
I'm sorry about the crazy bitch, man. They're all the same, please. Por favor.
And then by sheer luck, Casco arrives.
The whore got away. But you've done me a favor. You're not the only one that has a score to settle with the cartel.
Who's taken the bait from Donald, believing the cartel killed Kenji, leaving Claude in the clear.
I'll be operating on our friend here to extract information and a little pleasure.
I don't know what Miguel's complaining about. Many people will pay good money for what he's getting.
Please, amigo. Don't leave me here with her, man. She's psycho, chico, man. Please, amigo. Hey, amigo. Amigo.
Going back to Donald, he seems rather happy of Claude, but he's got more work from him, of course.
You are proving to be a safe investment, a rare thing in these days of falsehood. My Oriental friend will need an escort while he takes my latest acquisition to be authenticated.
Escort service is unfortunately an escort mission, and really in all the worst ways. Now I don't really hate escort missions, but this is one of the worst I've played. The Oriental gentleman is transporting Donald's packages to Pike Creek, but he's driving slow as fuck. And he's in an armoured truck. So you'd think that'd be an upside, but no, this thing is weak as hell, especially compared to past missions where you got to take one of these things out. And when cartel members swarm it, it can go up in flames. It also doesn't help you got to take out these cartel members without attracting the law. Yeah, fun times. And I think this is one of those missions that require prior knowledge to beat it, because if you don't go ahead of the Oriental gentleman and take out the cartel at the airport, well, it's game over. Taking a break from Donald, it'd be time to pay Ray a visit. He believes he's a marked man, as the mission title suggests, so it's time to get him out of the city. He also drops a little truth bomb that went way over my head back in the day.
The CIA seems to have a vested interest in Spank, and they don't like us screwing with the cartel. I'm a marked man, so I'm getting out of here.
As the CIA have eyes on the bridge, the best route is going to be the underpass, and after getting Ray to the airport, he'll leave some goodies behind.
Here's the kid in the lockup. You'll find some cash and some supplies I stashed in case things got tight. See you around.
You having fun, little Tommy? Life was getting me down. I couldn't focus on anything at work.
Though I'm always a little too nervous to use the Bulletproof Patriot, because there's only one after all. The next mission, Decoy, will be the last from Donald. Spoilers, I guess. As the man explains what he needs from us, he isn't lying.
SWAT teams have cordoned off the area around my associate in the package. Get over there, pick up the van, and act as a decoy. Keep them busy, and he should make good his escape.
So you got to give him a little bit of credit. But you should never trust the cannibal, that's for sure. Getting in the armoured truck will trigger an instant 6-star wanted level. Minus the army though. But the police don't play around here, and surviving 2.5 minutes can be a chore. That is unless you do what I did and just drive around the airport until the time runs out.
Learn the art of cooking with turnips. Yum yum.
Heading back to Donald, he's up and left town, and without even a goodbye letter. It's around this point where GTA 3 is coming to a close. The next mission, Bait, will require Claude to join back out with the Yakuza, thanks to some little info from Miguel.
She has 3 death squads dotted around Liberty, whose sole job is to hunt you down. Act as the bait and get the death squads to follow you to Pike Creek.
And this mission's actually quite satisfying, as you lure back the 3 death squads to an ambush of your own. It's nice to have some real firepower on your side for once, even if it is just for a single mission. And Miguel is somehow still going with what some would call torture, but others not so much.
Miguel seems to think I'm mistreating him. Miguel certainly has some of that famous Latin stamina. I'm quite exhausted.
Espresso to go might sound simple with Oscar's briefing, but this mission is needlessly awkward.
The cartel have a front company, the Kappa Coffee House. They've been selling spank through the street stalls. We have no choice but to put these drug stands out of operation. Smash them to splinters!
The first stall is marked on the map, but the rest aren't. So after you destroy this first stall, you've got less than 80 minutes to take out the rest. So what this mission wants the player to do is drive around aimlessly to find the stalls. Did I eventually resort to a guide on the internet to pass this one by? Well, maybe. But man, this is such a weird choice for a late game mission. And this mission feels like it's built to have the player fail. You know, like a classic arcade game that just sucks away all your change. Even with a rocket launcher and the knowledge of all the locations, it's a tricky one to pull off, especially when re-entering Mafia country.
It's Tommy statement. I've had my mouth so...
Because yeah, this mission takes place over more than one island. And why were the Mafia allowing cartel to do business in their territory anyway? It don't make sense.
Do we technic some more now or just wait for it to turn black and fall off?
Give it a quick prod.
Oh, what is that gooey yellow stuff?
You can just imagine what Paul Miguel looks like at this point as well, with him just being off camera. And even Maria's having a go at this point. Asker's last job sees Claude taking up a method acting role, because the man's got to become a surface-to-air missile, or SAM for short.
There's a plane coming into Francis International in 2 hours' time. It is full of Catalina's poison. You can avoid airport security by getting a boat out to the runway light buoys and shooting the plane down on its approach. Collect the cargo from the debris and stash it.
Oh, you be careful now, okay, baby?
Now try the chili oil.
Unfortunately, this means heading out to the water again, but after rewatching someone else play this, you can avoid going on the boat altogether. So fuck me, I guess. I'll just be happy to never drive another boat in this game again. And of course the mission isn't over once you get to dry land. What if the FBI are being all up Claude's arse? If you lose your wheels when they're after you, well, it's an instant death sentence. Making it back to the construction site, the game has changed. Catalina has been back while we were on a mission. Miguel's finally been put to rest, Asker's dead, and Maria is being held captive. All that remains is a note, with a ransom price of $500,000. For most players, they can roll straight through ransom and get to the final mission. But not me, as I wasted a bunch of money on weapons. Yay! So with only $448,848, that means I had to go and earn some more cash. Well, there was a phone mission, so I thought, why not take it? Uzi money seems like an honest way to earn some scratch in Liberty City.
Nines is their tags, and purple is their flag. If each day they rock their colors, it's another day the jacks look soft. I want you to show these punk-ass bitches how a real drive-by works.
But no, the mission was bugged. It never spawned the nines, who come dressed in purple, just the other guys in red. Honestly, I tried to get this to work several times. Stunt jumps were an option, but they only hand out a few $100s at best. Same with the hidden packages. And this does bite me in the ass, because when I got the platinum in this game, I'd done all the vehicle missions and got all the packages, so I had a bunch of money to spare. Serves me right coming back years later and not bothering with all that. Thankfully I missed the payphone, which had a couple of yardie missions.
This is King Courtney. Me yardie posse could do with them rude boy driver and people is saying you the man. Get to the waste ground opposite the stadium in a car and wait for the other hopefuls. I've got been watching checkpoints all over Staunton. First driver to a checkpoint gets the bling bling, then it's on to the next stop.
Bling bling scramble is a kind of race to get as many checkpoints as you can, and it seems like the yardies are going to a lot of work to see who gets these checkpoints. At least the net's a cool 10 grand, but that still isn't enough. Uzi Rider brings the game back to basics.
Two of my boys will be there any second to take you for a ride, see if you're the article or a sister assisting.
With a classic drive-by on some of the Diablos, but as nostalgic as this is, it only nets another 10 grand. Gang Car Roundup is a simple fetch quest for gang cars.
We can do some naughty thing on our enemy turf. I want me a Mafia Sentinel, a Yakuza Stinger, and a Diablo Inferno so we can hit up any gang in Liberty.
And at least these all have spawn points, unlike another trophy I'll get into soon enough. Getting a Mafia Sentinel out of Portland can be a real challenge though.
We start with words like how and why, and then end with your voice.
With another 10 grand, Claude is edging his way to that $500,000, but still more work needs to be done. Kingdom Come is the final yardie mission, and it certainly ends in a unique way. And this mission just feels perfect for my situation, as Catalina is just laughing at Claude at this point. A bunch of madman vans rock up, filled with guys off their tits with spank, and for some reason they keep saying "come to daddy" as they try and give the player a present. Like, what the fuck is this? And why is it only worth 10 grand? It's funny, but bloody random.
Come here! Come here! Come to daddy!
Now with $488,495 in the bank, there's only one thing left to do. Try Turismo once again. And it looks like I might actually fucking win this thing. Until I go through Mafia country, and yeah, they ruined the whole thing. Making this impossible now, so I'm glad I've already 100% of this game. What with me getting all the trophies years back at this point?
Oh no, I've crashed it. I've crashed it almost immediately. I mean, literally 20 feet.
$492,630 in the bank. The only way to earn real money in this city now is to become a taxi driver. With 5 fares done, thanks to the 2 grand bonus, this earns almost another 10 grand.
Johnny, the 7-year-old cook, chimney sweep paralegal photocopier because his daddy's an idiot.
This now brings my total to $502,556. This now gets me just over 500,000. Thank fuck that's over with. Well, I say that, but because I'm a dumb fuck, I went back to buy some armor, because you need armor in almost every mission in this game. But like an idiot, I didn't calculate how much that would be, and I also walked through the grenades. Yeah, that's 5 grand gone. So after that, I'm back to $497,709. So some stunt jumps and hidden packages later, I'm back up past $500,000, with just 160 to spare. I lost some armor on the way, but I can't do this anymore. I need to get to the last mission. The exchange is the final mission in GTA 3. And of course, Catalina isn't just going to play nice now, is she? Though I feel like Claude shouldn't have handed over all his weapons, when their leader is a bit of a psycho bitch.
The real question is, did you turn up to rescue Maria or to get me back? Well, I got news for you. Shooting you will be a pleasure, but dating you was only business. You are muy pequeñito, amigo. Throw over the cash. You have been a busy boy, but you haven't learned. I'm not to be trusted. Kill the idiot!
Breaking out a Matrix-style move, we at least have a pistol. The start of this mission is fucking harsh too, but I didn't do all those taxi fares for nothing. Even if it does take a few attempts to save Maria, with one of the mission fails being totally my fault. There's only 7 minutes on the clock to save Maria, but it almost takes a minute to break out the mansion grounds. From there it's a scramble to the dam, picking up any weapons the enemies drop. That and a handy random sniper rifle, just to even the odds. Avoiding the psycho in the truck, and not shooting Maria this time.
Get this thing airborne!
There's just one thing left to do. Shoot that bitch Catalina out of the sky. And of course, I leave it to the last shot to take her down. With the sun rising, Claude and Maria can rest easy and start a new life together. Well, maybe one of them can.
Anyway, what was I saying? I forget, but you know what it's like, don't you?
The sound of explosions shook nearby homes as people ran for cover. Several citizens were injured in the panic as gunfire was exchanged between ground forces and a helicopter circling the dam.
Yeah, we got a good view from down here in the gardens. When the copter finally got taken out, better than the fireworks on the 4th of July.
With the death toll already over 20, police are still finding bodies. There have been no official denials concerning rumors that the dead were members of the Colombian cartel, and still no leads as to the cause of the massacre.
I broke a nail and my hair is ruined. I mean, can you believe it? This one cost me $50.
The last segment could almost stand in for the platinum filter point, but the game never gave me this much trouble when I went for the platinum in 2021. What did was collecting all the vehicles throughout Liberty City. Now on one hand sure, I can see this being a trophy/task that should be in the game. But man, what the hell were they thinking with some of the vehicle spawns? In a sense that some vehicles don't have any spawns. Like Mr. Whoopi, this only ever shows up in one mission. Then you might never see this bastard again. Now I eventually got it to spawn again, but I was extremely lucky with this. The bus and stretch limo are two other vehicles that very rarely spawn, but at least they have a higher spawn rate than Mr. Whoopi. You can force these to spawn in the firefighter mission, but it's still pot luck. The RNG in this game really makes the play fetch trophy a real crawl. Grand Theft Auto 3 is a game that should have captured a generation, and in a way it did, but just a year later Vice City dropped, and that really sucked all the oxygen away from this game. Yes, it is beloved, but Vice City is the better game. And honestly, it surpasses GTA 3 in almost every way imaginable, from the soundtrack to the voice acting and sheer variety on offer. But GTA 3 was a necessary game to get to that point and beyond. This was DMA Design's first true step into the third dimension, as they became Rockstar North, and they never looked back. Did I enjoy every minute replaying this one? Well, no. But it's an important game to go back to now and then, to see how far we've come, and well, I couldn't just jump into my favourite game in the PS2 Trilogy right away. Sometimes you've just got to earn it. Thanks to anyone that's made this far, and if you haven't already, help a lad out and throw me a like or a sub, as both really help grow the channel. Which I'm sure you're tired of everyone on this platform saying, but it really does help. And if you want to help me out even more, you could become a member. And once I get that going, I'll throw members in the credits. Anyway, that's enough from me. I've been Benroy, and until the next time, I'll see you all in Vice City. And until the next video, no more games. Have you ever just stepped back to appreciate how frequently devs used to cook back in the day? Because I've just got to say this now, Vice City hit different. Now sure, the next game in the franchise will blow expectations out of the water, and they were pretty high. It also even let you swim in the stuff. But Vice City was iteration done right. This was Rockstar North working smart, but also quite hard. Everything from GTA 3 was here, but better and expanded upon. Just when players were all starting to consider moving on from Liberty City, here was a new setting dropping like clockwork. There came a point in the early to mid 2000s where video games were constantly reaching new highs.
I've had wet dreams that weren't this good.
It didn't take a literal generation for a sequel to come out, and also generations felt more defined back then. We used to get a complete series or trilogy in a single console generation, unlike now where it feels like video games are more scattershot than ever. And I feel like I'm going to be 40 before I get to play Gears of War 6, if that ever comes out.
Come on, let's do this.
But back in the 6th generation, Rockstar were just getting into their groove. Grand Theft Auto 3 was a critical and commercial success.
Yes! It worked, you guys! It actually worked!
Meaning there was only one thing for it, to follow up with a sequel, and fast. This just happened to not only be a highlight of the entire franchise, but one of the most revered games ever released. Sure, GTA 3 got the ball rolling, but Vice City got the attention of anyone who hadn't played that first game.
Everybody bought the whole act! They keep giving and giving until we have it all!
I don't know man, it just felt like this game was bloody everywhere back in the day. And like I said in my last video, it really ate GTA 3's lunch. There was nobody I knew that had a PS2 and didn't own Vice City. And when you take a look back at the best-selling PS2 games of all time, you can see I'm not being hyperbolic either. Apparently cars just print money, either racing or stealing them anyway. And even though Vice City has been playable on and off the PS2 since it came out, it will always feel like a PS2 original. It does help that the PS2 is still the best-selling console of all time, with it shipping over 160 million units, and the number of consoles even got updated recently. But this felt like Sony flexing more than anything else.
It was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
What if they wanted to keep a bit of distance from the Nintendo Switch, as it starts to wind down? I'm so glad we can start moving on from that machine now, as revolutionary as it was. But if the Switch was a glorified DVD player like the PS2 was for many, it could have had a chance of breaking the record. But back to Vice City. Hell, I have such an affinity for this game. I even bought and beat it on the iPad of all things. And before you judge me, this was mainly done while sat at the back of a lecture. And trust me, I can guarantee it was in a better state than the definitive trilogy. And like my video on GTA 3, I'll acknowledge it exists, but that's it. I barely touched the thing and I don't really want to play it. Sure, I know they patched it to hell and fixed it eventually, but I got the PS2 originals ported to PS4 before they were delisted, so I don't really need them.
What the f*** is this piece of shit?
Taking a look back at the dev cycle in this game, there's no way you could call these devs lazy. And there was no doubt a hell of a lot of crunch was involved, as Leslie Benzies, Sam and Dan Houser spearheaded Vice City. Somehow this game hit store shelves a little over a year after GTA 3 came out, and full development didn't even start till 2002. Things were being spooled up for a Florida-based follow-up, but Vice City actually started life as an expansion for GTA 3. And for those who might not be aware, video games used to get expansions quite a lot. It was a faster and cheap way to cash in on a successful game. Basically, it was a really big DLC pack. And you can imagine it was, like GTA London was to GTA 1 and 2. And I can only imagine how great a GTA game would be set in London, but it's just never gonna happen.
London?
Yes, London. You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
We do still get expansion packs from time to time, but back during the Attitude Era, these were almost guaranteed for a healthy seller. Announced at that year's E3, Vice City would turn out to be just more than the same. Now yes, the models are still crude looking, especially compared to today's standards, but it's no simple feat to, build a whole new city within a year. And as simple as the graphics might be, this game has more style than half the games on the market today, especially when the Unreal Engine keeps looking more and more generic. Vice City featured 2 new islands, a totally different setting, and a whole new cast of characters. Much like the devs over at id, the guys at Rockstar North had essentially pioneered a whole new genre, and were coming back around to plant their flag in the ground and claim it as theirs. And much like id, the former DMA design followed up with a home run. And this was all before the rest of the industry got their chance to pump out GTA clones. Now Mafia did drop in the year between games, and was praised for its commitment to realism, but Vice City had no intentions of being realistic, as those at Rockstar North went for style, and something more in the vein of Scarface and Miami Vice. 2 on-screen properties that eventually get the GTA treatment in a video game form. Vice City wears its influences on its sleeve, and it's only fair that Tony Montana got his very own game.
Say hello to my little friend!
But in the video game space, there is and always will be one true king in the South, a man you couldn't imagine Vice City working without, Tommy Vercetti. Even if Grand Theft Auto 6 is just around the corner, that is unless it doesn't get delayed until the heat death of the universe. So as I've done before with the previous game, I'm going to take a look back at this one in a pseudo-retrospective type way, recounting what it was like to get the platinum, and well, spoilers for out. Anyway, if you want to help a lad out, then why not drop me a like and maybe a sub? I'm Ben Roy and join me as I take a deep dive into the game that really put GTA onto the map, Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Yeah, well, I'd love to, but it seems that is about all we have time for, actually.
The list consists of 16 bronze trophies, 13 silver trophies, and 4 gold trophies. So Vice City has a few more trophies than GTA 3, but that should only really be expected with a sequel that did so much more. Though as this port came out in 2015, that means it was during that initial push to get PS2 classics on the PS4, meaning that this list is a bit anemic. Because even though there are a fair few games in that list, these are all essentially ports of little to no remaster to them. And then this ported version of Vice City didn't even add more trophies. It just swapped a few out whilst GTA 3 and San Andreas got more trophies. Though I just have to say off the bat, this trophy list is much more of a beast than it comes across. Because yeah, I'm going to jump straight to the trophy that might be the longest grind I've ever attempted, in a solo game anyway. And it definitely ran up my electric bill. Take the cannoli requires a player to get the criminal rank of Godfather. Now I'm sure more than some of you watching don't even know that criminal ratings are a thing in GTA, and I don't think I was either back in the day, not until I started my platinum journey anyway. Essentially, almost every action has a reaction, and a nebulous point assigned to it, which all adds up in a hidden system in the menus. I don't know why this system is here or why it was hidden, like you'd expect it to be on the main screen when you pause or something like that. Killing the residents of Vice City will raise it, so will blown up vehicles, such as cars, boats, and here's the crucial one, helicopters. Getting busted or wasted will deduct points from this rating, but it's negligible at best. Though if you get caught or killed during a killing spree, it's going to cut that killing spree off and you won't get the points for it at all, so watch out for that. But I'm going to be honest, if this ever occurs in GTA 3, Vice City or San Andreas, you might as well just reload your save. Because it's a pain in the ass going back to buy weapons and armor again. And money is more crucial in Vice City than it was in GTA 3, so you might as well save yourself buying all these weapons over and over again. Money also plays into getting the Godfather status, so you're going to want to accrue a lot of it. I didn't test this myself, but if you don't have a significant amount of cheddar when you pass the 1 million mark, this rank might not tick over, meaning the trophy won't pop. Entering cheat codes also chips away at this, even though they're going to be the quickest means of getting a bloody rank. So yeah, all I can really say about this is even if you have the entire game cleared, there's going to be a whole lot more work to do. And I'll be honest, this wasn't fun to pop at all. And I'm not afraid of some post-game activities, because I really enjoy getting 5-star ratings in Death Stranding, but honestly getting the Godfather rating is such a bloody drag, and at some points it feels like nothing's going to get you to that final rank. Like with GTA 3, it's best to knock off those vehicle-related side missions early.
The award-winning and soon-to-be executed Maurice Chavez. Barry? Are you okay?
Though gang members aren't as much of a problem here as they were in Liberty City, but they can still get in the damn way for sure, especially the Haitians. Beating them also reward Vercetti with some handy bonuses that come in clutch later on. Except delivering pizzas. That's just a new gimmick that the devs added because, I don't know, it was novel riding a scooter at the time. Sniping a seagull out of the air also nets a bronze, and honestly, I had no idea this was possible until I went for the platinum, and I sunk hundreds of hours into Vice City back in the day. Oh, and make sure to bribe the police on your way if the star rating starts to climb. Getting that legendary 6-star rating also pops a bronze, and so will obtaining 100 stars in total. Next up, unlocking the second island is key, as this pretty much gives the player access to the entire map, and this happens not long after completing Supply and Demand. In the PS4 port, there are 7 story mission related trophies to pop, both main and side related. Grabbing all 100 packages should be next on the list, and they've had a bit of a redesign this time. And like in the last game, Tommy has a fresh arsenal of weapons waiting for him at the save points, and this should lead nicely into destroying 100 road vehicles, because once the Rhino tank's unlocked, the vigilante missions become way more easier. This also becomes a quick way to earn cash, which is needed to buy the properties in Vice City. Now we only need 10 of these for the trophy to pop, but the more you own, the more save points you have. And many are also going to help generate cash along the way, which I've already mentioned is needed to get that Godfather rating. With the main story beaten and Take the Cannoli still not achieved, there are going to be some trophies to be cleaned up before the endgame grind.
Oh man, the struggle between the artistic integrity and the humping-pumping action continues unabated.
Like getting all those RC missions done, robbing 15 different stores, and popping off 100 heads. There are 2 miscellaneous trophies, one for earning a high score of 5 or above by keeping up a beach volleyball, and you get the other one for doing an extended wheelie. Stunt jumps and collecting vehicles are also back on the menu.
Listen, it was an unfortunate accident what happened to my wife on that precarious cliff.
But thankfully, unlike GTA 3, grabbing all the necessary motors won't be as painful as it was then. The jumps are cool too, I guess, and this should all play into the 100% completion trophy. And it's also a sneaky avenue to get the player to do all the rampages, but without the trophy this time. And with all that done, Tommy Vercetti will have a fancy t-shirt to wear around town. It's almost like the devs are laughing at anyone who went to all this trouble. Thanks, Rockstar.
Knockout.
The story of Vice City is an amalgamation of a bunch of different real-world events, and also some popular movies and TV shows. Because for those who weren't aware, this was the gateway for cocaine into the United States, back in the late 70s and well, the 80s and probably beyond.
Hey Tommy, this stuff keeps you sharp, man. Woo! I could be your stick-up man. Stick 'em up, stick 'em up!
You ain't a stick-up man, you're an idiot.
Sparking off the cocaine wars which turned the whole place into a modern day Wild West, and this is all actually toned down in Vice City, unless you switch on the Riot mode G anyway. Learning about all these events over the years, it's wild people just lived their lives during this time, in this little cocaine craze that they all found themselves in.
Now you do old Auntie Pulea turn and maybe she help you. Maybe she can give you a little juju after all of this. Give you some magic to give the lawman the stink eye.
After serving a stretch in a maximum security prison, Vercetti is essentially exiled down to Florida, getting him out of his boss's way, San Fierro.
Well, what are we gonna do, Sonny? We treat him like an old friend and keep him busy out of town, okay?
Who's played by Tom Sizemore, who nailed the sergeant role in not only Saving Private Ryan, but also Black Hawk Down. These were 2 movies that he felt like the anchor in. I'm not sure how often this specific mob story's been told, or if it's happened all that much in real life, but it's always a solid base to tell something special. Like just look what Taylor Sheridan's gone on to do with The Tulsa King. In that show, Sylvester Stallone is basically Tommy Vercetti, but in Tulsa and, you know, not fake Florida.
25 years, come on! Nobody does that kind of time.
The drug deal Tommy Vercetti's been put on goes south, like almost instantly, and he only makes it out alive thanks to Rosenberg, who plays the wheelman here. And playing Rosenberg is William Finchner, who really gives Rosenberg an unhinged edge to the character.
I have been sitting in this chair all night with the lights off drinking coffee. This is a disaster.
Most people probably know this actor from the opening of The Dark Knight.
You have any idea who you're stealing from? You and your friends are dead!
But he'll always be my home from prison break to me, and with that show being 20 years old, it's probably due a rewatch.
I snapped. Right there.
That's where I put the bullet in him.
Rosenberg also acts as the initial quest giver for Tommy, as he gets him set up and sends him out into the city, or as Tommy gets himself set up as Rosenberg's a blithering mess.
Now where is the goddamn money?
Relax, relax. We're not at that part yet.
Oh, I thought that you were taking care of this. I really did.
From here, it won't be long before Vercetti meets a rogues gallery of characters on a yacht, all courtesy of Colonel Cortez.
Could you look after our guest while I attend to my necessary obligations?
Of course, Daddy.
We see Mercedes, Kent Paul, Candy Sucks, Avery Carrington, a young Donald Love, Jez Torrent, Steve Scott, and of course, Ricardo Diaz.
Colonel! Your party's as ever a triumph!
But I'll get into them in more detail when we get to the respective missions, and who plays them because the cast listed in this game is insane. Though I should probably get into the lead character himself, Tommy Vercetti. Unlike Claude in the prior game, Vercetti is actually a character. He isn't just a blank slate for the player to control and cause chaos with. He's got wants and needs, and an actual personality now.
Been saving for a rainy day. You like?
Yeah, I like.
Thanks to the character now having a voice, this majorly opens up the scope in a relatively new genre, even if many players prefer their open world protagonists not to have a voice. But I'm just not one of them. There's only so much reading I want to do whilst playing a game. The late Ray Liotta plays the legendary Tommy Vercetti.
When you do this game, people, you think, okay, I'm just going to do this voice, it's not a big deal, and then it became a huge hit, and it's sort of part of the pop culture now. Is that surprising to you?
Totally. I had no idea. I'm not a game player. I was never a Pac-Man guy when that first game came out. I was never into that stuff at all.
And if I'm being honest, this is perfect casting. I couldn't imagine a better fit.
Look at Tony. You see him? That was my fucking partner. That was a cop.
Enough. Let go of him, Figsy.
Partly because Ray has played similar roles in so many of his past works, and you don't need to look any further than Goodfellas.
By the time I grew up, there was $30 billion a year in cargo moving through Idlewild Airport, and believe me, we tried to steal every bit of it.
And of course, Cocaine Bear. His performance alone gave Tommy an edge that GTA 3 was just missing.
You prefer men, big boy?
I like women! I like all women! I love my mother, Chico!
All right, I'll take your word for it. Relax.
Thanks to Ray's superb range, he can go from the tough guy calling the shots in the room, and then to one on the back foot, and even the butt of the joke in some scenes. Sure, he might have just become the drug kingpin in Vice City, but that doesn't mean Vercetti can't be mind controlled or something like that.
This is all very, give me what? I think I got the wrong address.
Give me these things, Tommy.
Or grovel to a bunch of bikers for help. I don't know, maybe it's just me being biased, but I'm just going to come out and say this. This is Rockstar's greatest GTA protagonist. Now I can't say overall because we all know Arthur Morgan as the GOAT, but Vercetti is definitely up there, even if he does come from a different era, a more simpler era. You can even go in and change Vercetti's outfit from time to time, with some missions requiring him to go undercover. Now his palm tree shirt is iconic after all, but I don't know, once the man gets settled, I always feel like a suit fits him better, especially when he shares cutscenes with Lance Vance. Vance showing up is also a major shift for the story, as Vercetti goes from the man outside to someone who will very soon be the centre of everything in Vice City. This is also where Diaz comes into the fold, and he's being built up to be the game's main antagonist.
I want you to take the speedboat and beat all the other shitheads to it. Then you bring the cargo here, okay?
But nah, once he's out of the picture, there's still many hours to go. This is how a story correctly subverts expectations, because conquering the drug trade is only the first step. Vercetti's next aim is to buy up all the real estate and businesses he can. This all felt like a real step up from the first game back in the day. Well, for me as a kid anyway. It really felt like the possibilities were endless in Vice City, and the game was never going to end. But now as I've gotten older, I can maybe see this was the devs' way of extending the runtime just a bit. Or maybe that's just the cynic in me. Though this section of the game essentially becomes one of the more memorable parts, and it does something we don't see often in many stories, and certainly games. It expands everything out again, with a bunch of new characters and missions. Almost as if the devs wanted to start the classic drug kingpin story, and then move on. Almost getting out of the way. Though as Vercetti rises throughout the ranks, there are going to be some of those around him who are going to become jealous, and even feel emasculated.
You call this handling it? You two, off your asses. Let's go.
Which will eventually bring the game's story to a close in the Vercetti estate. And to this day, this double turn feels like it comes out of nowhere. Even if it does make sense, I guess.
Sorry, Tommy, this is Vice City. This is business.
You sold us out.
No, I sold you out, Tommy.
I sold you out!
It all just feels a little bit truncated. I'll get into it later, but it feels like there's 2 hours or maybe a few missions that I'm missing to really hammer home or show the on-screen turn of Lance. I'm not saying I needed this spelled out, but it just happens over the course of a few missions. And with Sonny and Lance out of the way, and all his properties still intact, Vercetti still has one man by his side who's been there from the very start, Rosenberg. I guess they can snort their way off into the sunset, or at least the 90s, where the jig for this sort of thing would eventually be up. Mostly.
You know, Ken, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful business relationship. After all, you're a conniving, backstabbing two-bit thief, and I'm a convicted psychotic killer and drug dealer.
I know. Ain't it just beautiful?
Tonally, Vice City is a huge shift from GTA 3 in almost every way. This is helped by the characters, but of course, the city is the real star. I don't know if it's just me or not, but I just adore Vice City, and there aren't really many sections I want to avoid, if any, like I did in GTA 3 and later San Andreas. It's all good having an open world design, but if it's just too big or awkwardly designed, there's just no point to it or it just doesn't work. I've said my piece on open world games in the past, and a lot of them just seem to strive for size and scope rather than actually crafting a world. Sometimes travelling to an objective can be the point, like with Death Stranding. And I'll get into this when I get to San Andreas, but there's just so much of that map that just isn't needed.
See, they got him hiding up Mount Chiliad someplace, so they can manipulate his testimony any way they want to.
I want you to pay him a little visit, Carl, and destroy all his evidence before he testifies.
There's something about Vice City and its map design that gets open worlds just right. It's bigger than GTA 3 and has a lot more going on, but it's not to the point where you can't retain this into your memory, which is one of my major gripes of a bunch of open world games, and spoilers, the next one in this series. And unlike say a GTA 4, it helps that the 1980s Miami setting, which inspired Vice City, transports you into another world and time, really making this a period piece game. And we don't get enough period piece games. Sure, I love science fiction and exploring new worlds, or even a space station filled with necromorphs or xenomorphs, but there's something about being transported to an actual place in time, well kind of, that just helps me get lost in this world. And regardless, whenever I play this game, I don't mind getting lost in this world, because here in the UK we have beaches and seaside resorts, but nothing matches to the sun-kissed landscape that Tommy Vercetti sets to take over. And I know Vice City is more of a fictionalized idyllic version of Miami, because I've actually been there, and yeah, I know that city has its rundown parts as well. And why did I go there? WrestleMania 28, of course.
Look at this. Look at this. It's perfect. Chicago is perfect!
Vice City drops the player outside the Ocean View Beach Hotel. This faces the beach and is always populated with those looking for a sandy retreat, or a local bar. Then as the sun goes down, the neon colours come out and illuminate the strip. Heading north of Vice Point, the first island has clubs, a mall, and a bunch of luxury residential areas, all as the beach disappears thanks to towering hotels. And on the other side of the island, it's bordered by new developments waiting to sprout up, well until Avery gets involved anyway. There's also a golf course detached from the first island, so I guess it was an excuse to get a bit of greenery in there. It adds some much needed biodiversity that we had in GTA 3 with its Central Park. It also doubles up as a maze for some boat missions later on as well. Starfish Island is a super exclusive section of Vice City, with it featuring a bunch of massive houses and manors, but it's compressed down here compared to its real life contemporary. You know there's gated communities like the ones you see on Palm Beach? Thankfully Jeff never owned any of these properties though. As for the rest of the island, the streets have been much wider and lined with palm trees, almost like they're trying to put up a fake facade. But from what I saw in Miami when I went there in 2012, I can see the devs got this mostly right, and those American roads are like 400 lanes compared to the pitiful 2 we get. I've already mentioned the dev time in this expansion turned sequel was super tight, but the character models had a huge upgrade in just a year.
What do you think of this boner I got?
They emoted more, they had better shapes to them, you could really tell their faces apart, and on Cortez's yacht, it was just an excuse to show this all off. Each gang also at least gets a few character models now, rather than just the one copy and pasted over and over again. It's a raw example of how accelerated game dev felt at this time. Sure, the character models are simpler and there's less pixels involved, but what Rockstar did with what they had really made a massive impact, and felt like a true step up. And because of the setting of Vice City, it really felt like Rockstar was opening the blinds, getting rid of the fog, and just showing what they had to offer. On its worst day, Vice City never looks as dingy as Liberty City. The other smaller island, Prawn Island, is based off the Bay Harbor Islands. It still has a few massive manors, but nothing as flashy as Starfish Island. Though this island is a lot more run down than anything else in Vice City, and it stays that way until Vercetti turns up and buys the movie studios. The second island is mostly split into 3 major sections. Downtown, which is the reason Vice City is a thing. You know, with all those banks that just exploded in the 80s, because there was a need for them. It's got nothing to do with the copious amounts of cocaine coming through the states via Colombia, whether it be by land, sea or air, courtesy of Tom Cruise in that one movie. Little Haiti and Little Havana are a mixture of where the working man and gang affiliates reside, with a feature in docks, factories, and a bunch of industrial areas. This is also where the Cubans and Haitians can be found, as they fight each other in a never-ending land grab that Vercetti gets pulled into thanks to a phone call and a cup of coffee. Capping this island off, there's a military base and the airport, which really help round out the entire map. I also forgot to mention that north of this map there's a giant stadium, just to cap things off up there, and that's probably where I went to see WrestleMania 28. With each decade that goes past, you can say this game has aged a fair bit, especially compared to its contemporaries, but in just under a year, Rockstar went above and beyond what they achieved in GTA 3. They improved upon everything when they built Vice City, and then in just 2 years they would go on to blow this game out of the water. Like with GTA 3, Vice City will continue to break up the game into missions that the player can take whenever they want. This will go on to become a tradition with Rockstar games, and a bunch of other open world titles, meaning sure you could just go around the city and see what the sandbox had to offer, but beating these missions will slowly unlock more toys to cause crime with, or you could just use the cheats, but I didn't this time around. Vice City also opens up with a cutscene that lays the land for the game to come.
People will remember soon enough. When they see him walking down the streets of their neighborhoods, it will be bad for business.
Like any good crime lord, Sonny Forelli has expansion on his mind, and he just happens to have a spare body fresh out of prison to do all his dirty work down south. This way Sonny can stay up north and reap the benefits.
We've been talking about expanding down south, right? Vice City is 24 karat gold these days.
Or so he plans anyway, because the mob and other families up north still adhere to the criminal code. So Sonny can't be seen getting his hands dirty with drugs or anything like that. These families didn't want the communities they had built to be infected with the chemical enhanced shit that'd either go up their nose or in their veins. Now sure they weren't saints, but at least they had some sort of order to them.
But it's all drugs, Sonny. None of the families will touch that shit.
Though Sonny could see the times changing, and he wanted a piece of this action.
We send someone down to do the dirty work for us and cut ourselves a nice quiet slice, okay?
Cutting to Vice City, we can already see the games can be a lot brighter, with its tropical climates, pastel colours, and what the locals choose to dress in. Tommy Vercetti also hasn't said a word yet, and I wonder if this was intentional, after Claude being a mute after all. Rosenberg, though, he can't keep his mouth shut.
They are very keen to start a business relationship, so if all goes well, we should be doing very nice to ourselves, which is, you know, good.
Of course the deal doesn't go to plan because we need the game to happen.
Oh, shit. Come on, get out of here, drive!
So after laying low at the Ocean View Hotel, it'll be time to pay Rosenberg a visit. And my method of transport to get to him? I opt for the pink moped scooter. This was a major addition to the GTA franchise back in the day. Two-wheeled vehicles were faster, more nimble, and they allowed the player to shoot ahead, rather than just from each side. They allowed for more creative getaways. Simple, but very impactful.
Jeans, want to use money from the statue for building my own palace in Hawaii? You think that's wrong, do you, son? Do you, huh?
No, Mr. Pastor.
They also came with a degree of risk as well, because whoever's sitting on a bike is going to be an open target. Whether that be bullets, or a traffic collision, you just can't help but run these guys off the road.
Hey, stay away from me. I'm a celebrity. Oh, good lord. Mind yourself, boy.
Coming back to Sonny Forelli, he checks in with Vercetti.
Hello, Sonny.
Tommy, it's been too long.
But also on the table, he's got a bunch of suspicious packages on there. Are these the drugs from the cutscene earlier, or was this just a coincidence? Was it hinting at something to come?
That was my money, Tommy! My money! You better not be screwing me, Tommy, because you know I'm not a man to be screwed with!
Wait, Sonny. You have my personal assurance that I'm gonna get you your money back, and the drugs, and I'm gonna mail you the dicks of those responsible.
Hey, I already know that. You're not a fool, Tommy, but I warn you. I'm gonna let you handle this.
Look, Sonny, you got my word.
I'll be in touch.
The party is the first real mission in Vice City, and it involves getting to know the who's who of the town.
We are so screwed, man. These gorillas, listen to me, are gonna come down here and rip my head off. It's ridiculous. I did not go to law school for this. Okay, now what the hell are we gonna do?
Shut up, sit down, relax. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. You're gonna find out who took our cocaine, and then we're gonna kill them.
But as for as iconic as Vercetti's look might be, he's gonna have to change his clothes before attending the party.
Shut up! I'll go myself.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, I like 1978 too, but you know, this isn't gonna be a beer and strippers do. I mean, no offense, but I think that you might turn heads on the runway for the wrong reasons.
What's wrong with the way I'm dressed?
Okay, look, here, stop by Raphael's. Tell him I sent you. He'll make you look respectable.
And it's crazy the devs took Tommy out of his iconic look so soon, just because this really didn't happen back then. But it would go on to set the standards early that this was a new mechanic, and players weren't just locked into one outfit like they were with Claude. Dying will return Tommy to his original outfit, but as I said earlier, I prefer the suit. And I don't know if it's just me, but has his line delivery always sounded a bit weird.
Nice bike.
Getting to the party, Vercetti will be greeted by Colonel Cortez, who is surprisingly one of the real good eggs in the game.
Buenas noches. I understand you are here on the behalf of Mr. Rosenberg.
And from here we meet the star-studded cast that Rockstar brought in for this sequel. And this was the peak of Rockstar hiring famous names for their characters, especially when it comes to the main lead, as Ray Liotta went on to say that he didn't have a good time recording these lines for this game, and the relationship between him and Rockstar seemed to just melt down. I don't know if this was Ray being all Hollywood on them, but Rockstar would never use a big name for their lead again. Though they don't have the best track record when it comes to the leads not being happy in their games. You just gotta look at GTA 4 for that as well. There's everyone on this ship, from Robert DeVee to Danny Dyer. Robert has been in countless movies, from The Goonies to Predator 2, but his most notable role has to be Senor Sanchez in License to Kill. Danny Dyer is a national treasure of my home country, and if you don't think so, maybe you've got something wrong with you.
You know, I've got to say, you know, my bum is flapping a little bit.
Or you just can't laugh.
Yeah, see me bollocks, everything's in order.
Burt Reynolds needs no introduction, but we all know Cannonball Run is a crowning achievement in cinema, and that plane landing at the beginning inspired my playstyle for all the GTA games.
Yep. Could get a black Trans Am. No, that's been done.
Next up we have Kevin McKidd, who most players will recognise him from the old Modern Warfare trilogy, but for me, he'll always be Tommy from Trainspotting. He's also brilliant in Dog Soldiers, and if you've not already, watch that after this video.
I think it's all over. It is now.
Bowser himself is even on board, with Dennis Hopper.
Looks like I win.
And it's so wild that Rockstar got names like this to play essentially side characters, with a bunch of these guys feeling like cameos. The last name of note to show face, for now, is Luis Guzman.
Colonel! Your party's as ever a triumph.
He's a real working actor with endless credits, and nails Diaz in this game.
Once they put this together, it's gonna be what they say, off the hook.
Mercedes!
Oh, I was just taking my friend back into town. Another time, Ricardo.
Ricardo, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Then getting Mercedes to the pole position will round out this mission.
See you around, handsome.
And as Tommy watches her walk away, one of the most satisfying music stings in all of video games played. Even all these years later, it still sounds so good. Back Alley Brawl is about Vercetti expanding his reach in Vice City.
What did you find out?
That there are more criminals in this town than in prison. We need a lead from the streets.
Okay, let me think.
So what better way in doing so than paying Kent Paul a visit?
Yeah, I'm the governor around here. I'll sort things out. You know what I mean? I'll treat you. Whatever you want, I'll get you.
Funnily enough, he did eventually become the governor.
Get another drink, bruv.
You can also say what you want about Kent Paul, but he isn't wrong here either.
Listen to me. I'm missing 20 keys and a lot of cash.
Drugs, mate? It's a mud's game.
What do you know about it?
Taking out the chef will ensure we won't have to read a pager anymore, like Claude had to in GTA 3.
Hey, what you looking at? You better start talking.
And this mission also introduces another key player in the city.
Oh, way to go, tough guy. Beat him to a pulp. That should make him real chatty. You want some too? Hey, chill. I want what you want, brother. Oh, yeah? And what's that? Your green and my dead brother's white lady. Unfortunately, you just silenced our lead. Accidents happen. Get lost. The way I see it, we two hombres in a strange town. We need to watch each other's back. My back's just fine, brother. You sure about that? Here, take this. Follow me.
Dealing with the backup, this is where the game reveals that there's more than one type of each weapon to play with, across several different categories, so the player can pick and choose what they want to roll with. And this wasn't something I was into back in the day, because back when Vice City came out, other games let you hold every weapon you picked up, so I wasn't really keen on making a choice here. But you have to remember this was around the time Halo was getting going, so I think that was one of the only games I played that made me pick between weapons. And of course you've always got to roll with the Needler. This means Vice City also has multiple weapon cheat codes. As they split these weapons into sets, police bribes are also back, because it's the 80s after all. And getting into our friend's fancy Lambo looking car, it'll be time for Tommy to get his hands on a real piece.
One thing you gotta realize about this town, you gotta pack some heat. The local gun shop is a couple of blocks away.
Ammunition has been revamped as well, with it looking and feeling more like a shop now. A slight upgrade from GTA 3, but it makes all the difference. And it also means you won't accidentally buy what you don't need, like I did in GTA 3. And this was the best ammunition out of the PS2 Trilogy, because buying weapons and armor in San Andreas was a bit too cumbersome, because you've got to watch the guy pick up the weapon or armor, put it down on the desk, he asks you if you want it, then you buy it, then you've got to watch all that again as you select something else. I mean, come on, I don't have all day.
Wise choice, sir. Wise choice.
This is where we'll say goodbye to our new friend, for now.
I'm gonna go see what I can dig up. I'll be watching you, Tommy.
Jury Fury just goes to show that Rosenberg will never not be on edge.
Oh, for God's sake, it's you. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna need new pants.
And after the mission briefing, the game will be helpful enough to hand Vercetti over the right tool for the job.
Dumb Florida moron.
Even though the hardware store is just down the road, which again just works like ammunition. Just looking at this mission and the few prior, it's already evident that Rockstar are getting their formula down, and they've made massive improvements on GTA 3 already. That and there's a lot more to these opening missions as well. As this mission shows off the upgraded destructibility of cars, and it makes smashing 2 cars with a hammer interesting enough. You've also got to appreciate the weather and how it's been improved on too, and by that I mean you can still see the game whilst it's raining. Vice City never gets as gloomy as Liberty City did on its best days. And finishing this mission, Tommy's phone will start to ring, with a certain impatient person on the other line.
What are you doing? So tell me, Tommy, what are you doing?
I'm looking for the money, Sonny. Don't worry.
I am worrying, Tommy. That's my style, because I seem to have this problem in my life with unreliable people. Don't be an unreliable person, Tommy, please. Do us both a favor. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Riot gets Tommy personally introduced to Avery Carrington, and all the ways how a good contractor works.
Son, you help me, and any greaseballs giving you a hard time, I'll see to it they take a long dirt nap.
Okay. What could I do for you?
This delivery company's got its depot on some prime land. They won't sell. They're hanging on like a big old prairie rat. So we gotta go in there and smoke that vermin out.
It also requires another visit to Raphael's, because Tommy's going to need to blend in. Starting a fight is simple enough, but once this gets going, it becomes a bit of a clusterfuck, because you're going to need to get in and out of there fast, because all the workers are going to start fighting each other, and come for Tommy, so you're going to have to get through the gates, and use an old reliable stable of video games to blow the vans up. Seriously, how many red explosive barrels have you shot in video games? I personally couldn't count. I think websites like Giant Bomb used to try and catalogue this, but I bet that's way out of date now. Weaving around the workers and blowing the vans up can prove to be a pain in the arse though. So getting out of there, I take the last one for a joyride, just so I can destroy it in peace. Thankfully I remembered where the shotgun spawns, and that was it. And just like that, we're done taking missions from Rosenberg. He'll be back, but the tutorial section of the game is well and truly over. And I've just got to say Rockstar did such a better job with this section than 3 did. There's already so much more variety, and the characters are so much more interesting. And Vercetti's already a standout character himself. And I'll probably keep saying this, but it's mad how they achieved this in just under a year. Back in the 6th generation of consoles, devs are really cooking. The game also now opens up, with Avery's missions available, as well as Cortez, who wastes no time getting in touch with Tommy.
If you'd like to talk to me more privately, you can find me at the boat, huh? Okay? Good day, senor.
Don't make me get my beam.
Treacherous Swine sees the return of the Colonel, and before Tommy can locate his money, Cortez has a little job for him.
Lobster?
No, thanks.
I am ashamed to admit that one of the causes of our mutual problem appears to have been the loose tongue of a man I used to trust. I've been carrying Gonzalez for years, but now his incompetence reaches new heights. It's only right that you kill Gonzalez.
Did he do it?
Poor Gonzalez, he only ever existed so we could have a throwback to Scarface.
Use this.
Now you can just kill him, but what would be the fun in that?
I'm gonna shut that big mouth of yours.
Steal the money back.
He's got a blade. Stop running, you fat slime ball.
This is the point where I'm pretty sure the game plans for the player to learn how to spray their cars, so they can lose the heat and a bit of a get out of jail free card. But thanks to picking up a bribe, I negated this and just carried on.
Hey, you double, I'll be double. With your squealing, no one cares, fatso.
Next up, it'll be time to pay Avery a visit with 4 Iron, a mission I still remember causing me so much pain back in the day. Tommy's a true professional for turning down some good bourbon.
Would you like a drop of the old Kentucky?
No thanks.
A clean thinker. I like that.
This is yet another mission that sees Tommy having to change his clothes as well. Even though Tommy's face doesn't move outside of cutscenes, he never looks happy in this outfit.
Is this me?
Nice ass, baby.
Now as for the mission, it expects you to chase the fuck all around the golf course and maybe beyond. And this is all after dealing with his goons, without any firearms, because when you enter the club, they make you leave them behind. I have real nightmares of this mission, so I make sure I don't have to go through all this shit. After knocking all the golf carts in the water, this means there'll be no easy way for this guy to escape. I also very nearly end up in the drink too, and just like GTA 3, the player can't swim yet. And with this mission I proved scientifically, chainsaws also beat golf clubs.
Do that, psycho!
Demolition Man is an infamous mission within the GTA series. I still remember my friends and others bitching about this on the playground. People hated it that much. And yeah, kids were definitely playing this game that was rated 18. Haha, the good old days.
I'm no builder.
No, I was thinking more of your demolition skills.
And it even came up in conversation the last time I got a tattoo, as my tattoo artist even remembered how shitty this mission was, so it just proves that probably most players had the same experience. But playing it now, this thing isn't all that bad. Maybe it was just tough for a kid to get to grips with, but honestly the Top Fun RC helicopter controls fairly well. Maybe it was just the limitations of the RC chopper, and the fact that the controls weren't that arcadey compared to the rest of the game. Then throw in a time limit and only a few helicopters to respawn with, and I can see why we all got frustrated here, and why this mission's gonna always be hated. I can see our generation bitching about it all the way to the old folks home. But honestly, just focusing on the targets and ignoring the workers is the way to go. Sure, some security guards are going to pose a threat, but you can just kill them with the blades. As adorable as this helicopter is, it's certainly deadly. Landing the bombs will leave this new development permanently altered. And also a little aside, what the hell is that fire engine up to? More shootouts, a bit of a weird mission.
A favor for a friend, Cortez?
You're a good friend, Tommy. I knew you would not let me down.
Meeting the courier isn't the most demanding mission either, but once you reach the guy, this is where things get a little weird.
The rain, she's très wet this time of the year.
What?
And I can say this, as I've been to Paris twice now. I've never seen anyone dressed like this. Also, what the hell are the French Special Forces doing here? Don't the GIGN need to be back in Rainbow Six? Anyway, the game obviously expects the player to have a bit of a shootout before they chase the courier, which then leads to a high-speed chase on motorbikes around the city. But nobody's got time for that, so I gun him down before he can get away. And then getting the chips to Cortez, the heat will magically disappear.
Tomas, I appreciate your coming. Forgive me for getting straight to business.
Sticking with the Colonel, Guardian Angel is a mission about to expand Tommy's horizons. Before getting to the meetup, it'd be time to pick up some equipment, and this is where a familiar face will show up.
Hogging all the action, I see.
Look, you want to do something other than just shadowing me everywhere? Why don't you come along and show me if you're any use?
I might just do that. The name's Lance, by the way.
Tommy Vercetti. Let's go.
And this is probably the best place to mention that Lance is played by Philip Michael Thomas. And not only that, but he plays the character that Lance is based off in that show. Once again, Rockstar wearing their inspiration on their sleeve. I bloody love Lance though, he's such a cool character, and a perfect partner in crime for Tommy. When they both rock up somewhere, you know shit's gonna go down. Especially once they're both suited and booted. But they're here because Diaz needs a bit of extra muscle for the deal with the Cubans. And for some reason his guys are just useless.
You must be Cortez's new gun.
Until more gainful opportunities arise.
So after getting in position, the deal starts to go down. And there's no funny business. This is also the first time we've seen the Cubans in Vice City, and they're going to have a bigger role to play later on. But for now, unfortunately, they're just cannon fodder, as the Haitians make their attack. Thankfully in this mission though, there's handy health indicators for both Lance and Diaz, something that most missions should have, but they just don't include. Unlike the use your pistol, the assault rifle has a different aiming function, much like the M16 in GTA 3, so no locking on here, as everything's free aiming. Honestly, it's a little twitchy to handle on controller, so flipping to the shotgun will ensure Diaz survives this one.
They think they can take on Ricardo Diaz? Give me that!
But yeah, as this is the Cubans, that means the Haitians won't be far behind to cause some shit. Switching to the Uzi should be enough to deal with the rest of these guys, though I feel like the Tech 9 is more suitable for the setting. To the point I called this the Vice City gun when I was younger, and I still do sometimes, it hasn't really left me. And it's quite shocking how this mission doesn't become a clusterfuck, because this is early 3D GTA, and all these vehicles could just fucking explode. If this was GTA 3, I'm sure it'd be messy as hell. There's also a couple of layers to this mission, like with a few we've played so far. Once the Haitians are dealt with, a few more are gonna rock up for a little chase. There's a real cinematic feel to this that Rockstar would only go on to perfect with their next titles.
My money!
But as I said earlier, I feel like this was their perfect blend, before they got a little bit more too realistic. The PS2 era just hit different, but I can't take away from some of the later Rockstar games, especially Red Dead 2. Chasing down the final Haitian shouldn't be too much trouble either, especially with the ability to shoot forward off a dirt bike. And getting back to Diaz, he'll be as pleasant as ever.
I live! Take heads, and it's all down to you. What is your name?
Tommy.
I see you soon, amigo, I think.
Shit. Where's that guy, Lance?
Taking a break from the main story, it'd be time to answer the payphone. And this isn't as random as it was in GTA 3. What if Mr. Black calling Tommy on his cell phone first? Is this a Reservoir Dogs reference? Who knows? Maybe, I hope it is. But why does Tommy need to go to the payphone after the guys contacted him on his cell? Look, I know governments have been listening to us all for a long time now, but surveillance wasn't all it was cracked up to be back in the 80s. Not like it is now anyway. Hell, it's shocking the CIA or FBI weren't listening to every goddamn payphone call back then. Even pre-Patriot Act. Then again, I guess the instructions are taped to the bottom of the payphone, so that answers my question.
Your next shot is taped under the phone.
Roadkill sees Tommy having to put a pizza delivery guy out of commission. And all I can say about this mission is, it was a nice touch calling him Mr. Teal, because once again,
I understood that reference.
holding on to the Sanchez from the last mission, this fuck never stood a chance.
And I actively want to fatal
Waste the Wife is a classic payphone mission, but you've got to apply GTA logic to this one, because well, how does this look like an accident? But in the world of GTA, cars go boom.
Oh my god! Or is that Solace? Oh my god. Some visit lady friends up.
Now heading to see Diaz for his first mission, we get to see what the real man is like.
Stupid horse! I'll chop your head off! Who is this thickhead?
Tommy Vercetti. You remember me.
Excuse me, I'm a little anxious. Never trust a goddamn horse!
Diaz hasn't had to take no for an answer for a long time, so for now, Vercetti works for him.
You work for me now.
I work for money.
As I said, amigo, you work for me now.
I work
Shut
for
up! Some Judas has betrayed me. He thinks I don't know how much money I should be making. But stealing 3% is as good as stealing 100%.
And maybe if Diaz paid his people well, they wouldn't skim off the top. It's funny how drug lords and corporations have the same thing in common. And with this first simple mission, Vercetti's gonna play along.
This asshole thinks he can mess with me? If this is the best Vice City has to offer, this is gonna be easy.
After getting to the thief's apartment, he's not there, because he's already made a break for it.
Oh, shit!
After a chase on the rooftops, a scooter's going to come in handy, and the devs knew what they were doing here with the scooter, because you're going to have to avoid the thief's gunshots whilst you keep him in visual range. Following him back to Prawn Island, he thinks he's home free, when Diaz has other plans.
What kind of incompetent fool are you? Fool! 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 Fool!
And then the plot thickens as Lance is here, and for some reason he's going by the name of Quentin now. But nothing's going to come between him and his brother, as he'll explain.
What are you doing here?
Hey, I've been asking around. It's obvious that Diaz jumped the deal and iced my brother.
And he'll kill you too.
I can take Diaz.
No, listen to me. I'll handle Diaz. He's beginning to trust me.
Phnom Penh 86 is essentially an aerial drive-by, but the hardware in this is a lot more serious than a few Uzis, because you don't take an M60 to your average drive-by. This mission's name is also a reference to the capital of Cambodia, which was used as a base in the Vietnam War. All this mission really needed was Flight of the Valkyries to cap it off. But like with every mission that takes place in a vehicle, the stellar Vice City soundtrack will always accompany it, to give this game a real vibe. And looking back at this game, Rockstar were really ahead of the nostalgia curve with Vice City. And by that I mean that this game felt like it came along before everything lent on the 80s, and how cool that decade was. Sadly though, this is a video on the internet, so I can't play the soundtrack. I had to shut the radio stations off for the most part. Bar VCPR, more than most games, Vice City understood how important it was to have a solid ass soundtrack. but Laszlo is always a fair substitute.
A solution so stupid, I cannot bring myself to explain it for him. Yet like breakdancing, it is sadly catching on. A man who appears on this fine show because our previous know-it-all panelist was carjacked and is now at home arming himself to the teeth.
After taking out the gang members on the roof and the terrace, it'll be time to take Diaz's fight to the ground level, and the Tech 9 is the only way to go here. What if this man being enlisted with sneaky fuck around every corner? This is an old school Resident Evil, so Vercetti needs to move and shoot, otherwise he's going to get melted. After collecting the money on the roof, we'll be greeted with another mission complete sting. Oh, and as another bonus, this mission unlocks the second island. Though not long after getting back to Starfish Island, Cortez calls Tommy up for another request. He's been a good friend so far, so it's only right we go straight there. Though going off how the Colonel sounded on the phone, it felt like this mission was going to be way more laid back, but it really isn't.
I have a proposal that you could profit.
I don't have time to run more errands, Cortez.
I would have thought a man with such dangerous dates would be hungry for opportunities. Please, Tommy, at least hear me out.
Go on.
So yes sir is a simple mission that just sees Tommy needing to get some military hardware. You can't mess about on this one though, as the soldiers escorting the Rhino tank are armed to the teeth, and taking on these guys head on will send Tommy to an early grave. It isn't even until getting into the cab of a truck that I feel comfortable taking on these guys. But the vehicle doesn't last long, as the Kruger automatic rifle almost destroys Tommy. And really, what were the devs thinking with this mission? Like, what was their main way to take this whole thing on? I know a rocket launcher does spawn this island, but the player's not going to know about it yet, and they can't exactly destroy the tank either, otherwise that'd be a mission failed. Finally getting into the tank after using the little cover there was in this mission, there won't even be time to go on a standard rampage, as a self-destruct sequence has been activated, and the only way to stop this is get into the Colonel's lockup before the meter fills up. 2-Bit Hit is both a blast from the past, but also a look into the not too distant future. What of a young Donald Love showing his face?
Donald, this here is Tommy Vercetti, the latest gunslinger to come to these parts. Now, Donald, you just shut up and listen, and you might learn something.
But he's sitting there silent listening to how Avery works.
Now, nothing brings down real estate prices quicker than a good old-fashioned gang war. Except maybe a disaster like a biblical plague or something, but that may be going too far in this case.
He'll employ this tactic himself later down the line.
Nothing drives down real estate prices like a good old-fashioned gang war, apart from an outbreak of plague. But that might be going too far in this case.
You getting this down, Donald?
Heading to Little Havana, it'll be time to change Vercetti's clothes again, and dress up like the Cubans. At least this game didn't try and make him dress up like the Haitians. Causing chaos at the Haitian funeral, this mission is capped off by chasing a hearse that has more caskets than The Undertaker.
Buckle up, Teddy.
But thanks to the ability to shoot forward, this makes this chase trivial. And before I can get Tommy back into his suit, a call from a stranger comes through looking for Leo.
Hey, if Leo knows you got his phone, he's gonna kill you.
Maybe Leo's already dead. Maybe I killed Leo and took his phone. Did you ever think of that, prick?
You kill Leo? You must have big cojones. Wanna work for me?
Thanks to Avery, the Cubans and Haitians have a lot of unfinished business now.
Well, that ought to put the coyote in the chicken coop, huh? And then we'll just sit back and watch the prices tumble.
Heading back to Starfish Island, Diaz fancies himself in a ride, and he wants the fastest boat in Vice City. But it's not like he's gonna drive the thing.
Rumor has it the boatyard has just completed such a vessel for some Costa Rican dickhead. And Tommy, I want that boat!
At this point in the game, what Diaz wants, he gets.
Ah, I thought I got you! Where'd you come from? Pigeon!
I think your pigeons are back.
And those at the boatyard don't really put up much of a fight, especially the mechanics with their hammers. After lowering the boat in the water, it'd be a simple ride back to Starfish Island, but we will see this boat again. Finishing that mission, Tommy gets another call from a mysterious benefactor.
Get to the payphone next to the mall in Washington.
Autoside is Rockstar's way at taking a cheeky jab at the competition at the time, which all rose up in the wake of GTA 3. Dick Tanner is a reference to John Tanner from the Driver series. Marcus Hammond, Franco Carter and Charlie Dilson are references to The Getaway. Mike Griffin is thought to be a reference to the main protagonist of Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter. And finally, Nick Kong and Nick Kang are from True Crime Streets of LA. So in 9 minutes, the player's gonna have to take all of these guys out. And if you wasn't aware, none of these game series even exist anymore. So GTA 1 lol. Some might be wondering why isn't Tommy wearing his suit anymore? Well, the cops busted me in a previous attempt. This strips Vercetti of everything, even his current outfit. And the same is also true of his wasted. Mike is simple enough to take out of a sniper. Dick Tanner, on the other hand, he makes Tommy work for his meal. Those bloody armoured trucks only ever seem to work one way. Marcus and Franco are simple enough to take out, with them just being in the standard vehicle, whilst Nick really runs the timer down as he's out in the water. Finally, Charlie can be dealt with in classic GTA fashion. Because really, who can resist not doing this?
Something to say? I agree. Statistics show that families that...
He was asking for it being on that motorbike. Taking on Stunt Boat Challenge will be like stepping into a whole new world for Vercetti, because this is the first mission for the Cubans, and his first face-to-face with Umberto, who's basically a more over-the-top Danny Trejo.
You a boy? I think so, you know.
No, I don't think I do.
Oh yeah? You come here, tough guy. You think you'll take me on? You think you'll play stupid with me?
No, I think you're playing plenty stupid enough for both of us.
Hey, he call you dumb, son. And I call him a little girl, papi. Look at him, all dressed up like that. What is this, ladies' night?
Though he does have subtle nods to Scarface.
You dress like a woman? You got on panties like a woman too, huh?
What do you got against women? You prefer men, big boy?
I like women. I like all women. I love my mother, Chico.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Relax.
Unfortunately, this is a boat driving mission.
Can you drive, amigo?
Yeah, like a woman.
Very funny. I like you, big boy.
But thankfully, Rockstar started to streamline this somewhat, by having the courtesy to teleport us to the mission. This isn't something they would do every mission, so I don't know why they chose to do it here. Most of the time it feels like half the game is driving to a mission. This mission is simple enough though. You've just got to drive through each checkpoint to prove how big Vercetti's cojones are. Beating this mission will trigger a phone call from the other side, as the Haitian missions will now be open up to us, thanks to Auntie Poulet.
Tommy, enough dead man been chatting about you, my dear. Thought you might need something to make you feel better, so Auntie Poulet make you some stew, eh? Come and check me kitchen sometime, okay, Tommy?
Return to Umberto's calf. Cannon fodder will see the erratic Cuban getting a little serious. He doesn't even make a joke about cojones, or women this time.
Amigo, you drive good.
For a woman, right?
This is no time for joking. Come on, drive for me again. Amigo, take my boys over there. If they mess with me, they mess with the biggest boy in town!
Tommy needs to drop off some Cubans to the front line, but I've got to mention that no 4-seater car spawned around here, so it took me about 10 minutes to find one. If a mission just needed a car like this to get from A to B, then it should have just given the player one. And the mission is pretty self-explanatory, as this is just an unfocused charge and attack on the Haitian operation.
Charge!
And after breaching the first line of defense, a sniper will be waiting. Dealing with him, Tommy and the other Cubans will soon find out they're outgunned. And for some reason this van is vital to beating the mission, like you need to get it back to the calf. This is bullshit because it never plays any part in the mission again, apart from being forced into it last minute. And Rico could easily get out of this when it's on fire, but he doesn't. Honestly, this is some of the weaker mission design in this game, especially when there's no good reason to use this thing. So after several attempts, no I'm not joking, I get that poxy van to the calf. I don't remember this giving me so much hassle back in the day, but this time around it was hell. Do you have any random missions that refuse to play ball in Vice City or any other GTA game? Because I feel like there's always one, or in my case a few. Let me know yours in the comments down below. Naval engagement starts pretty abruptly for me, because as the last mission was ending, the police forced me into this one. Oh, and as I mentioned it in the last game, in Vice City, Danny Trejo's the one to flub his own character name. In the opening cutscene, he mispronounces Umberto's second name, but we've all been there.
Tommy and me, Humberto Rubino, they're doing whatever they like. Humberto Rubino, he likes the ladies, not some goat in a skirt. Humberto Rubino, Rubino.
But it's not as noticeable as in GTA 3.
Tony Cipriani. Him, Tony Cipriani.
Meeting Rico at the docks, I'm wondering why the game couldn't just teleport us here like they did before.
Hey, Rico, nice boat. You ready?
See, Tommy, now you be a good shot today.
And why did we do a boat driving challenge in the first place, if none of the other Cuban missions even revolve around driving a boat? Because Rico insists to drive, as Tommy shoots. This mission is brutal and the opening provides no cover. So without body armor, I doubt anyone's getting out of this opening section alive. Then it's a case of peeking out to win the stragglers before they can drop Tommy. Once you grab the case, more Haitians arrive and end Rico. He should have got out of the boat like he should have gone out of that fucking van. And come on, what was the point of keeping him alive for like 5 more minutes? I wasted so much time on my weekend to keep him alive. And for now this is the Cuban mission line done, as Tommy's going to start playing for the other side, as he goes to meet Auntie Poulet. Juju's scramble starts off in a confusing way, but what if Tommy not feeling himself?
Come in, my dear, and rest your soul.
You must be the big bad man my granddaddy been chatting about.
He only falls deeper into a trance once he takes a sip of Auntie Poulet's special tea.
I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
I got a message to come here.
Can you hear them? Them calling your name, boy, must want you pretty bad, don't you think?
Played by Yuri Dale Harris, she was best known as Miss Cleo, who was a televised psychic back when that was a thing. It isn't clear what Auntie Poulet knows, but she seems to have chosen this job especially for Tommy. I should rather put him in danger than her own people.
Now be a good boy, Tommy, and go and get the powders for Auntie Poulet.
Yeah, sure.
The first case is being watched and triggers an instant 2-star wanted level, and the wanted level system is pretty much identical to GTA 3. 1 star sees the police chasing the player, and I don't think they shoot either on 1 star, they just use their nightsticks. 2 stars will see them shooting at the player for sure, and they will never give up the chase. 3 stars adds a helicopter to the mix, and by this point undercover cars get involved as well, which is probably a little nod to Miami Vice. 4 stars brings in the SWAT, and spike traps will be deployed on the road. 5 bring the FBI in, who love a game of Destruction Derby. Then 6 calls in the military, with their big ass trucks, and of course the Rhino tanks. There's only 1 minute to grab the next case. That triggers a 4-star wanted level, and with only another minute, the final case triggers a 5-star wanted level. Immediately my Tommy gets turned into jam. But thankfully this area of Vice City is complete with a bunch of alleys and side streets, which helps to scramble back to Aunt Poulet, because I wouldn't have made it back alive otherwise. Auntie Poulet isn't done with Tommy just yet though, and she's got more work for the aspiring drug kingpin.
Now, Tommy, I'm going to whisper a little errand for you. Hear me well, aye?
Bombs Away is another RC mission, but this one sees you controlling miniature planes, not helicopters.
Me nephew been making little flying bombs to take them out. Blow the boats to coffin wood.
And this is arguably the harder RC mission in my eyes, with it taking place over water, and this is a plane, not a helicopter, so you can't just hover in one place. You've got to keep going forward, because that's how planes work. The Cubans also don't mess around here, as they've got a bunch of guns, which is another aspect that makes this more harder than Demolition Man. Because the security on that site only had pistols, these guys have got ARs, and taking the boats out can be a little tricky, because once you destroy one, the rest will become moving targets. And just when you think it's over, there's going to be a car making a break for it, though this final target isn't all that much trouble. And as I come to the final Haitian mission, I should probably mention the controversy around this gang, as they're one of the more underserved groups in Vice City, and at one point there was even a line in the game that said kill them all. This is a work of fiction after all, which is loosely based on real events, but some people still have a problem with this sort of thing, and I can see why people took this the wrong way. This led to the line being cut from the game in later releases, and before that some missions were even cut from the game in certain regions, especially Germany. Take-Two and Rockstar would eventually apologise for this line, but at the end of the day, it's fiction. And it isn't a real call to kill them all, and this is a character calling to kill other characters, not the real life people. And in terms of Vice City, it's just trying to mirror real life, and being satirical where it can. And I can't help but think this isn't too far off from the people that say video games cause violence. If that was the case, do you know how many GTA players there are? We'd all be out there stealing cars and trying to kill people. And also, this game came out several generations ago now, and I'm sure most of the players around the world are upstanding citizens, or at least functioning ones. And sure, there are certain edge cases where people take things too far, and even reference a game after they've done some heinous acts. But that's a very, very small percentage. Content, context, and intent are key. It's all I'm saying. Dirty Lickens is the final mission from Aunt Poulet, and with his best Wojak face, Play even wants Vercetti to turn the tide in an upcoming battle.
Hush now! One more thing and I can let you go, Tommy.
This is meant to be an honourable fistfight between factions, but she's cheating. Losing too many Haitians or being seen will fail the mission, as Tommy needs to stay out of sight and use a sniper from afar. Even me, who loves a good sniper mission, has to admit this is a tricky one, especially when reinforcements turn up with bloody swords. You'd almost expect one of them to have a trident. Trojan Voodoo is the final mission in this brief detour that Tommy has taken from the road to take over Vice City. And I'm just remembering I've only briefly mentioned Danny Trejo playing Umberto.
Something like this.
But I assume most people watching this would know who he is, but then not everyone's a film lover like me. As a kid he was an addict, and then he was in and out of prison for 11 years, and he committed a wide array of crimes, but eventually got clean and found his way into acting. From there he became one of Hollywood's most prolific character actors, and he always felt like he had a real edge to him. Trejo is a legit badass, and is featured in so many classics, like Con Air, From Dusk Till Dawn, Spy Kids, and of course Machete.
You better make damn sure the bad guy isn't you.
You can see his head riding along a tortoise in Breaking Bad.
That's me.
Oh, and he's canon in Star Wars too.
Rancor are emotionally complex creatures.
To come from the bottom and have a career like he has, Trejo is one of a kind. Back to the mission at hand, this is actually the infamous I'm gonna kill some Haitians mission, but with or without the line, Umberto still wants to put an end to the operation, even if he goes on rants about making love.
Tommy! Tommy! I love you! I love you! Let's go!
Go where? Can I get a cup of coffee first?
No time for coffee. Besides, I just had one.
You've got to love how nondescript Umberto's briefing is. Almost like the devs weren't really clear what the mission was going to be, and they probably only had Trejo for an afternoon.
You go and get us a little car. When you get it, come back and pick up my boy, Pepe, and take them out to such and such, their processing plant.
Whatever you say, Umberto.
Though it is a shame he never joins Tommy on a mission. That or it would have been cool to defend his calf or something like that.
Boom! Bye-bye!
Umberto, what about you?
I'm going to stay behind and watch over that cafe with Papa. He's not feeling so good, you know?
Now in a voodoo car, apparently the guards can't spot the full convoy of Cubans. Much like in GTA 3 when this happens, it's a little suspect. Even if this is a reference to a real life event that took place thousands of years ago, at least everyone was hidden in that wooden horse. This mission though can get messy fast, especially if you don't take everyone out before planting the bomb. With only 45 seconds, there really isn't much time to mess about. It also doesn't help that I had a brain fart whilst playing this mission. Seriously, I try to play these games blind and get the most natural experience I can. Sure, I've played Vice City a bunch, but I can't remember every single aspect of every mission. So yeah, it's a long way of saying that I forgot that you can't just exit through the gate, and there's actually a staircase out of the facility off to the side. But I missed it, as in my next attempt I used the voodoo car to climb out, almost like a Skyrim to my way out of the mission. At least this 20-plus-year-old game allows for some improvisation. And then finishing the mission, Tommy will eventually get a call from Umberto, for old time's sake.
Anyway, I wanted to tell you, me and Papi, to us, you're Cuban. You have proved yourself, man. You got big cojones.
Well, thank you, Umberto. Nobody said that to me since I left jail. See you around.
Back to the main story, it's time Tommy paid Diaz another visit. He's having VCR problems. I would love to know how many people played this game that have never even used the VCR. I still have one in storage, just in case.
Bro, yo! It is my favorite Burro movie, it's that. What else can I do?
It's probably not plugged in.
What? Damn. No matter. I can buy 100 more.
Supply and demand is a mission of two halves. Thankfully, Lance is there to do half the boat driving, and he's a bit of that pain. At this point, Lance is the coolest cat in Vice City. I just want him in every mission.
But I know one day I'm gonna save your ass, and you're probably gonna want to kiss me.
Wacko.
It's also all good having the fastest boat in Vice City, but that means jack shit when you drive it around a tight marina maze. Getting to the cargo, Tommy takes his hands off the wheel and grabs an AR. And this is essentially a turret sequence, and thankfully it's pretty manageable. I'll take this over racing the boats any day.
You're a real, proper grade A lunatic.
Well, thank you.
See you around, Tommy.
Okay, Mr. Lance Vance Dance.
Before the two can arrange any sort of plan, Tommy gets a call from Kent Paul of all people, and it turns out Lance might have overstepped his mark.
I reckon you're going to owe me a favour or two out with this, sunshine. I'll see you later.
Poor Kenny's only trying to help and he always gets the rough end of the stick.
If you know what I mean.
Where did he take him?
In
plain English.
Keep your party on.
Immediately after this cutscene ends, Lance's health starts to tick down. This is essentially a time limit, but we see his health bar in the top corner instead. The man is literally on death row, as the mission is titled, so there's no time to dawdle. The junkyard is also properly locked down by Diaz's goons, and this has become a running theme, but those bastards are armed to the teeth. This mission also presents a unique challenge, because normally I take my time and kill each guard as I go. In these sorts of missions, rushing about normally leads to a game over. But thanks to Lance's health ticking down, there's no time to be a cerebral assassin here. So really the best thing you can do here is run a gun, because I found standing in one place and using the AR was a quick way to become wasted. And I'll give it to the devs, this mission was quite a tough one. But getting to Lance, it isn't over yet.
There goes my careful planning blown to shit. Thanks to you. You screwed up real good, Lance.
He killed my brother.
What do you expect me to do, mow his lawns?
Thankfully the time limit's over, but you still gotta get Lance to hospital. And from my experience, this goes one of two ways. You either don't make it off the block as you're bombarded by those bastards, or you clear them and you're home free.
Exactly. Get patched up and meet me on the bridge at Star Island, okay?
Okay, I got you.
Before Diaz can be dealt with, it'll be time for Tommy to invest in some real estate, which I really should have bought earlier. This condo only costs 14 grand, and it comes with ample garage space and a helicopter up top. It's a real bargain, and it's also necessary to get the platinum later. All hands on deck is the first sign the guard is about to change, as Cortez needs to get away from French jurisdiction. And I'm just going to say here, I'm glad Cortez and Tommy never fell out, and they had a pretty decent relationship. They never crossed each other and left off on decent terms, which is a rarity in Vice City.
Wouldn't it be safer to fly?
I'd be dead before I reach check-in. Besides, I need to get my merchandise out of the country.
Need another gun?
You, my friend, are worth 10 guns.
And in a way, this is an escort mission, combined with a pseudo-turret sequence, though this mission isn't as painful as it sounds, thanks to there being actual backup with the Colonel's men. And taking out the French isn't that much of a scramble either. Even when they try and blockade the bridge, they're quite easy to take out. And who do these guys think they are, the Trade Federation?
This is getting out of hand.
After one last desperate attack from the air, these guys will drop in from helicopters, and even dispatch a bloody Apache helicopter. Once the way is finally clear, Cortez can reach open seas.
Tomas, you have protected and served me well. But now you must leave us before we reach the open seas. I will lower my personal launch.
With one final farewell, I'm not sure the Colonel meant this when he asked Tommy to look after Mercedes.
One more request. While I'm away, could you keep an eye on Mercedes for me?
I think she could look after herself, but sure, I'll keep an eye out.
Gracias, amigo. Hasta luego.
Adios, amigo.
After this mission, Kent Paul then calls up with some more information.
Boasting is a mug's game, son. Anyway, I heard there's some prize been put on your head and someone's gonna have a crack at you, so watch yourself. And remember me, mate.
And then I can barely get out of this fucking boat. Honestly, the water is so deadly in these games. Now this would be the last GTA game where swimming wasn't a thing, but fucking hell, getting out of a boat is such a faff. With Cortez out of the city, it's time to take over and get rid of Diaz for good.
I got us some cannons in the trunk.
Holy shit, where'd you get all this stuff?
Been saving for a rainy day. You like?
Yeah, I like.
Though with the opening cutscene, I'm reminded that most of the missions take place when Tommy arrives. Most cutscenes just look better in the day, though here I've got to concede and say this really works. I think anyway, as it makes sense that these two would storm Diaz's mansion at the dead of night, or early morning, and by the time the sun rises on Vice City, there'll be a new king in town. The mission itself is fine, but Lance's AI isn't the best if I'm being honest. And I do fail at least once because he decides to walk in front of me and tank most of my magazine. The M4 is fine for an outside assault, that is after I've popped off a few heads with a sniper. Getting inside the mansion, you're going to need to use different weapons though, so I switched between the Tech 9 and shotgun. The interior of the mansion is also modelled after the one that Tony Montana called home back in Scarface, and this mission is almost a reverse of that climactic sequence.
Diaz! I've come to take over your business! Tommy, you betrayed me, you idiot! I'm gonna kill you real soon!
Diaz, he's no match for the new Vice City power trip.
You stupid pricks! My beautiful house! Look what you've done to it!
This is for my brother!
I trusted you, Tommy.
So with one double tap, he's done for good.
I would have had you made!
Say goodnight, Mr. Diaz.
Shockingly, this isn't the end of the game though, because Sonny Forelli is still kicking about, though I'm sure no one would bat an eye if Rockstar ended the story here, and just dealt with Sonny in a cutscene, or threw him in the mission. And yeah, because this is Vice City, we're going to get a call from Kent Paul, as a whole new chapter is about to begin.
Tommy, son, have I got a surprise for you? I'm down at the recording studios with some major artists. Why don't you pay us a visit? You know it makes sense, don't ya? See you later.
Now the trash has been taken out, it'd be time to get a real grip on the city. And to this day, I still remember being blown away that there was like a whole nother game in here, because Vercetti's got his own missions now. You can also buy up places and essentially produce unlimited cash, and a bunch of characters from earlier in the game are back as well. And if this doesn't sound special in any way, I'm sorry, you just had to be there.
Listen to me. The time to take over this town is now. It's all out there waiting for us.
We need to start seizing territory. And let Vice City know we're the new players in town. You know what I'm saying?
What you need is a legitimate front, Tommy. Real estate. It's never done me no harm.
We need to start using some muscle, or we can kiss all that hard work goodbye. Local business know Diaz is dead, and they're refusing to pay protection.
Oh, we could try bribery. Bribery? Screw bribery. I'll show you how to make them scared. I'll be back here in 5 minutes.
Shakedown starts with Tommy asserting himself to the top of the food chain, and it's a pretty rough mission to kick off this new era. With only 5 minutes, you need to go over to the mall and break a bunch of windows for the stores that are refusing to pay protection. Now it sounds simple enough, but there's a bunch of security guards and cops that get in your way, and you have no time to deal with them, so you've just got to run past them. Completing this mission will unlock the ability to buy properties that will eventually produce cash, so it's a means to an end. And even though we've been shown we can buy properties, Avery calls up Tommy just to remind him.
There's a lot of opportunity in this town if you own the right real estate. You catch my drift?
I reckon so.
All I'm saying is keep your eyes open, and you might find the perfect business opportunity. I'll catch you later.
Later, Avery.
And of course after that, Sonny checks in, now that Diaz is done.
You never write me, you never call. Don't you want to be friends no more?
I've been busy trying to sort things out. You didn't give me a lot of support down here, Sonny.
Oh, my fault, is it? Well, I've heard you've been busy, all right. Busy killing drug barons, busy taking over. Don't forget about us, Tommy, because I can assure you, I ain't forgotten about you.
The next Vercetti estate mission is Bar Brawl, and it feels like we skipped a few chapters in the story here. Lance just seems to be bumming around now. He's drinking and not doing much so soon after the victory. It isn't obvious yet, but this is the turning point for the two here.
Don't worry, Tommy. I can handle it.
You call this handling it? You two, off your asses. Let's go.
Getting over to the Renegade Bar, it turns out a local security firm is trying to muscle its way in on Tommy's turf. So dealing with them should be simple enough, right? No, not really, no. These fucks have a small army and they're armed to the teeth. Yeah, another faction that are armed to the teeth. They melt Tommy in seconds and render the friendly goons useless.
You want a beating? You're going bye-bye.
After a few attempts, getting a decent vantage point on these bastards will be the only way to mow them down. And then it will trigger 2 more that will try to escape. The rookies are on bikes though, so not even the police can save them. They never stood a chance, and it's a weird way to end this mission. Then once the mission is done, we get a phone call from Lance to really hammer home his feelings.
What's the problem, Lance?
It's you, my friend. I feel you're not giving me a fair slice. And more than that, you've been embarrassing me in front of the boys. I can't have that.
Lance, it ain't like that. You've been making mistakes.
Tommy, I'm not your message boy. I'm not your running boy.
Lance, don't screw up and we won't have any problems. I screw up, you can lay into me anytime.
Tommy, I done everything for you. You treat me like a fool. Don't do that.
Lance, I won't rip you off or stab you in the back, okay? Just take it easy. This is tough enough without you getting all emotional on me. Trust me. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I hear you, Tommy, but I can't take this much more.
The next mission is named after a film that Ray Liotta starred in, along with Sylvester Stallone. You never see many people talk about it, but it's a bit of a sleeper hit. If you're scrolling through Netflix or Prime or whatever, and you see it there, I recommend giving it a shot.
What's the problem, fellas?
Mike was supposed to torch someplace in the mall, but he screwed the fuses, and now the cops are crawling all over it. We gotta get our stuff and get out of here.
Relax, both of you. Let me think for a second. Tommy Vercetti just doesn't cut and run.
Now as for the mission, it involves getting into a cop car, then getting a wanted level and drawing 2 cops into a garage.
We gotta go in and torch that place ourselves.
Yeah, but no one but a cop could get within a mile of that place.
So we go as cops. We gotta get uniforms and we're gonna need a squad car.
And we all know by now that certain garages in GTA are just get out of jail free cards.
Tie him up and gag him.
It's perfect.
Bit tight around the crotch, though.
Oh, yeah, mine too, mine too.
Arriving at the mall, Tommy and Lance do a bang-up job staying undercover.
Remember, smile at the other cops.
Hey there, officer. Nice badge, nice badge.
Real smooth, Lance.
That is until the coffee shop goes boom. Triggering a 5-star wanted level, this means the FBI are going to rear their ugly faces. So after the FBI ran the police car to hell, it was time to change vehicles to get back to the Vercetti estate. And with that, that's the Vercetti asset missions done. Which means the Vercetti estate is now going to start earning. And this property generates a maximum of $5,000 a time. Passive income, every man's dream. Though even after the good news, Lance is falling into a dark place, as he tells Tommy his life story. For all the superb writing in GTA games, this just isn't it.
I ain't interested in what you gotta say. Why should I be? You don't care about me, do you? You gotta look after me a bit better. Give me a spare slice, you know? Hey, Tommy, man. Hey, I'm sorry. It's just that People patronize me all my life, treat me like a little kid. My brother would do that. Please, man, don't do that.
Taking a break from running Vice City, it's time Tommy went and followed up on that phone call from Kent Paul, as he gets properly introduced to Love Fist.
Hey, Tommy! Glad you could make it. Hey, you ever met Love Fist before?
No, I haven't, but I've always loved your music.
Let me introduce you to the band. This is Percy, Dick, and Willie's in the Kazi, and that was Jez in the booth earlier. And guys, I want you to meet a good friend of mine. This is Tommy. We go way back.
Right, pal. And, what was your name again?
Leave it out, Jez, you remember. Don't be playing them games with me, mate.
Man, I can't not smile when I hear these glorious accents. My family come from East London, but you can't beat a great Scottish accent.
We need some drugs, pal! Gotta get on the old Love Fist Fury, you know?
Yeah!
Well, this is Vice City, man. What's the problem?
Love juice, man.
We need love juice men, gang.
Love juice?
Aye, 2 parts boomshine, 1 part trumpet, 5 fizz bombs, and a litre of petrol. Can you help us out, pal? Oh, it would really mean a lot
You
to
can
the
do
boys.
that for the boys, right?
With a list of ingredients, you've got to appreciate Tommy. He's essentially on his way to becoming the Don around here, but he's got time to help these guys out.
I got what you need. Thanks for the money, sucker.
And joke's on this dealer, because he's on a bike, so shooting ahead will deal with him. It'd also be time for Tommy to keep his word with Cortez and catch up with Mercedes.
Auto.
Hey, Mercedes.
Hiya, Tommy. And how are you?
Just fine. Listen, fancy having Love Fist?
Okay. But just as a favor, I expect return.
And just because this mission needs some added attention, Love Fist need this all before they get on stage next. Now I've got no problems with a mission like this, but it does seem oddly placed in the story. Maybe the devs just thought this would mix up the pace later in the game, or it was meant to come before the Diaz missions. But regardless, who doesn't want to help out Love Fist?
I see you later, big boy.
She tried to kill her brother. Don't argue with me. I write books.
Okay.
Psycho Killer just goes to show that being a rock star isn't all smooth sailing. Tommy can't have anyone monkeying around, so it'll be up to him to see what's what.
Man, am I glad to see you.
What's going on?
Bad vibes, Tommy.
I'm not joking, gang. It's heavy stuff, man. Heavy, gang.
This cat, we hardly know him, but he knows us.
Oh, shut up. I've had enough of you, little tart.
I'll see Love Fist, man. Love Fist ruined my life.
The Psycho doesn't make things easy either, as he drives around erratically and seemingly has no method to his madness. And thanks to a glitch, he isn't marked on the map either. But with that done, it'll be time to visit the bikers before the Love Fist missions can be finished off. Alloy Wheels of Steel introduces Mitch Baker, and I'm just gonna say it now, it's a real shame this guy wasn't in more of this game. Sure, the runtime of Vice City isn't exactly short, but running around this town with him would have been a winner.
I'm looking for Big Mitch Baker.
Who's looking?
Tommy Vercetti.
Now, I'm not in a biker gang, but I imagine winning a race against their members would impress them.
We only do favors for our own. How do I join?
At least a little anyway.
This ain't no country club, boy. Can you handle a bike?
Can you sit on a stool and drink?
Cougar, Zeppelin, go see how this girl handles a bike.
Thankfully, this race is fairly easy though, and even after I wipe out, I still win.
Dig deep and dig soon.
Returning to the biker bar, Mitch is already warming up to Tommy.
Hey, Vercetti, Cougar says you can handle a bike pretty good.
Yeah, how many more errands am I gonna have to run? I'm a very busy man.
And now he's also more informed on him as well.
Being one of us ain't just about brawling. It's about being part of a family.
Yeah, I've been part of a family before, alright, it didn't work out.
For those who don't get caught up in Mitch's speech, they might notice a certain NPC off in the corner. You know that one just in the floor with his head poking out? Why did this happen and why wasn't it patched out? No bloody idea. But this many years later, I still can't believe it's there. The mission itself, it's so-so. Basically, Tommy's got to go out there and cause chaos to fill up the meter. And all this before the time runs out. Now, even if this is commentary on the country abandoning its veterans, it is a bit mean-spirited, and it's one of the rare GTA missions that requires the player to attack innocent people. For as interesting as a mission like this could be with all its themes, it falls a bit flat, and I can see why this mission got cut for certain countries.
So get out there, grab a bike, and show this city how pissed you are.
Hogtied is the final mission from Mitch, and the last time Vercetti's got to prove himself to the biker gang. Though this mission is fairly simple, pull off a sick jump and then steal Mitch's bike back, and shoot random gang members along the way. Then returning the bike to Mitch, he agrees to run security for Love Fist.
Hey, it's Mitch. You did good, Tommy. It's good to have the old girl back. You tell Kent Paul he'll get his security for the gig. You have my word on that. Now keep yourself out of trouble.
So with that, it should be safe to finish off the Love Fist mission, right? Well, turns out no.
Didn't they kill him, man? And now he's back?
Yeah. The thing is,
we need someone to drive the limo we can trust, because that nutter keeps making threats.
Michelle, man, I need my mom.
We're all breaking ourselves, man.
Okay, guys, calm down. I'll handle this. Normally, I wouldn't busy myself with driving around a bunch of drunken Scottish bisexuals. But in your case, I'll make an exception.
And I don't think anyone else has ever said that sentence in mankind's history. Getting into the Love Fist limo, Rockstar decided to borrow the plot from Speed for this mission.
You try and slow down, your limousine will explode, along with your big airy asses.
The guys inside even reference it in a way. It's a bit of a shame that Rockstar couldn't get Dennis Hopper in this mission as well, as he was the antagonist in that film. Keeping over a certain speed will stop the bomb from detonating, just like in the movie.
Once the bus goes 50 miles an hour, the bomb is armed. If it drops below 50, it blows up.
But eventually, Love Fist will work out how to defuse the bomb.
No! Man, we're okay. We ain't been blown up. Tommy, man, nice one. Rock and roll, man.
And we got a gig to go to. A racket to make, groupies to abuse.
More fist!
Aiming for the long straights in Vice City is the way to go here, because you don't want to faff around with some of the side streets, because if traffic builds up, the limo's going to go boom.
I should have dumped you off.
Even though they recorded a few Love Fist songs for this game, sadly we don't ever get to see the band perform them, so Tommy and the player aren't treated to a performance, even though Baker got to enjoy it. So what's the deal here? Did the devs just not want to animate this? They made the stage but not the performance. It's a bit lame. I don't know, I'd love to see one more mission with Love Fist, one where Tommy has to defend the band as they perform. That'd have been cool. Again, the placement of Love Fist so late in the game is a bit weird, as by now I don't really think Tommy would be dealing with these sort of problems, but it helped mixes things up, I guess, and it's a break from buying up all the properties. And it does pay off what we saw on Cortez's boat earlier, so there's that.
Do you know how they play ping pong in Thailand? Let me tell you, it does not involve a paddle.
It's now time to start buying up Vice City, and the ice cream factory is first on the docket, and partially the reason I did this is because it's fairly cheap. And I remember the mission being fairly simple. Previous owner, however, she seems to have a bit of a screw loose.
Were you now or at any time a child?
What are you talking about?
Were you a child?
Yes, calm down.
What's
Knew it. A child.
Though if you hate kids, then I guess you wouldn't want to sell a legit ice cream.
What is wrong with you? You make soft ice cream, okay? It's purely for kids. What kind of psycho are you? Just so I understand this, why make children happy if you hate them?
Oh, you stupid, sniveling, snotty...
Shut up!
Brat! The ice cream is a front. We distribute other non-dairy products. And if I see a kid, I put him to good use. Don't I, kiddies? Yes, I do. Mommy doesn't love you. She hates you.
Distribution is the only barrier for the player to start earning from the ice cream factory. Selling these special ice creams will soon get the attention of the police, and if you don't pay attention, this is an easy way to get busted.
Banish these weaklings and...
I am not resisting arrest.
So I find it easier to complete this mission on the first island, as I can remember where most of the police bribes are located, and there's no hostile gang members to worry about over here either. After 50 consecutive special ice creams are sold, a maximum of $3,000 will start to roll in the ice cream factory. The boatyard was next up, with this being another cheap property. It's also best to get the simple ones out the way early. The guys running this place sound like they've fallen out of a teen sex comedy from the 2000s though.
Which one of the boats is the fastest? It's already in the water, dude. I thought you might want to try her out. Dude, she's already running with a 300 horsepower engine.
And the fiberglass hull, she just shoots through the waves.
She can do like 0 to 60 in 4 seconds flat, dude.
She can hold like 20 barrels of the best Jamaican smoke right in the hull.
So go ahead, dude. She's ready to fly.
Yo, suit dude. You got a light? Dude.
Checkpoint Charlie is a basic boat mission, with a clever name for those who know. Collecting all the packages before the time runs out will cause revenue to start generating, at a maximum of $2,000 a time. Sticking with the same island, Kaufman Cabs just happens to be for sale, though this mission is a bit more involved than the past two, and actually has a few missions to be done. Doris also seems to have everything worked out.
What are you, mob, cartel? You don't look Mexican. Anywho, I guess you better get on with the things are gonna change around here crap. Maybe threaten one of the drivers.
She's definitely watched plenty of mob movies.
Well, yeah, things are gonna change around here, lady.
Oh, crap, Sonny. Might as well leave this to me. I've been doing this for years. Now, here's this. We are now under new management and things are gonna change around here again.
VIP seems like a simple enough taxi fare, when those bastards from the rival company just have to get involved.
This is my fare. Back off, asshole.
After reminding the VIP that he got in the wrong cab, simply taking him to the airport will pass the mission. Friendly rivalry only escalates the feud between VC cabs and Kaufman cabs.
Slowing all cars, we're losing fares all over town. What's with you guys?
But this mission doesn't really have much to it, because all you've got to do is destroy 3 cabs. The final cab mission is something a bit different. Cabageddon sees a special request for Tommy to go and pick up Mercedes.
Car 13, we got a Miss Cortez. Asked for you especially.
But when you get there, she's nowhere to be seen. Now Vice City becomes a car combat affair, but the name of the game here is to survive, not attack. Lasting 1 minute will trigger the boss cab to appear.
Hi, Angel. Do you want to read a book or go outside?
It's time for Kaufman's cab's guardian angel to eat some fender.
But this isn't anything a Tech 9 can't solve. Killing the fuck will complete the mission, and allow Kaufman cabs to start earning a maximum of $5,000 at a time. It also makes these cabs more prevalent in Vice City, and disables the radio when you're in them, because instead you'll hear Doris over the communicator.
I got a fat bitch. She's driving near the golf course. Yeah, who on it? Give me the wheel.
Heading over to the first island, the next place I bought was pole position. Now the game doesn't tell the player how they can start earning in this one. Instead the devs just left it up to us to find out. Honestly, I innocently stumbled upon this back in the day, and it's an excuse to listen to some classics. I'm sure these women look much more lifelike back in the early 2000s. You know, when the internet was still young, spending around $300 will be enough to start earning around $4,000 a time. Because money becomes tight, it would take a while before I could afford another property. So this was the perfect time to go back to the Payphone missions. Checkout at the check-in restricts the player to only a sniper rifle, as you'll need to scope out the airport for the target, all whilst keeping distance from the lead. Killing the target and getting the briefcase only triggers a 2-star wanted level. But this is quite deceptive, as there'll be standard police and random FBI fucks, and they very nearly ended me. It's only thanks to this parking lot that I managed to survive, and a couple of handy rockets. Getting to ammunition across town is no simple feat, as I triggered the SWAT on my way there, and all the police just deactivate. I don't know, it's always a bit creepy when you finish a mission, and the police just deactivate, and go on their merry way.
I see him!
After doing some odd taxi and ambulance jobs, the last phone mission is one I didn't actually do until after I beat the game, but it makes more sense to talk about it here. Mr. Black has found out about a deal that is taking place on top of the ice cream factory, and he wants a piece of the action. But what I don't get is why don't we know about this, as Tommy owns the factory now. Thankfully, this payphone is also located right by the factory, so you don't have to go far to actually do the mission. And the mission itself, you just gotta kill all the goons inside. If anything else, it's an excuse to use all the different weapons, and brush up on your shooting. Phil Cassidy would be proud. And in a rare act of kindness, Rockstar put a bunch of health and armor pickups in this mission, something that a bunch of other missions could do with. After killing everyone and taking the case, you can just take their helicopter to the helipad, and you're done. And that'll be the last we hear of Mr. Black. Another business Tommy can buy along the way is the Sunshine Autos import garage.
Would you like the tour?
Might as well.
Well, I'm very sad to be selling the dealership to y'all. This is my first investment after I turned pro.
But it's not key to finishing the main story, and it's basically just a fetch quest. But you're gonna need to collect all these vehicles to get the platinum, so it's essential. But getting them all wasn't as painful as it was back in GTA 3. And once you've collected all the cars for Sunshine Autos, you get $9,000 a time. The next place Tommy invests in is the film studio. Tommy is dead set on making this place an earner. Here's also where Dennis Hopper comes back into play, and I still can't believe he's just left us some side missions.
Cut! Who is this idiot? You! Why are you in my space? Why?
What is all this crap? Aliens, fishing poles! Who's ever seen a shark that big? All this stuff's gotta go. Why'd you get in this business, you prick? Huh? For the pussy. That's why. What is this?
This is my art. Security!
Look, you pompous asshole. I own you now. I own all of this. We're gonna turn this place around. I'm gonna make you rich.
You're Tommy Vercetti, but I thought that you were...
That's right. We're gonna be making some changes around here and start making some real money.
Actually, have you ever thought about,
But first we're gonna need some good-looking broads.
Yeah, girls are fine, but you...
Recruitment Drive is all about finding fresh talents that these movies can fly off the shelves. So who better to star in them than Candy Suggs? There's just one slight problem though.
But you'd have to talk to my agent.
Dealing with him will free up Candy's schedule, but it takes 2 to tango. So of course, Tommy continues to keep his word to the Colonel, and checks in on Mercedes to see if she's interested in a little bit of extra work.
You interested in doing some movies?
Of course, as long as it's cheap and sleazy.
You're hired. Get in.
Finishing the mission will also trigger another phone call from Sonny.
Where's the goddamn money? Where's the goddamn stuff? And where's my cut? Are you new action? You are making an idiot out of me, Tommy, and I'm not laughing yet.
Check it up on Steve Scott. His creativity knows no bounds.
Candy is a natural. And that new girl, she's insatiable. She went through half the cast and crew before I even took a light reading. Anyway, hey, tomorrow we're going on location to shoot the boat scenes.
Boat scenes? What boat scenes?
The fishermen are in the throes of passion when the giant shark comes in.
What'd I say about the giant shark? I said, no giant shark, all right? Just keep the cameras pointed at the poontang.
Okay. Hey, Tommy, you guys gotta try, right?
Dildo Dodo is essentially that Superman game on the N64, but with more of a creative twist. Flying through each checkpoint will ensure the flyers get decent coverage over Vice City. But be sure not to land on dry land in this aquatic plane, because that'd be mission over. There's also a fuel gauge in this mission to deal with, just to shake it up.
Okay, what's the problem now?
Scott's vision only continues to expand with the next mission. Seriously, he's one of the most underrated characters in this game.
That's when I want to do the scene with the vat of mashed potatoes, but then
I don't give a crap about that. Just keep going. You mentioned something about some legal problem on the phone.
And if anything, Dennis Hopper should have had a larger role. Also, someone had to animate this.
Candy, you know Shrub. You guys get up to anything kinky?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that part of the, was she talking to?
Hey, I can never tell. Anyway, you're probably best following her after the shoot. See if she'll lead you to their new love nest.
Martha's mugshot is a mission that requires a little bit of espionage, and some talent with a camera. That also helps. Following Candy after the shoot, she'll lead Tommy to the target. But this isn't Alex anymore.
Candy, could you call me Martha?
Oh, Alex. I mean Martha. Whatever you say.
As Martha seems to enjoy the final lingerie. Also, I'd love to know how Candy spots Vercetti all that way away.
Martha, someone's watching. How kinky.
And why the hell does this warrant a 5-star wanted level? It can only be one of two reasons. To ramp up the difficulty this late in the game, or as a commentary on how the law truly works. But it doesn't really cause much trouble here as you can fly back to the film studio, relatively unharmed. With one final mission at the film studios, Steve and Candy seem to be having creative differences.
Honey, can you please keep the Andacon in the shot? He costs more per hour than you do.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
And as this was a time before the internet, Steve and Tommy need to find a creative way to get their film some attention, so it could become the next smash hit.
Well, in the old days, they used to have gala events, stars, limos, the night sky crisscross with searchlights.
Searchlights. I got an idea.
Yeah. Well, little sequin numbers and the limos. Premieres. Oh, yes, ma'am. Of course, ma'am. And the press and the barrage of lights.
G-Spotlight is yet more creative wordplay. It also sees the game make use of a bunch of rooftops that you would never even use. And it's quite wild that this game has so much verticality compared to GTA 3. And amongst everything else, it really helps set these games apart. Now, as for the mission, it's a cool concept, but this can be a bitch to nail, especially on your first try. Thankfully, there's no time limit and you can use the lift unlimited times. And if you hold the acceleration button in the lift, this happens.
3 or 4 radios, all turned on BCPR. A dog, 15 ice cubes. But I don't feel safe. I'm worried about gangs.
Thankfully, this mission also has checkpoints, where a stairway or a ladder will drop down just to make it easier to get back up. This is just weirdly kind compared to the rest of the missions in this game. That and you don't even need to use the bike. Like, if you're having a bit of trouble, you could just beat this mission with a helicopter. But who would do such a thing? Compared to other missions where they have time limits or restrict you to a vehicle. Again, this one's just weirdly kind. Getting to the spotlight will activate this, and I'm probably gonna have to blur this out. That or I get a long shot later on so it's not so in your face. Also, I don't get age restricted or something like that. Completing the film studio missions will rack up $7 grand a time. Finishing this, it'll also trigger another phone call from our dear mate Paul.
No, I was just calling to see if I could get a part in one of your movies. Back in England, I did a lot of blue stuff, mate. I'm packing more heat than you, my son.
Paul, thanks for the offer. I'll bear that in mind.
Seriously, don't forget about me after all I've done for you.
That's what I'm trying to forget about.
Not all asset missions are critical to beating Vice City, but some of them are pretty cool. Buying and beating the next business though, is key to triggering the ending of Vice City. But I recommend you buy them all, as there's a bunch of decent stuff you can just pass over. After buying the place, Ernest doesn't mess around, as he suggests the most lucrative way of printing.
I'm thinking we might print something. A newspaper, a magazine.
Oh, crap, Sonny. Low-grade crap. I've always fancied printing money. It ain't too hard. You know, I've been doing it on a small scale for years.
Really?
Vice City also tries to be helpful here as well, by offering a cab to take us to the mission location, all for the low price of $9, but at this point I'm just flying everywhere I can. Glad to know Paul appreciates the finer things.
Look at the arse on that.
This guy's actually key in so many missions. Tommy should treat him with a bit of respect. Spilling the beans expects the player to infiltrate a boat and get to the bridge, but who has the time for that when you can just fly in? Unfortunately, the helicopter can only get me off the boat, but from here that's the hard part done. You just need to get back to the print works and you lose the heat. Hit the Courier ramps up the printing operations plan, and it also includes Lance, who seems pretty content so far.
Either way, I want green rolling off the presses 5 minutes after I get back. Got it?
Don't you worry, Tommy. We'll be ready.
Me and the boys will be around in the neighborhood in case you need any heat taken care of.
This mission though, what the fuck was going on here? I wish Lance and the boys actually backed Vercetti out for this one. Because for some reason this deal is solely run by women. They're not just any old women either. They're packing some serious heat. They really don't mess around. Because you can't just destroy everything with a rocket launcher, as the deal never takes place, and you can destroy the plates if they're inside a car you blow up. And if you leave it too long, the courier's going to get away, and it's bloody difficult to catch them up. Because as I've mentioned, you can't destroy the car. So after a few attempts, I get creative with my parking. Eventually I manage to get the plates and get the f*** out of there, because this bunch of women are just brutal. Getting the plates back to the print works finishes up this mission line, and will allow this place to generate $8 grand a time. This is where Rosenberg calls Tommy, and here is where the endgame of Vice City starts to begin. But there's some more work to be done around the city first.
We got a situation over at Printworks. You better go and check it out. I don't know, some kind of mess or other. Things are messed up. I gotta go.
Cat the Collector kicks off with Ernest having seen better days.
Oh, Tommy. Some mob thugs said they'd come to take their cut. Said it was a Mr. Forello's money. Oh, I feel like crap.
But the old geezer never loses his spirit.
Tommy, rip that guy a new asshole for me.
I'm gonna rip him too!
This mission also implements the businesses Tommy's bought so far, as the Mafia are now going around taxing them. But as they're on a motorbike, they get the old Vice City kiss treatment. Seriously, this never gets old. Taking out 3 sets of riders, this will send a message to the Mafia, and also triggers a call from Lance.
Tommy, it's Lance. We got big problems. Come down here right away.
This leads into the last mission, but there's something else I gotta do before I say goodbye to Vice City, because I finally have enough money to buy the Malibu Club, and it'd be time for Tommy to inspect the place. It also becomes a secondary base of operations for a while. No escape requires visiting the VCPD headquarters, and it also for some reason strips Tommy of his suit.
I got it. This guy will blow you away. Ah, nah, that schmuck, he's on the inside.
Where inside?
In a police headquarters cell awaiting transfer.
I think he's about to get paroled.
Doesn't matter too much though, as he'd be cosplaying as a police officer soon enough. Freeing Cam Jones can be done without firing a single shot.
Cam Jones?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm busting you out.
Whatever you say.
This then turns the whole place into that one scene from Terminator, but unfortunately for Tommy, he isn't bulletproof. And I don't know how I managed to get out of here with Jones either.
Shot. Yeah!
But thankfully an undercover cop car saves the day, and I get the hell out of there. Using the old pay and spray technique, that'd be the safe cracker on board. I'm real glad these Malibu missions made more use of Rosenberg. The guy cracks me up.
We need a stick-up man, you know one?
Hey, Tommy, this stuff keeps you sharp, man. Woo! I could be your stick-up man. Stick 'em up, stick 'em up!
You ain't a stick-up man, you're an idiot. Now get yourself a drink and shut up.
The shootist also introduces a familiar face. Well, in this case a name anyway, as Tommy needs to recruit Phil Cassidy. He's nothing like he was in GTA 3, but he's a lot more fun here.
Son, I can shoot a fly off your head at 80 feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I learned it in the Army.
Fly shooting real popular in the Army? Glad I don't pay tax.
But he doesn't just sign up to any rinky-dink outfit, so first we need to prove that Tommy can shoot, then he'll be on board. Thankfully this 3-stage shooting range isn't all that difficult, though I do remember this giving me some trouble when I was younger. The first stage is a classic setup, with yellow mannequins to take out, but the next 2 stages are throwback artwork from GTA 3. And for the longest time I didn't know who this woman was meant to be, as she's basically the poster girl for GTA 3 these days. It turns out it's Misty of all characters.
Hi, I'm Misty.
But yeah, I get the points required, and Phil gets on board.
After shooting like that, if you asked me to be your wife, I'd say yes.
And in this version, he's not been censored just yet. It's so weird the definitive edition took this flag away, especially as I don't think anyone ever made complaints about it. Maybe there was 1 or 2 people, but does that really matter? The Confederate flag on Cassidy's chest makes sense, and it's contextual. It's a bit like for the longest time when you couldn't sell a game in Germany that had a swastika in it. I get why they did this, but come on, we can't just forget history. So it shouldn't be taken out and people should just get over this. We should learn from history, not forget it. Finishing this will also trigger the final mission from Mr. Black, but as I've already covered that, it's time to get the driver.
Get to the payphone in Little Havana.
Now all this job needs is a driver, who actually doesn't do much driving later on, but I'll get to that. They might as well just use Rosenberg.
Yeah, we need a driver.
Tommy, I'll do it. I can drive.
You want Hillary, mister. Not some smart-talking law school chump.
And yes, Hillary wants a race before he agrees to drive.
Consider it this way. I'll drive for you if, and only if, you can drive properly.
I remember this being super difficult as a kid, but these days, Hillary isn't always cracked up to be, especially as I use the handbrake more as an adult. Whilst back when I was a kid, I definitely didn't. And for once, the police actually come in handy during this mission, as they get in Hillary's way long enough for me to win the race. Now it's time for the job, which eventually would become the DNA for GTA 5. With its story and online heists. Maybe I'll cover the game one day, but there's no fucking way I'm getting the platinum. Perfecting all the online missions is like having another job. Back to the mission at hand, Vercetti's got it all planned out.
I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here.
Look, it's easy. Haven't you ever seen a movie? We walk into the bank, we wave the gun around, and leave very rich men.
I also like the fact that Hillary mentions he doesn't know what he's doing here, as this guy is literally fucking useless. He doesn't even drive Tommy and the rest of the bank.
I'll drive.
None of your life. Great! A passenger. Wait till I tell the group about this.
Why is he here? Getting to the bank, the trio decide to join the Voorhees family for this heist. And then going inside the bank, this stuff was kind of mind-blowing back in the day. Any mission that took place inside a building with scripted events was a novelty in GTA back in 2002, even if it is just walking from point A to point B and then back again.
Damn! It's a flangy 9000. This could take hours to crack. Or 5 minutes if you could find a manager.
With all that busy work done, of course something's got to go wrong.
Stay here. You try anything and you're dead. I'm gonna check on Phil. I'll be right back.
Because there hasn't been that much shooting yet. And then the SWAT drop in for some target practice. Going outside there's more of them, but Hillary isn't anywhere to be seen. Until he turns up and well, this happens.
Hey guys! Get in! I got you covered!
What a waste of time. Now, as far as I'm aware, only Phil needs to survive this mission, and if Cam gets killed, he'll drop the briefcase. Because killing Phil would create a time paradox. Shame there's not a 4-4 breaking reference to this if he dies.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
As is tradition though, I always save a rocket for the SWAT in this mission. Losing the heat and then getting back to Cam's can openers, the survivors get a hefty payday. And fuck, I've just realised Cam did die in that mission. And it was only because Phil mentioned it.
We're rich! Rich! Hey, Cam didn't make it.
I went back and checked my footage, and yeah, he died. Didn't even notice. Sorry mate, RIP in peace. And for some reason, Mercedes and Kent Paul are both just waiting here.
Tommy, would you like a massage?
Well, hi there, Mercedes. Yeah, I'm a little tense.
What'd I tell you, Tommy? What'd I tell you? Ben Swat better watch out when Kent Paul is in town.
Were they meant to be in the Malibu missions and then just cut out? Anyway, that's the end of the Malibu Club missions, meaning this place will now generate 10 grand a time. This will also trigger a phone call from Phil, because of course we need to see how he loses that arm.
Ain't had so much fun since the Reg and Nom, pal. Anyhow, if you need anything, you call on me, you hear?
Shame he doesn't get a fucking random red one like C-3PO in The Force Awakens.
You probably don't recognize me because of the red arm.
Seriously, what the hell was up with that? I'm just going to pretend it was a Phantom Pain reference and move on. Rosenberg is also starting to feel the heat, but Vercetti isn't fazed at all.
I don't know about you, but there's something about a man threatening to murder my family which really scares the crap out of me. What are you gonna do?
Ken, take it easy.
I am calm. Calm as a man can be when he's fearing for his life.
Stay off the idiot fuel and look after yourself. No one's gonna take us out. I'll see you later.
Gunrunner kicks off the Phil Cassidy mission line with a bang.
Run! Run!
Phil will eventually be the place to get some heavier hardware, but first Tommy's gonna have to deal with some rival arms dealers.
Shit, Phil. You drink that stuff?
Hell, you don't have to drink it. Just a good whiff will set you off.
Listen, Phil, you said you could fix me up with some firepower.
Sure thing. There's some Mexican gun runner. Been doing me for business of late. He does his weekly run about now.
Driving into them will knock off the merchandise. Then all that's left to do is fill them with lead. And you've got to love the backup arrives on scooters of all things. Dumb fucks. Don't they know this is GTA? And collecting all the guns will trigger another phone call from Phil.
I got me some extra strength moonshine.
nearing fermentation time, and I was wondering if you'd fancy having a shot. Seriously, Tommy. If you like a drink, or if you need to strip paint, this stuff will make a man out of you.
Boomshine Saigon answers the questions we've all been waiting for. How does Phil lose that arm? It's much more interesting than how C-3PO got that red arm.
Come over here because there's something I want to show you. Something.
Oof, God, should I be able to smell that from way over here?
Also, I love a good drink me, but Phil takes it to the next level. Even I'd be afraid to try the Boomshine.
Ta-da! Oh, damn!
Honestly, feels like he only lost an arm here. Driving him to the hospital is also actually quite hard. The camera really nails the drunk effect, and the controls feel pretty loose here too. But apparently there are too many Viet Cong in the hospital, so Phil prefers a doctor off the books. Finishing the mission will grant Tommy the access to some real hardware, and Phil will call up just to let us know he's all fine.
I want to thank you for helping me out back there, son. Damn Charlie, he'll always ambush you somewhere or the other. Anyway, the wound is healing well, and it means I'll no longer be defrauding the government on my disability check.
Keep your friends close to the final mission in Vice City, as the story is concerned anyway.
I like fish. I love fish. I love them as pets in bowls, or as food on a plate, but as much as I love them, I don't want to sleep with them, okay?
Even though I don't mind where this goes, it all feels like Lance is jumping the gun, and like he's a totally different character.
Tommy! What? No big hugs for your old buddy?
I've had 15 years out of the loop. I'm a bit rusty on family etiquette.
Because this feels like it's all going one way, and then Sonny shows up.
There's 3 mil in the cases.
How many was it, 10? No, 11 men. That's how you get to be called the Howard Butcher.
You sent me to kill one man. One man! They knew I was coming, Sonny.
Tommy, watch your tone. Anyone would think you blame me for that unfortunate set of circumstances.
Just take the money.
Get the damn cash. You know, Tommy, I did what I could for you. I pulled strings, called in favors. I was your friend, Tommy. I hoped you'd see sense, see what's good for business. I trusted you, Tommy, and you disappointed me. But at least someone in your chicken shit organization knows how to do business.
You bastard, Lance. This betrayal hurts.
Sorry, Tommy. This is Vice City. This is business.
You sold us out.
No, I sold you out, Tommy. I sold you out. The real cash is upstairs in the safe.
So, Tommy, what was the big plan? You think I just take the fake cash, save face, and run away with my tail between my legs?
No. I just wanted to piss you off before I kill you.
Then yeah, the mission starts and for some reason Tommy's in his office. Sonny and the rest have vanished, and Vercetti's got to make a stand to defend his cash, and killing enough of the goons will trigger Lance to come out of hiding.
No one to cover your ass now, eh, Tommy? You're going down, you backstabbing prick. Oh, you think so?
Now there's seemingly an unlimited amount of these guys, so you're best off just going after Lance. Tommy will lose a bit of cash, but it's not all that much. This mission though, is honestly more than just a little fuck. With so many bastards on the roof, I eventually just resort to a rocket. Here is where the targeting system is shown its age, and it could be much better, as the game always wants to aim for the guy I don't want to shoot. So after putting Lance down, that just means Sonny remains.
You took 15 years from me, Sonny, and now I'm gonna make you pay.
You still don't get it, do you? I own you, Tommy. Those 15 years were mine to spend.
But he's got a few little helpers, of course. Sonny also takes his fair share of bullets to put down, like Tom Sizemore is embodying his role from Saving Private Ryan. I don't remember him being this goddamn bulletproof. I also like at this late stage in the game, there's text reminding the player to go for health and armor. Yeah, thanks for the hint. But sending Sonny to the fishes will finally bring Vice City to a close. And after all that, Rosenberg is still at Tommy's side.
Oh my God, Tommy, what happened?
What does it look like?
It looks like you ruined your suit, and Tommy, that was a beautiful suit. Tommy, what on earth happened?
Had a disagreement with a business associate. You know how it is.
Tommy, I have a disagreement. I send them an angry letter. Maybe I pee in their mailbox. I don't start World War III. You know, maybe you should speak to my shrink.
That stupid prick Lance.
Tommy, I never liked that guy, okay? He's neurotic, he's insecure, he's self-centered. The guy's an asshole. I'm glad you took him out.
I don't think we're gonna be getting any more heat from up north either. Because there ain't no up north anymore. It's all down south now.
Wait, does that mean what I think it means? Tommy, baby!
What do you think it means?
That we're in charge. I mean that you're in charge. Oh, Tommy!
You know, Ken, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful business relationship. After all, you're a conniving, backstabbing two-bit thief, and I'm a convicted psychotic killer and drug dealer.
I know. Ain't it just beautiful?
This is the real Vice City power trip right here. And even after the credits roll, a bunch of characters are going to call Tommy to check in.
I heard about Lance. What a little prick, huh?
Yes.
Never trust a man who walks the streets in his pajamas, that's what I say. Glad you killed him. I hope it was painful for the prick.
I think it was. You know, I just didn't think he was like that.
Some are also quite funny.
I wanted to ask you about Mercedes.
Okay, what about her?
Oh, Tommy, I hear these stories, all these stories. I don't know what to think. Maybe she thinks she could do what she likes. But Tommy, tell me, is it true?
Is what true?
These stories I hear. She really going to be a lawyer. Tommy, the shame. You know, we Cortez are a proud family. We would never allow a daughter of ours to become a lawyer. Please tell me it isn't so. I don't think I could take it.
Oh, Colonel, I can assure you, Mercedes is never going to become a lawyer. Don't worry about it.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. Tommy, thank you. The shame would be unbearable.
And it's just a satisfying way to cap off this classic.
Oh, my good lord, my son. You will not believe the quality of the brass I just encountered. Streetwalker or something just down in Little Havana, mate. Said her name was Mercedes or something. Oh, my God, mate. You've got to check this bird out. Could strip the lead out of a pencil. Said I was the best you ever had, and all. Keep your potato skin floppy, seeing ya.
If you're going for the Platinum Trophy in Vice City, the game is going to be far from over, and there's going to be countless more hours of gameplay yet to come. Seriously, getting the Godfather rank doesn't take the cannoli, it takes the piss. Whoever did this legitimately as well. Back in the day or even a decade or so later on the PS4, I don't know anyone that ever interacted with this system, or even mentioned it. And to do this without boosting would become a second job. And no doubt this is the reason why so many players don't have the Platinum in Vice City, and it's by far the most demanding of the PS2 Trilogy ports. Some people say this was nerfed in the Definitive Edition, and by looking at the lists, they actually made San Andreas harder, and by harder I mean more drawn out. Look, I'm not a fan of Platinum trophies being handed out like Skittles these days.
It's a fruity delicious, fruity. Oh, I love them Skittles.
Share the rainbow.
But man, there are points where I question my life choices getting this Platinum. Cramming helicopters into a garage and then entering the destroyer vehicle's cheat is by far the fastest way to pop this. And you don't just enter it a few times, no, more like hundreds. It took so long that I switched the TV input over, watched a couple of shows, and even an episode of Joe Rogan, all whilst entering the cheat over and over again. R2, L2, R1, L1, L2, R2, square, triangle, circle, triangle, L2, L1. Over and over and over and over. I just needed this to stop. I almost cramped up my hands doing this, but I put in so much work so far I needed this Platinum. This is one of my favourite games of all time, but getting the Platinum just isn't recommended. Even though this game was delisted years ago, people are still popping this Platinum to this day, and bless them for doing so because getting to the rank of Godfather is no simple feat. And if anyone watching this video got this legitimately, let me know, because you either had to have a crazy level of dedication, or you had no job. I love you Vice City, but getting the Platinum really tested me. But yeah, that was Vice City. Still one of, if not the strongest game in the series for me. Even though I'm not out here saying it plays better than San Andreas or 5, because I'm not deluded. Though the story and mission structure just feels like Rockstar at their best. They really hit a perfect balance in this game, and they built on the foundations that 3 laid so well, before they would go on to cram anything they could in San Andreas. But I'll get into that in the next video. And it still blows my mind this game was only meant to be an expansion, and the devs turned around such a legendary game in basically a year. I've beaten Vice City countless times, and for the most part I never get tired playing it. I still remember staying over a mate's house and beating it in one night, putting an all-nighter where we would take turns playing every other mission. And in between those turns, the other person was playing Pokemon Yellow. I was so tired the next day, if I closed my eyes I could see Vice City, and I could just hear that Pokemon music all throughout the day. What a time to be alive. It's a random memory nobody needed to hear, but I'd always associate it with this game. Thanks to anyone that made it this far. I'll be covering the third and final game in the original PS2 trilogy next. But until then, why not help a lad out and give me a like, and maybe a sub? Becoming a member would be cool too, but it's not required. Anyway, enough of all that. I've been Benroy, and until next time, I'll see you all in San Andreas. Until next video, no more games. San Andreas wasn't just another Grand Theft Auto video game. It was a game that anyone with even a bit of curiosity into video games was talking about, or at least playing. It was one of those rare zeitgeist games that pushed all the way into the mainstream. Before it feels like we have one of them every year now, because this was back when a lot of people hadn't grown up with video games yet, so they still thought they were for children. Some people still say this, but they'll eventually die off.
Man, are you a buster? Nah, I'm down, homie.
After 2 back-to-back smash hits in the third dimension, it seemed like Rockstar could do no wrong. And well, that would remain the case with every game they put out going forward. Even Rockstar Table Tennis, that game was brilliant. The first couple of 2D offerings sold a few million each, but GTA dwarfed them when it went into the third dimension. And then by the time we got to the topic of today's video, GTA was a certified seller. This was one of the first games I ever remember people lining up to buy, back when we had several game shops in our hometown. A couple of chains and some local ones. Anyone out there ever remember GameStation? This was 2004, the PS2 being out for a while now, and it withstood Microsoft entering the console wars. And by this point Nintendo's GameCube wasn't even a competitor. I mean, just look at the fact it lost a bunch of third-party exclusives within a year or so, with Resident Evil 4 being the major example. A game that I'm going to get to very soon. Oh, and there was the Dreamcast. Lol, I joke. That thing was already dead and buried. But it's just staggering looking back at the PS2 GTA Trilogy and seeing how quickly these games came out. Sure, 3 was almost a proof of concept. Then Vice City improved a bunch of the basics and added a few things like bikes and helicopters. But man, San Andreas was such a leap, even from Vice City. When I cover the city and mechanics, I'll dive much deeper into this. But there was just more of everything here, and it wasn't watered down either. This is a top quality video game. San Andreas is around 4 or 5 times bigger than Vice City, and that was already bigger and more detailed than GTA 3. When I say the devs were cooking with this one, I'm probably underestimating it.
Smells good.
This was helped by the fact that around this time, Rockstar retained a bunch of staff, meaning the team only worked better with each other from game to game, as they had a bunch of experience from 3 and Vice City. So yeah, this meant the team was a real unit by the time this game came out. And everyone had learned so much about working on open world sandbox games over the past decade or so by the time San Andreas came out. Now I can't not mention that reports came out in the years and decades after this game launched. Like, crunch in this era was insane, with some devs working 17-hour days. But back in the early 3D era of game dev, unfortunately this wasn't all too uncommon. And San Andreas started development the same month that Vice City came out, so nobody had real time off. But you don't get games of this quality dropping as often as they used to, without hundreds, or probably thousands of man hours poured into them, at a wild rate too. True art is normally a work of passion, and just doesn't manifest in a 9-to-5 environment. But saying that, it's quite clear this became a real issue around the time of San Andreas, and looks like one of the main reasons GTA 6 has been in development for so long.
I say it's time we went down there and made it official.
Well, that and GTA Online just prints money. But all the team's hard work and man hours poured into San Andreas really showed. Vice City could be seen as merely an improvement or a reskin upon GTA 3, but San Andreas was a true next step for the franchise.
Put Grove Street on the map for good. For life.
This would also explain why it took 2 years to develop, rather than just 1. Like, just think about it. A game like this was made in just 2 years. The PS2 era was something else, and with this extra year, the devs really got to innovate, rather than just build upon foundations they'd already laid. But with the level of success Rockstar was having with GTA, controversy was sure to follow. Some warranted, but most of it really wasn't. With a lot of older people just going, look at this new form of media, let's shit on it, because it was capturing a new generation and they just couldn't understand it. But with every generation, there's always going to be some old folks shouting at the clouds.
Shut up!
It seemed like GTA sneaked past the goalie for a while, but Vice City started to stir the hornet's nest with some of its missions, and depictions of gang culture.
This is no time for joking! Come on!
So thanks to the juggernaut that San Andreas became, this meant everyone was trying to get a piece of the action. Now for the layman, this would be easy for an old politician or cranky reporter to shoot on, with some calling this a gangland killing simulator, or however they spun it. Because unlike a sci-fi game or one that took place in a fantasy world, for many this looked like the world outside. And San Andreas was probably one of the most realistic games out there to this point, with this game taking place in the early 1990s on the west coast of America, in and around the fictional Los Angeles, Los Santos. Some of what was being depicted in this game was a little too real for those that had only really played Super Mario, or even Pong.
Man, that's some good shit.
Now, I've never met parents that were that strict, as bloody well everyone, friend or not, was playing this game, with all the cheats scribbled onto a bit of paper stuffed into the box as well. And it felt like everyone had a unique story to tell after playing the game late into the night. It was a lot easier to bullshit each other back then as well, with internet access still being at a premium. You know, back when you couldn't make or receive a landline call if someone was surfing the web.
Where'd you get that from?
Busby sent it down the line, didn't he?
Unless you traded memory cards, a bunch of these tales really couldn't be debunked, and there wasn't trophy or achievements to prove what you'd done either. So when that whole hot coffee scandal happened, for a bit I thought it was just another thing that someone had made up in school. Because it always felt like there was one person that wanted to be that person that found a secret or a mystery first, with Bigfoot being one of them out in the countryside, something that Rockstar would eventually add to a later game.
You eat babies. You have to survive. Everyone knows that. Ain't your fault.
We eat berries and mushrooms, you fool!
Now don't get me wrong, Manhunt came out before San Andreas, so Rockstar were well and truly on many people's watch list. But Hot Coffee was something different entirely. Basically in San Andreas, CJ can pick up a few girlfriends along the way.
Hey there.
Hey there, girl.
And after going on a couple of dates, he'll score. But there's one later in the game that likes to take everything a little further.
Oh, Benny, you minx!
And so the devs basically thought to put in a sex minigame. Because yeah, that was a good idea. Now this never made it to the launch game properly, as it was locked off before the game was shipped. But once this came to PC players are going to do what they always do. Find that hidden code and show the internet. So yeah, this spread like wildfire, and it forced Rockstar's hand to patch it out completely. And by patch, I mean they printed new discs, because you couldn't patch a PS2 game back in the day.
The Federal Trade Commission should investigate the publication of the video game Grand Theft Auto San Andreas to determine if the publisher intentionally deceived the Entertainment Software Ratings Board to avoid an adults-only rating.
If this didn't get ripped out, then this game wouldn't be able to ship in certain countries. Like Australia, they love censoring media.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
And it also meant this game would get a pornographic rating, which is one higher than 18 in the UK, or higher than R in the United States. This all before the ESRB took over anyway. The controversy didn't finish there though, because in the Definitive Edition Trilogy, data miners found the code. How this got by anyone I don't know, but it's probably due to the fact that Grove Street Games used AI to upscale a lot of these games. Sometimes you just need the human touch, eh?
You've been a naughty girl.
Oh, I know.
So as I've done with the previous games, I'm going to take a look back at this one in a pseudo-retrospective type way, recounting what it was like to get the platinum, and well, spoilers for out. Anyway, if you want to help a lad out, then why not drop me a like or a sub, or even comment, that helps too. I'm Ben Roy and join me as I take a deep dive into the game that was the biggest game in the world for a long time. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. The list consists of 16 bronze trophies, 12 silver trophies, and 4 gold trophies, which weirdly enough is less than the PS2 classic port of Vice City, even though this is a much larger game. So thankfully San Andreas is nowhere near the sheer level of grind that game was. For the most part, the classic version of this game has a relatively chilled list. In the process of writing this script, I took a look at the Definitive Edition list, and that one is just insane. And honestly, I'd expect something like this for the PS4 port, but no. So a lot of stuff is skipped over the version I played. Like for example, you don't need to get 100% completion. Thank God. So for the most part, it means I can ignore the collectibles in this game, with only CJ really having to hunt for a couple of cars. The vehicle side mission based trophies return of course, which by this point if you've played the prior two, you know what you're doing. These should be done as soon as possible to reap the benefits, and avoid any hassle later. And thankfully there are only 2 trophies in this version of San Andreas that are missable, and they are quite funny ones to be fair, with the player actually having to fail a mission. And not skip the end credits once the story is complete. Weird inclusion, but it's something different I guess. However, I can imagine getting 100% completion in the Definitive Edition being a pain in the arse. What with this game having missable missions, and even an entire mission questline. I say this because when going back to the game for the retrospective, I missed architectural espionage, which then eventually leads to a date with a girl that, you know, likes some hot coffee.
Oh, hi, Benny. Yes, Master. I'm just trying it on.
And a heist. If you missed this in the Definitive Edition, you're fucked. But in this port, you can just skip it over. And I don't think I've done this since I played this game on the PS2. I definitely missed it when I played it again in 2023. But thank Christ I had my old saves from back then, so I managed to go back and replay these missions for the footage. Because if I'm being honest, I wasn't going to go back and play this game again for these missions. So there's a lesson for you. Always keep your old saves.
Everybody take cover! Oh shit! Where do I go? Where do I go?
Fire in the hold!
Okay, people, load up the cash!
There are fewer trophies than ever tied to actually beating the game, or even interacting with the story, but there are some here as benchmarks throughout, as CJ makes his way around San Andreas. And simply playing the game should earn CJ maximum respect too. But as this game is so much bigger than any GTA game that had launched by then, there's a hell of a lot of side activities to be getting on with. Like going to the gym and getting jacked, then going shopping for a new outfit.
He's been to Clucking Bell.
to attract the opposite sex, and also getting some fresh ink. The sex appeal trophy can feel a bit nebulous though. Much like the settlement trophy in Fallout 4, you just find yourself waiting for it to tick over to 100%, but it should eventually pop with the right haircut and some fresh threads. Though just thinking about it, GTA games have gone on to allow the player to customize the character in certain degrees, before and after this, but none ever let them get shredded, or fat as fuck. This plays into certain aspects of San Andreas, but after the first couple of missions, I always tend to just get CJ jacked and then never go back to the gym. He might lose some mass, but nothing too crazy, and it means you don't have to worry about what you eat, in this digital world anyway.
Munch your way to bliss, sir.
Other trophies are here to highlight new and existing mechanics, because we all need to visit the pay and spray at least once, to lose a little heat now and then. CJ's got to take some time out of his busy schedule to play some pool, gamble on the horses, and even play some craps at the casino. Getting stealth kills is now a thing too, thanks to them being refined in Manhunt. So is the ability to get some hot coffee, but without the minigame attached.
Spit it out, filthy worm.
You'll never break me.
This is really just scratching the surface in terms of new content in GTA, as really there's endless tasks and jobs to accomplish.
You hit me, fool!
Moving out of CJ's mum's house and getting a train between cities will pop a trophy as well. But CJ always bleeds green though, so he'll end up back in the Grove soon enough. So capturing 30 rival gang territories is essential. This should help to rack up 4,000 kills, and probably play into getting busted 50 times. And of course you've got to grab that 6-star wanted level, because we all need a little rampage now and then. There are 2 trophies I didn't get until I was almost done with San Andreas. These were Bike or Biker and Beat the Cock. Look, I was barely a Tony Hawk fan back in the day, so I certainly wasn't a fan of using the BMX in this game. This comes down to a matter of taste, but I avoid using the BMX whenever possible, even if I didn't mind it during the marathon.
Ow!
Oh, and finally they added swimming to GTA, but you've got to drown CJ for a trophy. I see what you did there, Rockstar.
You might be lucky enough to find a feather.
When it comes to Rockstar's past games, they were never shy to show off what might influence them. But in San Andreas, this was off the chart, to the point I'll never be able to list all the influences. LA or, well, Los Santos was the setting, but the culture and the people surrounding it was the anchor. This game goes from Boys in the Hood, to Bullet, Con Air, Casino, and then right back around to something you might have seen in a music video back in the day.
You please leave yourself alone.
The devs even dug deeper than pop culture this time, with them getting boots on the ground and going to the places they wanted to recreate. They consulted with Estevan Oriol, a photographer of Cholo culture in LA. DJ Poe is also a crucial source of reference for the devs, as he clued them up on LA and his culture. They also spoke to Mr. Cartoon, a highly renowned tattoo artist in LA, because CJ, like many of us, he's tied to where he comes from, in one way or another. So sure, even after all his adventures around the 3 major cities, he'll eventually be pulled back to Grove Street, where it all started for him. Carlo's New Jack City and Menace to Society are all noted as being big reference points for the devs, and they help guide the story along. All to make the hood sections feel a little less, well, you know, Hollywood. That doesn't mean the devs don't have fun with the setting of the characters though, because they definitely do. There is the Green Saber from Menace to Society, which comes around the game in a major way.
That's the motherfucking Green Saber!
The gang wars between the Bloods and the Crips was a real world event that the devs drew from, and you don't need to look much further than the Ballers versus Grove Street for this.
Yeah, Ballers turf, you dogs ready?
The drug epidemic of the time, which was started around the 80s by who knows, even gets a spotlight here.
Just a little bit of party. I heard you was down.
And the sheer impact it had on the communities around the hood. And then you've got the LA riots from the early 90s, which was used as the climax for this game. They explode across Los Santos and don't end until Tenpenny's been put down. In a sense, CJ gets justice for all the corruption that took place, and a happier ending than the real-life events. Rockstar fused rampant scandals and the Rodney King arrests, where the officers were accused of beating him, to really make their main antagonist a piece of work.
Sick motherfucker!
Intimidate those who intimidate others, Carl. It's my job.
Samuel L. Jackson's performance as Tenpenny is second to none in this game. I'm not even going to attribute my massive fandom towards him. He just plays a corrupt arsehole so goddamn well. When San Andreas came out, Jackson was just entering the peak of his stardom.
I have had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane!
With him coming off Star Wars, killing it in Tarantino films past and yet to come, and oh yeah, he plays a guy in an eye patch too. Everyone knows who he is in some form or another. He's got endless credits and he's been in generations of movies now. Samuel Jackson is one of the coolest motherfuckers out there, to the point he even got his own color of lightsaber.
Good guys are green and blue, bad guys are red. That's just the way it works.
No purple left?
You might get purple.
though Samuel Jackson was one of the only big name actors to show up in San Andreas. What if Rockstar wanted to avoid the big names this time around, after Ray Liotta and Burt Reynolds caused so much hassle? Let's just say there are a few problems when recording. This actually helps San Andreas feel more real though, if you ask me anyway, given the sense that the people playing these characters actually come from the fictional streets, and in some cases they do, though there are a few names sprinkled in here and there, and even a few returning faces, so I'll give them a shout out when their time comes around.
I got a pal, Rosie. He's got some casino gig going down in Venturas. Sweet?
Some big name musicians and rappers also make an appearance, with CJ being played by Young Melee, though his music career has always been overshadowed by this game. And listen, I'm a fan of rap from both coasts, but I'm not an expert by a long shot. I love all the popular artists, and I'll never forget about Dre, but if I say Eminem was my gateway into this world, well you know what type of fan I am. So I'm not going to list every artist that shows up, because I wouldn't do him justice. The rapper also does a great job at portraying CJ, what of him really nailing someone that's coming back home. Unlike GTA 3 where Claude was mute, and then Vice City where Tommy Vercetti was thrown into a new situation. Everything's familiar for the character, so CJ's got to do a lot of work to introduce the player into the world. And then getting back to Grove Street, it's almost as if CJ's never left.
Respect has to be earned, sweet, just like money. So what you saying? You don't respect me? What I'm saying is, speak up, nigga. I'm hungry.
Oh, man, shit.
What if it wasn't for his brother Sweet mentioning it like every cutscene?
That's another funeral you ran away from, fool. Just like Brian's.
Hey, she was my mama too.
Not for the past 5 years she wasn't, nigga.
And a few of his mates being a bit different now, with Ryder being a bit of aloof for a lot of the game, and Big Smoke's moved out the Grove.
Think I'm Mr. Big or something.
Scenes with CJ, his brother and his sister just come across so natural, and they'll help ground this world before it gets a little serious.
Let me guess, sweet. Senseless killing right, but a boyfriend from the south side wrong?
Some things ain't just meant to happen. I mean, what if y'all have kids? Leroy Hernandez? That don't sound good, girl.
His name ain't Hernandez.
Well, Leroy Lopez
or
then.
Lopez either, you racist f***. That ain't how moms raised us.
I ain't racist, I just know how they feel about you.
And they're a little bit silly. And I've honestly got to say, none of the characters that show up in San Andreas really feel like stereotypes.
The new age begins here. Say what?
Sure, you can draw elements from what you've seen in films before, or even a music video or two, but Dan Hauser and his team went above and beyond to really make this world feel real. There's some great writing here and it's really rewarding if you pay attention, rather than, just going around shooting your way through each mission, and then doing a couple of rampages afterwards. It seems like after the blowback they got with the Haitians in Vice City, Rockstar really upped their game.
Come in, my dear, and rest your soul. You must be the big bad man my granddaddy been chatting about.
To the point where I think the rednecks out in the countryside are the ones really only stereotyped, but you've got to have one.
I'm a-fixin' to give you a whooping for what you gone and done to my young'uns.
Even the triads later on get more of a character to them, and Woozy's a real standout in this game.
Ah, we're here. This way. Strange, this gate is usually locked.
Oh, man. Woozy.
What's got you so spooked? Oh, sorry. Didn't see you lying down there.
He's dead. They all are.
Coming back to San Andreas, I forgot how funny he was, and I like him a lot more now. Though this game isn't perfect, and I'll point out some of the, plot holes that come up later on, because a certain character just kinda disappears from the plot.
Can't stop me.
As for the story though, CJ returns to San Andreas after 5 years, as he's being called home because his mum is dead. It really feels like every game was pulling from Liberty City back then. Return to San Andreas isn't simple though, as Tenpenny's gonna be there to put him under his thumb.
Welcome home, Carl. Glad to be back. You haven't forgotten about us, have you, boy?
Hell no, Officer Tenpenny. I was just wondering what took y'all so long.
From here, the game will focus on re-establishing Grove Street and rekindle what the brothers used to have. Even if CJ thinks it might be time to move on in some way, Sweet just won't let it go. And then there's Smoke and Ryder that just seem to be going with the flow.
The gang is real important, CJ. You know that. You down to represent, baby?
Rockstar are yet again dropping a character into a situation and letting the player roll with it, but each time they manage to do it a little bit differently. Look, when I was playing this game back in the day, I never expected the betrayal, and then to end up outside of Los Santos for like half the game. And this is where it feels like San Andreas really has 3 major parts, because once CJ's picked himself back up in the countryside, he'll start building something new in San Fierro.
Man, I can't believe I ain't been here before.
There ain't a better place to escape the man.
And from here he'll start making new ties with the triads, and a mysterious G-Man. No, not that one. Half-Life 3 when?
Now shut up and let's go.
Then making it across the desert, Las Venturas is where CJ is going to build up all his strength to go back to Los Santos.
You know what? I'm getting bored here. I'm trying to do business, not audition midgets.
People of reduced stature, you mean?
Yeah, I said that.
And from here it feels like every minor and major character that isn't trying to kill CJ helps him take back Grove Street. But before settling back down, there'll be some unfinished business, because CJ can't let Big Smoke or Tenpenny get away with this. So as the riots spread across Los Santos, Big Smoke's drug empire crumbles, and Tenpenny has a traffic collision. With those two and all their associates finally dealt with, it'll be time for the family and the ragtag bunch of characters to start a new day.
Carl, where are you off to now?
Finna hit the block. See what's happening.
By the time San Andreas had released, the first wave of GTA clones had already made it to market, with them vastly ranging in quality, though this was to be expected after Doom essentially opened the doors to FPS games. So what would Rockstar do to make their new game stand out from the rest?
What the?
Ah, bad luck.
Sure, this was GTA on the opposite coast, so LA as a setting was something new, but nah, it just wasn't enough. The crazy lads over at Rockstar went and built 3 major cities, totally not San Francisco, and that definitely isn't Las Vegas. Los Santos, San Fierro and Las Venturas all make Liberty City feel like a tech demo, and bear in mind this game only came out 3 years later. One of my major complaints about San Andreas is there's a little bit too much open space between cities. I say this in retrospect now because back in the day everyone was blown away by the scale of this game. And there's more open space in San Andreas than there was landmass in both GTA 3 and Vice City. I guess this was a prelude for games to come, what with Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 being mostly made up of outdoor areas. But by then it felt like Rockstar had a better grasp of how to craft an open landmass. I'm probably on an island myself here. That or the fact I was mostly playing missions for this video, because driving to each one would become a little tiresome after a while. And more often than not, I swear missions would leave CJ in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Was it too much to ask to get a lift into town?
But as I say this, I can see this being the dev's way to encourage the player to explore other areas, rather than just barreling through the story missions. Because hell, there are so many small towns and settlements throughout this game, and there are totally abandoned areas to explore too, many of which never even feature in a mission, and are just here for world design. Remember when GTA 3 had like one street and a tower block to represent the suburbs of New Jersey? Rockstar had come so far in just a couple of years. Playing these games back to back, it's also clear to me now just how much progress they made in the graphics department. Because when you're in the middle of it, you don't notice it as much, but once you play them back to back, you can really see the difference. For some reason, I always felt these 3 games looked the same, but no, San Andreas is a proper step up.
Cap your ass and your ass. You want some too? Ice cold, baby. I knew I was the chosen one!
Making the renderware engine almost unrecognisable from the GTA 3 days. There are so many layers of detail that would have seemed unimaginable in that first 3D game. From the textures on the buildings, the wide array of vehicles on offer, and foliage, which has been upgraded from just 2D sprites stuck together. And as I've mentioned, the character models are on a whole nother level now. They're all more complex than ever.
Put Grove Street on the map for good. For life!
Now there is a tier system to this, because the main characters look far better than just the ones on the street. And it's laughable when you see the Grove Street soldiers up against the main cast. Body types are also more distinct now as well. So are walking animations to make NPCs feel more varied.
CJ, strap up! It's Grove Street!
Rockstar didn't just pick 3 random cities to set their juggernaut of a game in either, as the 3 cities they picked were so unique from one another, really making them stand out and feel like different parts of the game. And you can't copy and paste elements from one city to another either, which in turn meant more work for the devs, but it really shows. As Los Santos is emulating Los Angeles, it seemingly stretches for miles. This is the biggest city in GTA history to this point. With its vast grid-like structure, you'd think this place would be hard to learn, but no, it really isn't.
What's your plans, big gangster?
But with missions gradually guiding the player to new sections, if they choose to take them as they come anyway, because a lot of players just went on rampages. Missions were sometimes an afterthought for people that bought this game. Each neighbourhood feels distinct from the last, as CJ ventures out from Grove Street. Crossing the tracks changes the environment fast, hence, you know, the other side of the tracks being an actual thing. Split up into districts, everything you'd expect from the real place is being condensed down, into a pretty coherent rendition of LA. Going north from Grove Street will soon find CJ in the Vinewood Hills, and seemingly behind enemy lines. Then passing the hills, the map shifts pretty quickly. Now it's almost redneck country. You'd think this would feel a bit abrupt, but it really doesn't. Passing this game's Beverly Hills, Santa Mara Beach, which would be Santa Monica in the real world, borders the coast, with its distinctive pier creeping out into the ocean. And of course, all around the middle are residential and commercial areas. This all really leaves the residential areas feeling like an afterthought, and not by the devs, but by those who built this city. Driving through them, it really gives some sort of sense that the locals are stuck in a sinkhole. As on one side they have the elites up in the hills, and on another side towering corporate buildings. There's also the ocean that borders the third side, and down the bottom is the industrial section. That and all the highways seemingly float above the hood, as a means to basically avoid these rundown areas. After being forced to leave Los Santos, this is the player's first real taste of massive open areas. The wilderness just seems to stretch out forever, with there being few if any settlements scattered about, and as much as I dreaded having to drive through them so much through the middle of the game, I can't help but recognise how much work was put into them. Sure, not all the areas feel like they formed naturally, but this is a game after all.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die!
The devs made these areas fun at least, so at least San Andreas has that element still going for it.
I like my men fat!
And it's so hard not to know that these areas are ground zeros for many of this game's mysteries. Like the whole Bigfoot rumour, alien sightings, and whatever else kids would bring to school the next day. Hell, wasn't even there a rumour about CJ's mum being a ghost in this game? Even though that was in CJ's house, not the woods. To be fair, each GTA game after this had its fair share of rumours anyway, before it became a whole business to farm them on the internet, to the point that people are debating aspects of GTA 5 to this day. At least Rockstar paid some of these off with Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, even if it was quite depressing.
Driving a straight line, boy.
San Fierro is where I get to say again that I've actually been to this real place. Well, not the fictional one, but the real place, San Francisco. Because walking around San Fierro, you're not hassled by homeless like every 5 minutes, or have to avoid human shit on the sidewalk.
So easy.
Honestly, it's a real shame that city has fallen into a doom loop. But as for the version in San Andreas, it's a welcome mix-up after the tens of hours spent in Los Santos, and all the surrounding rural regions. Just the layout of this city makes it feel like a new game. Sure, it's still in grids, but there's a lot more steep hills in this place. Driving up and down the sharp hills almost feels like you're surfing in the car, and kinda like you're recreating scenes from Bullet. This also makes for a challenge when you're trying to ace the driving school.
Kill me.
And it's at this point where you notice the game's weather is different in almost every location, because the devs didn't just go with one weather system fits all. No, each city has its own microclimate, and it's a fairly decent representation of what it's like in the real places. So San Fierro is going to be cooler, and more influenced by the bay, whilst Los Santos feels like a concrete desert.
You even got a license? Huh? GTA motherfucker! Oh, yeah! 10 points!
The lighting also hits different too, making each region truly unique, as each skybox lights up differently just to be the cherry on the top. I still remember driving over this game's version of the Golden Gate Bridge, and thinking to myself one day I'll eventually see it in person. And that bridge didn't disappoint, it gave me a real sense of vertigo. Heading to Las Venturas, the vegetation dissipates as it gives away to a barren desert, because deserts and canyons surround this gambling hub, and they make up for their fair share of interesting mission settings. The last stop before the homecoming to Los Santos, Las Venturas really gives off that Vegas vibe. Now, I've not been to Sin City yet, but I've seen it in countless movies. And I know it's not the same as real life, but the devs made it believable enough for someone like me.
Well, even Las Vegas.
And probably most players of this game that would never go to Vegas. CSI was a staple in my home back in the day, and who doesn't love casino? So I feel like I'm fairly familiar with Vegas on film and TV. Everything is centered around the Strip, because of course, this is the main artery that connects everything. There is a highway that circles around the city if you want to avoid it, but I normally just go straight through, because you know, I want to see the city. And out of all the cities, I think this location gets the least amount of time. What with the game having to wrap up at some point? Oh my god, this is a long game.
I need a favor, Carl. Thought I could cash in some karma chips.
But that doesn't mean this place is an afterthought, as there's so much detail in this third city, with its sprawling casinos, restaurants, and suburbs just off the side.
I need some punishment.
But more often than not, a lot of the missions here feel like they take place outside the city. I don't know, maybe they don't, but it just felt like I was always leaving Las Venturas. It's a shame that Las Venturas and San Fierro never made it into GTA 5. Hopefully they get to return to the inevitable GTA world that comes out one day though. But back in the PS2 era, the sheer amount on offer here was just unprecedented. And somehow it all fit onto a PS2 disc, with no loading times after the game booted up. GTA 3 and Vice City both had loading times between islands, and those games are tiny in comparison. I might have my gripes with the size of this game from time to time, but I can't deny the game's map design is a technical feat in itself.
Yeah, they heard Carl Johnson was running with his brother again.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, let's get back to the party.
The year is 1992, and Carl Johnson is coming back home to San Andreas, but he's only got a one-way ticket this time, as for the past 5 years he's spent it in Liberty City.
After 5 years on the East Coast, it was time to go home.
I forgot just how much this trilogy focused around that one city that first popped up in 3D in GTA 3. And the reason CJ is coming back is because there's some bad news, as a familiar face from CJ's past intercepts his taxi on the way back to Grove Street.
Passenger, show us your hand.
And straight away we learn these cops are dirty to the core. Well, at least 2 of the 3 anyway. Now I've already mentioned that Officer Tenpenny is played by Samuel L. Jackson.
This is drug money. My money, man.
Hey, don't worry about it. I'll fill it out later.
But his partner in crime is another Tarantino alumni. Officer Polanski is played by the late Chris Penn. He passed away at the young age of 40 and was such a rock-solid character actor. Once he showed up in a film, show, or this case game, you knew an entertaining scene was to follow.
You understand?
He better fucking understand.
Yeah, he better have.
Tenpenny insists that CJ takes a ride with him. He also just happens to have the appropriate amount of leverage over this former gangbanger.
Well, what do we got here?
This is a weapon, Officer Pulaski, that was used to gun down a police officer not 10 minutes ago. Officer Pendleberry. A fine man, I might add. You work fast, nigga.
You know I just got off the plane.
Well, that's a good thing we found you and retrieved the murder weapon.
That ain't my gun.
Don't bullshit me, Carl.
Yeah, don't bullshit him, Carl.
Now with nothing left, we start off good and proper with a truly iconic line.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Like the past two 3D GTA games, San Andreas follows a similar mission structure. Go to the letter or icon, and then step in the circle. But in this game they vary differently in length and structure. And all in all there are about 100 of them to get to, so I'll get to the missions. In the beginning is a simple one, get CJ home and out of Baller's territory, and straight off Rockstar has shown off a new mechanic. Just like the scooter was a shiny new mode of transport in Vice City, San Andreas wants the player to, well, get on their bike. I get their inclusion, but this is never my preferred form of transportation, in this or any video game really. Especially as the player is required to tap a button to keep momentum, or just picking up the pace. I'll concede I don't mind this in Red Dead, but after a while I just can't be bothered with it. Now I wish there was actually some element of danger in this mission, but going past some ballers they don't really care that much, probably because this is the first mission you don't want anyone to die here.
Grove Street. Home. At least it was before I fucked everything up.
Arriving home and entering the red marker will roll the player into the next mission. Big Smoke. As someone who moved away from home as soon as he could, I've only been back a few times, and I can kind of relate to CJ's reaction here. And you have to remember this was the early 90s, which was practically still the 80s. People weren't reachable 24/7, so once Carl moved away to the East Coast, most people he knew wouldn't hear from him for the next 5 years.
Stop it! What are you doing, Carl? Brian, stop it!
Quit it! Moms are here.
Mom, they're up to something.
You couldn't just check his status update or something like that.
You picked the wrong house, fool!
Hey! Big Smoke! It's me, Carl! Chill!
Big Smoke also just happens to be here, and then he gets a little biblical.
The streets is cold, dog. Like it says in the book, we are blessed and cursed.
What fucking book?
Rolling straight into the third titled mission, Sweet and Kendall, this will reunite CJ with his brother and sister. But Kendall gives him more of a warm welcome, as Sweet's got more than an attitude straight off the bat.
I can't believe she gone, man.
That's another funeral you ran away from, fool. Just like Brian's.
Here we're being taught that Sweet has an undying loyalty to Grove Street. Well, apart from family, but it feels like Grove Street comes first. And he continuously makes this clear throughout the game.
Ain't nothing but a bunch of lowlife.
What the fuck are you?
At least I got principles.
Oh, and I guess that makes you an upstanding American. Carl, tell him.
Carl, don't tell me shit,
As long
bitch.
as he treat her right, disrespect you, and he did.
How the hell you gonna say that? Like it's any business of yours.
Fuck you, Sweet.
Oh, shit.
Asshole.
Here we go again.
This shit's real fucked up.
Leaving the brief service for their mother, ballers show up, just to show how powerful they've become since CJ left. And yeah, this is GTA, so cars go boom.
Oh, motherfucker, my car!
And even after biking away, they follow the crew to put them down for good. Following Sweet, he eventually breaks away, as Ryder takes the lead.
Keep up, motherfucker!
Getting back to Grove Street, the gang hook back up again.
So when you leaving, Carl?
I ain't sure. Thought I might stay. Things is fucked up.
Then CJ gets his orders before basically inheriting his mum's old house. And unlike the past games in GTA, CJ won't necessarily get money for every mission. Instead, respect is the new currency, one that the hood values more, for now. Money will come later, but in the early game, it's hard to come by. Other elements are also locked off, like ammunition. Changes like this really add a steeper progression curve throughout the game, and it kind of fits the setting. CJ just had everything taken from him after all, so he's gonna have to start from the bottom.
Gia, and get yourself some colors, fool. And a haircut. It's embarrassing to be seen with you.
And though it might not be as iconic to me, the San Andreas mission completes thing is king. CJ's also got a cell phone straight off the bat, and for the early 90s, he must have been making good money back in Liberty City.
Sweet, hey, what's up?
Since you've been away, shit has changed around here.
And Ryder doesn't seem all that bothered that CJ's back either.
Hey man, what you want?
Seeing my homie. What's up with you?
Yeah, homie. Yeah, it's good to see you back.
No homie love? No hug?
Oh, for sure, my nigga. My bad. What's cracking with you?
But that doesn't stop him from seeing an opportunity in the situation. But before anything can be done about it, CJ's going to need a fresh cut, and this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to customization in San Andreas. But for now, I can't decide on a new look, so attach it is.
Your dad used to get a cut just like that.
If Ryder approves, he'll have something nice to say, but I didn't spend over $200, so he's going to be a bit of a dick.
Man, what's this? Shit look ridiculous.
Then, because Rockstar are the masters of their craft, they seemingly introduce another mechanic, which was kind of there in Vice City, but in a rudimentary way. Eating is now the main way to get the health back for the player. Though as cool as this might have been at first, I still miss the old-fashioned pickups. And yeah, eating too much will turn CJ into a chungus. Then Ryder goes and does this.
Give up the money. This a raid.
Ryder, not this again.
It ain't me, fool.
The fact that the guy serving pizza at this place isn't even phased just goes to show how far Grove Street have fallen.
Oh shit, run!
Escaping the employer with a shotgun, CJ will only get respect for this mission. It's like working for exposure or some bullshit like that.
Later, homie.
Now for the next mission, taking up turf. I start this one in the middle of the day, but thanks to how Rockstar lit this game, and the skin colour of many of the main characters, well, just look at this.
What, you think you back on the set?
I told you that, bruh.
Your word don't mean shit around here.
Come on, man, give me a break.
Like, come on, in so many scenes you can barely make out people's faces. And sometimes you can't see the white characters' faces either. For all the graphical overhauls this game got, this just stands out as something weird. Like, I get you want a dynamic lighting system all around the game, but if I can barely see your characters in cutscenes, then what's the bloody point? And even though Sweet's tagging along, of course CJ is going to be the one to do the driving.
You want to drive?
Yeah, for sure.
Also, just like the past two games I've covered, I either had to switch the radio off or just listen to talk radio, thanks to copyright on the internet. And man, there are some real bangers in here too. I can't wait to check out the radio stations in GTA 6.
It's war, but I have to agree, Europe is overrated. Eastern Europe was good for a few years after the wall came down, but even there the police are too strict.
We're still getting accustomed to new features in San Andreas, with the tags being a form of collectible.
Watch for those rollers as I tag this up.
But thanks to them having nothing to do with this platinum, bar this mission, I never really hunt them down again. But in the definitive edition, you've got to find them all. Though the more you tag, the more respect you get. So there's that. And like I mentioned, this game starts CJ off with nothing, so the spray can also doubles as a handy weapon.
This gonna be easy, bitch. I ain't such a buster now.
Get that fool!
Finishing this mission, CJ will finally get some much needed paper. Before the next mission starts though, CJ will get a call from Tenpenny's third wheel. Honestly, going back through this game, I forgot Hernandez was even a character. CJ also shows him no respect.
Oh, the bitch. What the hell you want?
Hey, show me some respect, boy.
Go fuck yourself, you just a bitch.
So this is the game's way of informing the player that they can't go wandering off far, essentially locking them to the city for now. Just like the devs would do in the past two games with Bridges, this time you've just got to stay in the limits. Because if you go out those limits, the police are going to come after you. It's just a more realistic way of doing things. And if you try and make a break for it, the law will never stop chasing CJ.
You hear me? We're watching you.
Whatever you say, bitch.
Now it's time to clean up the hood, as this is Sweet's obsession. To the point it feels like nothing else matters to him, and it seems like he's not willing to talk about other matters. Like, you know, the rampant drug problem sweeping through Grove Street. Ryder isn't afraid to address this though.
The hood's all messed up, huh?
Yeah, you try to get any of these crackheads to help you out.
One of the families ain't up on it.
Apart from Smoke, Sweet, and you know yours truly. Grove Street don't bang no more.
And this is Rockstar making use of dead air in this game. Even if it is a short drive to the next objective, it's always welcome to have a conversation. Times have changed and CJ doesn't receive a warm welcome anymore.
What happened to for life, nigga?
The only thing that matters is the hood, homie. But you'll never understand what getting this money is like.
That and Big Bear is a shadow of the man CJ once knew.
Hey, you still from the hood, homie, or
Nah,
what?
the only thing Bear give a fuck about is smoking and keeping my house clean. Ain't that right, Big Bear? Hell yeah. Hell yeah what? Hell yes, sir.
This is one of the many things that flew over my head back in the day, because you know I was under 18 when this came out, and it's pretty dark to see what happens to people that just want their next hit.
I see what you mean now, man. If crack can do that to Big Bear, turn him into a base slave, the average motherfucker ain't got a chance.
Damn dope fiends and drug addicts everywhere in the city. Piss me off.
Look like it's up to us then.
CJ and Ryder need to start somewhere, so they just beat down the first dealer they see, before Ryder recognizes the guy they laid out.
Man, I know this cat. He a punk used to run with a front yard baller OG from Idlewood.
Entering the crack den, I realised I wasn't listening to Ryder.
Grab hold of that bat over there.
As really, I should have had a bat by now, so CJ's got to use his fists here, but really anything they can do to get their hood banging again.
Maybe these fools should be up for some real banging.
Yeah, Grove gonna get back on his feet now, for sure though.
Later, homie.
The next mission is drive-thru and it really plays to my heart. Because come on, fried chicken is the food of kings.
Chicken, man, no discussion.
Man, I don't want no chicken.
And this cutscene is legendary today, but I could live off Big Smoke's order for like a weekend, because I'm someone who can't finish a large Domino's in one sitting.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Now being in the know, there's a fair few clues sprinkled around these missions. They're going to make much more sense later on. And then taking a close look at the character models, man, this is just such an upgrade. With GTA 3, Vice City and San Andreas, you think they all look the same, but San Andreas is just such a step up. From drive-thru to drive-by, the ballers get involved, and this is a perfect opportunity to show off the new drive-by mechanics, as the non-playable characters in the car lean out and do their fair share of shooting, all whilst Big Smoke fills his fat face.
Quit stuffing your motherfucking mouth. Let's go.
Move it, CJ.
What the fuck's name are you doing?
This is played off for comedic value here, but fuck, the man was really up to something.
Man, if you can eat your food while everybody else is losing theirs and blaming you, you straight, homie.
What?
Nothing.
Smoke you wide, man. I mean, wide.
And that's why you love me, baby.
And because San Andreas limits the weapons for now, it'd be a waste to leave those Tech 9s on the street. Then the cheek of Big Smoke for claiming Grove Street got victory.
That's one up for the Grove.
Say what, Smoke? All you managed to do was eat my damn food up.
Taking Smoke back to his crib, CJ then wonders why he left the Grove behind.
Man, got some money from my aunt. I mean, it's a nice place and all, but the Grove is in my heart, baby.
Then Rockstar decides it's time to introduce another mechanic.
If you don't respect your body, ain't nobody gonna respect you. You're too skinny, CJ. You need to pack on some muscle.
But as I said earlier, if you max this out ASAP, it won't really be a concern throughout the game. Missions also rolling by faster and more natural than the previous games, with it feeling like the devs really experimented with the formula of San Andreas. Later missions would become more complex and have separate stages to them, but sometimes all you need is a bit of chicken with the homies.
I can't stand cold food. Unlike you, I ain't never ate from a trash can.
Oh shit. Trash can bitch.
In the mission 9s and AKs, CJ finds out the other gangs are a lot more well armed these days.
What kind of guns we working with now?
One time came through, raided the spot. We ain't got shit now.
It's also time to teach the player how to shoot, when I think we were shooting far earlier in the past 2 games. Just another way Rockstar set this story apart. Anyway, getting to Emmett, it'd be time to grab a 9.
Hey! Who shot at me? What you kids want?
Hey, Pops! Hey, what's happening?
Emmett has that old school GTA character vibe to him too. He could just be the guy with the guns, but here he's a little eccentric.
You come to the right place. Try anything you like, boy.
The mission is nothing more than some good old-fashioned target practice though. It even introduces a new feature, that you can now pretty much blow up cars in a single shot, all by shooting their fuel tank. But honestly, I'm pretty sure most players forget this is even a thing. But for those that don't, nailing this shot is like trying to pop off a Womp Rat down Baker's Canyon.
That's impossible, even for a computer.
It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in my T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than 2 meters.
Most of the time, enemy cars are not staying still. Sweet then calls up after dropping off Smoke, because it's time to go shopping.
I thought you was representing.
What?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you was rolling with Grove Street again.
And thankfully Grove Street rolling green, my favourite colour. I just wish changing clothes didn't take so damn long.
Always a pleasure, sir.
When I find that chihuahua, I'm gonna kill it.
Now some new threads and some reps at the gym, it'd be time for Grove Street to go on a drive-by of their own. I just have to mention it again, I just wish cutscenes were better lit tonight.
What you saying about me, fool?
What's up, man? I'm saying that the East Coast made you drive like an idiot, fool.
Who thought it'd be a good idea to barely be able to see any characters' faces? At least it gets a little bit better in the cars.
Yeah, for sure, I'm ready.
Carl, just concentrate on the driving and we'll take care of the shooting.
With 3 passengers unloading on the ballers, they just melt like a hot knife through butter. Finishing off with a little pay and spray tutorial, the ballers will now attack CJ on sight.
So watch yourself from now on, CJ.
Arriving at Riders a little too early, somebody decides to overshare.
I got crabs the size of baseballs.
What?
Thankfully, every minute in GTA is a second in our world, so I'm not stuck waiting for long. Out back it's clear Ryder has lost something. It's all good hiding your stash, but maybe mark out where it is next time.
Damn, where the fuck I put it, man?
Put what, nigga?
Man, the fucking water.
Getting in and out of the house, CJ would be fighting against time. because he decides it'd be better to sneak around the house rather than shoot the place up. You know, ninja style.
Gee, I got it ninja style. Right.
I also didn't accidentally shoot my gun straight away either. It was just to get some footage of the old man, honest.
Get off my ridge, you Viet Cong bastards!
Home invasion is one of the game's many stealth missions, with the player having to stay quiet in this one, so they don't wake up the old geezer. If he wakes up, we get a glimpse of a Vice City Easter egg.
Thief and commie bastards!
Let's get up out of here.
Also, Ryder skips out on CJ and he's got to deal with a 2-star wanted level. On a second attempt, sneaking around the place is pretty simple. That is until you've got to carry the crates back, because you can't crouch and carry these. And before getting the last one out, I just need one more look at that Easter egg.
What do you think of this boner I got?
Getting the crates to the lockup, burglary side missions are now available. But like with so many of the side activities, I never do these ever again. It's cool to have them there, but there's so much of the main game to play.
I'm tired. I'll see you later.
Next up, Sweet Scale is probably the first challenging mission in San Andreas. In a sense, it's a reality check how quickly CJ can be wasted. Even if he rocks up like CM Punk with cult of personality blasting, this mission's gonna be a close call. Sweet is in trouble and he needs backup.
I'm pinned down in Seville Hood and we need a ride out of here. Pronto!
Oh, for sure, man. Hang in there.
At this stage, CJ only really has access to a pistol, and you can't take these enemies out fast. Sure, you might be able to pop off a few heads, but they're going to take you down fast, so you've got to get into cover. I mean crouch, because there isn't really a cover system, just crouching. Hell, it's better than what we had in the past 2 games, and Rockstar are always a bit slow to adopt the current mechanics. Don't get me wrong, these games are fun to play, but they can be a bit janky. At least the targeting system has been revamped though, so now you can see the health of whoever you're targeting, and this mission is such a waste, what with green fighting green, showing yet again the state of Grove Street. And getting Sweet back, at least the brothers will now be on the same page.
You did good back there.
Hey, I'm a Johnson boy.
After another session at the gym, it'd be time to pay Big Smoke a visit. And it always makes me laugh when games get players to do random activities like, you know, exercise, or other random jobs. In real life, these would be chores, but in a video game, people lap this shit up. This mission brings in OG Loke, another person who has changed quite a bit since he's been around these parts. And you gotta respect Jeffrey for wanting to live the gimmick.
Hey man, it's OG Loke, homie! OG Loke!
I mean, I guess it's how Ice-T and Cube went about things. First order of business though, Loke wants revenge on someone you wouldn't want to bump into in the showers. Man, fuck prison.
Hey, Jeff, I thought you was going to, college.
But because Rockstar, this is all played off in a light-hearted manner. Following the target, I was blown away to find out the Epsilon program dates all the way back to San Andreas. I thought this debuted in GTA 5.
Do not use fluoride, it's evil. It made me kill my doctor.
Why would we worry about a chemical that the government puts into the water?
And then chasing the guy all the way to the interchange, this happens.
Showing tough love to special ed kids.
There's nothing worse than knowing you fucked up a mission, and you've got to wait for it to fail. There was no way of me getting back to Loke in time. So after not wiping out this time, I almost get wasted by the guy and his mates. But thankfully the danger is over once Loke gets his revenge, though you can tell he's got lasting trauma.
Don't you say a damn thing, CJ!
Was you lonely, Loke? Hey, I like a nice mustache myself.
I keep it real, unlike you fake-ass motherfuckers!
And finishing this mission will unlock Loke as a mission giver.
Don't be a stranger, fool!
Yeah, for sure. I'll see you around.
Like a £1/4. Later.
Catalyst starts off with Ryder trying to cook, but he's no Heisenberg.
Nigga, I couldn't find that wet I buried, so I'm making my own. Strong. It's easy, fool.
Then a familiar face shows up, and I swear Samuel L. Jackson never has a bad line delivery.
Morning, boys. Man, who you calling boy, fool? Well, what should I call you, midget?
It doesn't matter what project he's working on. But I also didn't know he role-played a house cat, because whenever I'm cooking something, those greedy buggers assume it's for them.
Smells good. What's cooking? Where's mine?
And it's nice of Tenpenny to give Ryder and CJ only 5 minutes. And I don't know if this is a personal attack by the devs or not. I guess they see how most players drive.
Don't give me a hard time about my driving. I ain't got the energy for it, man.
Well, don't go roll the damn car over and blow us all up in flames then.
Arriving at the train, it seems like every gang in town is here. Once the Vargos are dealt with, ballers come rolling up to say hello. Then just because, the train starts moving again. And now it's a case of throwing the crates of guns to Ryder as he follows behind. Apparently this mission is a reference to the CIA flooding guns into the ghetto back in the day. And you know what, I wouldn't put it past them. This is also the first time trains play a big part in a GTA mission, but I'll touch on them a bit later. Getting back to the Grove, CJ earns a bit more respect, because now that's the only currency he's gonna get. The theft doesn't stop here though, as now it'd be time to rob Uncle Sam, though I don't know how Ryder manages to stand when he's this high.
Yeah, CJ. Hey, CJ,
Tell me why I didn't finish high school.
And for someone who's been pretty reserved up until now, it's cool to see Ryder come out of his shell just a bit.
Oh shit. A genius.
This mission though, it can go fuck itself. The idea of stealing guns is fine and all that, but having to use the forklift truck for this, it handles like shit. Look, as someone who can't drive, I can handle digital cars fine, but having turning on the rear wheels just messes with me. Then after a while, I swear the boxes refuse to play ball. It also doesn't help that Ryder is bloody useless here too. I don't think in all my attempts he put a single soldier down. So someone at Rockstar thought it'd be fun to operate this piece of crap, and then get off every now and then to babysit Ryder. Nah, this mission just isn't the one. Actually, I think this might be one of the worst GTA missions I've ever played. I mean, just look at this. Then this. Oh, and this. It also doesn't help that there's only one forklift truck, so if it breaks or drowns, mission failed. I also don't think I've mentioned this yet, but the camera controls have been overhauled in San Andreas, meaning that you can turn the camera around like in a modern game, all without going first person like in the past 2 games. But also, this just happens sometimes. Why does CJ shoot in the air sometimes, rather than just staying locked on like in other games? Maybe this was meant to be realistic, but what the fuck, man? Finally getting the boxes in the bag, this mission can be left behind.
CJ, get up front and drive us out of here.
Escaping the heat, you can control Ryder to throw boxes out the back, but then it makes this mission feel redundant. But because video games, there's so much more in it now. At least after this, Grove Street will now carry Tech 9s, so that's something.
That shit was tight.
Tight? Man, that shit was shit.
The next mission is another test to Sweet, and it's loyalty to the Grove. Caesar is from the south side, and that goes against all his rigid ways.
It just ain't right you seeing some cholo motherfucker.
Oh, what? A no-good, narrow-minded hypocrite gangbanger telling me what is right and what is wrong?
It feels like Sweet is digging himself deeper every time he opens his mouth. Then CJ doesn't help either.
And look at you. You dress like a hooker.
Oh, and I guess you two would know what a hooker look like, huh?
You say it like it's a bad thing.
Shut up, Carl.
What I really want to know is, whose cat is that and why does Sweet have it on his wall? The mission though, it's all centered around cars and gearing them up. Customizing cars felt like it exploded in the early 2000s. It became so mainstream and it was literally everywhere. There was Fast and the Furious, Need for Speed, and of course Pimp My Ride. Because everyone needed a TV and a PS2 in their car for some reason. And even in wrestling, Eddie Guerrero was showing off his cars. Rest in peace, Eddie, we miss you. There's a bounty of options that eventually become available, but CJ can't afford half of these at the moment. So for now, we need to get this lowrider to the big dance.
You up for a bounce, homie?
The minigame itself, it reminds me of something from Dance Dance Revolution. Something else that was bloody everywhere back in that era. Either in the arcade or someone knew someone that had the dance mat at home. And then getting a high score, this will introduce CJ to Caesar. And honestly, he's one of the most chilled characters in this game.
So since when has my brother been a lowrider?
Since Sweet told me to keep an eye on you. Make sure that whatever you dating don't get you in no trouble.
¿Qué onda? Nice hopping, Holmes.
Well, you just shook that whatever's hand.
Come here, baby girl.
Hey, get your dirty hands off my sister.
What is wrong with you?
Holmes, you're acting like she's your woman, eh? She's with me, cabron. So chill the fuck out.
This situation could have gone out of control fast, but Caesar stops it from blowing up. CJ isn't like his brother though, so he wants to see his sister Kendall be happy. This comes first before any gang loyalties.
Caesar Villalpando.
Carl Johnson, CJ.
Then straight after this mission, this will try and steal my ride. I've heard of Spawn killing, but not Spawn GTA. Oh, and beating this mission will also unlock lowrider races. Running Dog starts off with a certain someone sniffing about again, like he's a regular or something.
Boom!
Asshole.
Yo, Carl, see you around.
Fuck they doing over here anyway?
Big Smoke is also all too quick to reassure his loyalty, but it doesn't last long before he's back in his usual ways.
For me, it's all about my homeboy Carl.
And sure, Smoke can swing a bat, but cardio just isn't his thing.
Man, I'm done.
Now it's time for the game to show off a new mechanic, one that it felt like every game was trying to add around this time, that being mantling over and up walls. This might sound quaint now, but it was a major addition back then. So many games were still pretty rigid on the PS2, especially the GTA games, so this was a much needed improvement. Going back to Big Smoke's crib, Tenpenny is here again.
Hey, Carl. Keeping busy, I hope.
You know me, Officer Tenpenny.
Yeah, I know you, Carl. I know everything about you.
Don't touch me, your pig hands.
That's right, Carl. I got my eye on you.
Getting to where the deal is meant to take place, seems like Big Smoke didn't think this one through.
Motherfucker, clock!
Wrong Side of the Tracks showcases the train once again, but this time CJ's chasing it rather than riding it. And these things are invincible. Nothing gets in their way, not even a tank. Even though they're locked on their routes, they made San Andreas feel so much bigger. This chase even has a few set pieces before Big Smoke gets the job done. And I can see why so many people liked Big Smoke back in the day. He was in a bunch of the early action-based missions. On the way back, CJ tries to get some information out of Smoke, but he's cagey as ever.
Always fuck up around here, or is it because of the drugs?
What you think, man?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Yo, hey, don't ask a wise man, friend. Ask a fool.
That's what I was doing.
Well, if you're gonna make this thing personal, I ain't speaking on it no more.
Just Business doesn't have Tenpenny hanging around this time, but for some reason Smoke is hiding from someone.
Hey, CJ! Baby, what's up, man?
Even though the Cold War just ended before this game, Smoke doesn't trust the Russians.
Russians? Now, all my life, I've been told to fear the Russians, but I ain't never even met them. Then the wall comes down and we all supposed to be friends.
And fuck knows what his plan was, but the whole mission gets messy in seconds. And I think Smoke is only really here to take shots. He hardly does any damage. Then the second half of the mission kicks off, with Smoke driving this time, as CJ shoots.
Time to return the favor, baby, get on!
At least we get to level up the machine pistols here, because yeah, each weapon type has a level now. Using any certain weapon more, CJ will become more effective with it, and then maxing them out, this will grant an extra bonus. This is also the same with driving and running and things like that. Hell, San Andreas has systems upon systems. You've just got to wonder what made the cutting room floor at this point. It feels like with this game the devs pull back on their references. Well, some more of the obvious ones anyway. But in this mission we get a reference to one of the greatest action films of all time. Because now we're in GTA's version of Terminator 2, and the devs really must be a fan of this film because it showed up again in GTA 5 Online, even being added as a multiplayer minigame. Around the time this came out I was ready to move on, but I do remember playing it a fair bit. Hell, how was that 10 years ago now? High stakes low rider is a welcome change of pace, especially after such a wild mission.
First past the post wins. Con chota sin chota.
Okay, for sure, I'm down.
Hey, watch us, CJ. These boys don't like to lose.
Racing a bunch of lowriders is a welcome palate cleanser. Finishing at the pier, the game will remind the player there's more of these to do.
Looking real technical, gangster. You ain't run off again yet?
Life is a Beach goes to show how much of a good friend CJ can be, because Loke doesn't want to be a sanitary technician forever. And now thinking about this name, this is something that a company would definitely call their cleaners. You know, to make it more fun. Man, fuck those big corporations. So to get this rapper's career off the ground, he's gonna need some decent speakers. And man, I wish fast food was still as fun as it used to be. I want one of Loke's hats, and for the prices to go back down. Then I guess Rockstar just wanted another Dance Dance Revolution style minigame. Honestly, I appreciate the graft, but what was the point if CJ's just gonna steal the van anyway? Loke better appreciate this.
It's OG Loke in the place. You don't want to stop me with a gun in your face. Yeah, man. Let's shut the f up.
Sticking with Loke, he treats CJ to one of his rhymes.
Hey, it's OG Loke, homie, and I'ma kick a little something like this. Hey, yo, when I come through up in the place, you don't want me to come with a gun in your face. I spit it harder than anybody in the world could do.
That shit sucks. Damn.
He ain't lying. Instead of working on his own writing, Loke takes the path of least resistance. But why CJ agrees to this, I'll never know.
Mad Dog's rhyme book from his home in the hills. Mad Dog's rhyme book?
Ghostwriters have been a thing forever now, but they normally get paid to do their work. Getting to the mansion it'd be time to steal Mad Dog's rhymes. And yeah, while Rockstar were busy making one of the biggest games in the world at the time, they also found a spare moment to shove stealth in there as well. It isn't half bad either, with silenced weapons being added, vision cones for the NPCs, and even a shadow system where you can hide. This is straight out of Third Echelon rather than Compton. The game even has stealth kills too. This will show up a few more times after this, but it really feels like another mechanic here to make this game feel like it's got something for everyone. San Andreas also came out around the time that stealth games hit their peak. Maybe if they kept these missions included, Ubisoft would still be making Splinter Cell games. We can only dream. As is tradition, there's also a diss to Tanner from Driver in this mission.
This sucks. I mean, how can Refract just mess up so bad? Tanner, you suck ass.
Each 3D GTA game up until this point had taken a shot at Driver, and the series was about to be finished with Driver 3. because that game got reviews. Just proof that if you're going to be a GTA clone, then you better bring something new to the table. Now CJ needs to get back to Loke. This mission also has a butterfly effect to it, as CJ changes the course of history in San Andreas with this one, and this will come up later, much later. Then finishing this mission, Tenpenny will come calling.
Officer Tenpenny, how you get my number?
Ways and means, you piece of shit. You been trying to avoid me?
No, sir. I just been busy, that's all.
You're not busy unless you're doing something for us, you understand?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Burning Desire will start with CJ finding Tenpenny and his cronies in their natural habitat. This cutscene always reminds me of that one monologue in Layer Cake.
Now you get this straight. We own you. You're ours. We can shit on you from such a height, you'll think God himself has crapped on you.
Welcome to the Layer Cake, son.
The naming of the mission is also a bit of a double entendre, because burning down the building will only be half the job. After landing Molotov cocktails in each window, an innocent woman's gonna start calling out.
Hey! Can anybody hear me?
So now it'll be a case of putting out enough fires to get to her, because yes, fire extinguishers are now a thing, but it always feels like it takes just a bit too long. Then because video games, CJ will need to find a new way out. It also turns out that this woman's from CJ's home turf.
I like to live dangerously.
Completing this mission will unlock yet a new feature in this game.
Give me a call sometime. We should go out or something.
Yeah, I'd like that.
CJ can get back out there and start dating. Denise is only the first of many that CJ will be able to date, and this is very much a side activity. But then again, San Andreas was trying to do everything. Then before starting the next mission, Sweet is an important call.
It's time for you to announce your return, CJ. You fuck up Glen Park, and that turncoat bitch-ass nigga's gonna lose nerve and make a break for it.
But before that, CJ is going to help Loke out with some management issues. Can this guy get anywhere without CJ doing all the heavy lifting?
I want you to take that motherfucker out. Kill him?
And it's a wonder CJ puts up with this shit. So after borrowing a car, it'll be time for CJ to pick up a new vocation. And man, why isn't there a set slow speed for this car? Like with any game when you follow someone, this is always needlessly awkward. And you've got to laugh at the fact that this guy didn't clock CJ replacing this driver.
Take me back to Dog's Mansion.
Not today, asshole. Today, we taking the scenic route.
Something tells me that this agent was inspired by the real thing. Then bailing out the car, CJ technically never killed him. Wrapping up OG Loke's mission line, it'll be time for a house party. But first, the Arse Technician has a few requests. Arse Technician, fucking hell.
I don't care what you heard, I ain't nobody's ass technician. Just some real fly girls, you know what I'm saying? The ones in the bikinis and shit in the video.
So after getting a new car, and well, not really bothering new clothes because they'll look shit, part 2 of House Party kicks off. Christ, Loke is worse than I remember.
Look at my man DJ right there. DJ, one on, nigga, one on.
Thought the motherfucking mic was broke.
Hey, what's up, homie?
What's up, Ryder?
See all the homies in the back, man, away from this whack music.
Man, I feel you. Come on.
Heading outside away from the racket, it seems like Grove Street's about to be attacked. I like to imagine this is the equivalent of a Helm's Deep battle for Grove Street.
Ballas posse's about to run up. They're headed up here right now.
Looks like we backed them ballers against the wall, huh? Hey, CJ, strap up. It's Grove Street.
But will Gandalf arrive first light on the next day? Nah. So the Johnson boys need to lock this place down. Strange that Ryder never made it with the backup either.
Damn, man. I'll go get us some more backup.
Liar!
Now it's time to address the phone call from Sweet with Doberman. This is yet another mission that unlocks a few things. Ammunition is finally in play, with this one really embracing the America f yeah attitude. Like, just look at this design. I'm also so happy to finally be able to buy body armor too. It's going to make all the later missions so less stressful.
Wise choice, sir. Wise choice.
Next up, it'll be time to take back Glen Park. This sounds exciting at first, but this is one of the many territory missions in this game. Hey, it's a neat feature, and I remember playing this endlessly back in the day, but whenever it's a mission it just feels like it's bloating the runtime. I guess you could say this is an early version of Horde mode, but with less chainsaw bayonets. Killing everyone that defends the turf, this will flush out the grass. Then after all the hard work, CJ deserves a little something something. I don't think I've mentioned this in my past 2 videos, but yeah, a handy way to get some health back is to get a quick ride.
For those difficult conversations.
Coming up next, the most mind-numbing things since the
You're
lobotomy.
the best
Entertaining
ever,
America.
sugar.
Oh, and thanks to the mission, Grove Street starts generating some income too. Nothing like Tommy Vercetti would earn, but it's a start. The good times can't last for CJ though, as he's got to go and visit Tenpenny again with grey imports. And come on, all he's trying to do is put an end to gang violence.
I find myself in a difficult moral position, Carl.
Yeah, right.
Carl, I'm hurt. I truly am. And just as I was about to help those poor Grove Street boys.
Oh yeah? How?
And in his own twisted way, Tenpenny is actually technically trying to help CJ in the Grove. But at the end of the day, this all just benefit him. Turns out the Ballers have been making deals with the Lord of War. Because for those who don't know, after the Soviet Union fell, much of their weapons just happened to disappear. And there are a lot of weapons that just went missing. They were gearing up for World War III after all. They ended up all over the world, in the hands of foreign nations, terrorists, and yeah, gangsters.
Lots of cheap guns coming into America since the fall of the wall, Carl.
Also, blowing up a red barrel never gets old. I'm sure there's a more nuanced way of getting in here, but that just isn't my CJ style. Keypads are also a thing now. They showed up earlier in that crappy forklift mission, but I was too busy ranting about that forklift. And honestly, shooting them normally does the trick. After blowing up everyone in here, a certain arms dealer is going to make a run for it.
Now fuck you, Amerikansky! I'm gone!
Though he doesn't last too long against a Tech 9 shooting forward. The ultimate play. Heading back to Grove Street, Tenpenny's already been there, and bless Sweet for not realising he's being played.
So that one of them ballers that you and Smoke laid out, Lil Weasel, is getting buried and all the OGs gonna be there.
At a funeral?
Yeah, we just catch all those ball sack ass niggas at one time.
And with this mission, CJ can now recruit fellow gang members to follow him into battle or, you know, cruise around. But half the time I feel like this mechanic does want to play ball, especially if there's any non-Grove Street NPCs about, which there always is. So imagine how annoying this would be during a riot.
Cover me, cuz!
Getting to the funeral. Unlike many NPCs, the devs wanted to give more health. He's wearing body armor, though this guy barely lasts much longer though. So it wasn't really worth JR's time to call this casket match.
I'm not gonna do it now, you hurt my feelings.
If you ask me, this was lazy booking.
No disqualification, anything goes, lazy booking.
It's probably about time CJ took Denise out on a date, because he can't spend all his money in the back alley.
What's up?
Hey, bitch.
And man, these dating cutscenes are so damn cheesy. Some of CJ's responses on these dates as well, they're so damn cold, you just have to laugh.
Hell, it's your date. I'm just there for fun.
The dates start off with some drinks or a meal, but then certain women will want to mix it up, like Denise, who really loves a drive-by.
We should do a drive-by.
The text is always super encouraging too, like the devs knew a certain age demographic was playing this game back in the day. Here's also where the hood gets attacked, and the whole your hood is under attack thing just gives me bad memories of Fallout 4 and its settlements. I guess this works for younger people with a bunch of free time on their hands. It did me back in the day, but I'm just gonna stick with story missions for now. They do waste me though, because I really wasn't ready for this, but like the other games being wasted or busted, it isn't the end. It just strips CJ of his weapons, and some of his money before spawning outside our local medical facility. And really I just load my last save because this is a waste of time. Reuniting the families will be the next order of business. After a little casual viewing, it seems like Sweet's all sorted out.
Damn, that bitch is bad. Oh, yeah.
What's up, y'all?
What's up,
CJ? Turn that TV off right quick.
Will Grove Street finally return to glory though? I sure hope a certain someone, or someones, don't mess this up.
I say it's time we went down there and made it official. Keep that shit off our streets. I vote I'm our representative on this one.
That's right.
Hey, it's all good. If Sweet think he can handle it, I'm down with him, man.
All right.
Of course the game can't have the houses unite, because the White Walkers have got to show up first. So here come the police.
All units, rock and roll!
Ryder and Smoke also show how much loyalty they have, as they get the hell out of here, leaving just CJ to save Sweet. Fighting through the motel, this might look nothing more than a corridor shooter, but for GTA inside spaces was still quite novel, and the LSPD literally come out of everywhere. And during this mission, CJ can also pick up a few rewards, just to perk him up.
You saved me, have some sugar.
The shotgun is also perfect for this mission. No wonder Rockstar spawned it in the player's hands at the start. Getting to Sweet, this mission won't be over yet, as the SWAT continue to pursue the brothers. And thankfully Smoke and Ryder show back up in the nick of time. And luckily enough, Ryder has an AK with unlimited ammo, so basically this turns into a turret sequence. But I'm not complaining, even if it is touch and go of the car's health at some points. You've also got to appreciate the efforts the police go to here. First they drop their beloved donuts.
Taste of good donuts.
Then one of them thinks he's the T-1000.
Surprise, old boy!
Holy shit! Look at that!
This mission showcases the subtle nods that this game has, as the devs are always going to pull from things they love. And who can blame them, because Terminator 2 and Con Air are bloody brilliant films. The time of day also starts perfectly with this mission, with the meeting being in late evening and then the ambush being through the night, only to have the climax as the sun rises.
Oh shit! Roadblock up ahead!
The cave's jammed!
Fuck it, I'm going through!
And just like that, the officer on the bonnet and the 4 inside the car are wasted.
Oh man, we gonna die!
Oh shit!
Slow down, folks, slow down!
Oh shit! The brakes!
Or so we're led to believe. It's a cool stunt, but how the hell does Smoke coordinate this in a few seconds?
Shit! That's gonna be a hell of a story to tell when we passing the blunt.
Damn, that was some serious shit. Woo! Fuck this. We gotta get out of here.
I joke, but it really doesn't matter, especially not when this is the closing shot of the mission. Ah, spunk. A taste to come. Green Saber is where everything changes. Sweet has a new sense of worth, and he's ready to bring the fight to the ballers.
Grove Street is king. Say it with me, niggas. Grove Street is king. Grove Street is king.
Could this finally be a turn for Grove Street? Leaving Sweet's crib, CJ gets a call from someone he wasn't expecting.
No, CJ, you gotta come and see something. Something important, eh?
Well, it's gonna have to wait.
This can't wait, Holmes. If I tell you, you won't believe it, I swear.
Okay, I got about 5, so it better be good. Where you at?
I'm under the freeway, north side of Vernon Plus.
Caesar is being real cagey, but he's earned a bit of respect from CJ, so the player's gonna have to check out what he's going on about. Get into the car underneath the hidden freeway. CJ wants to know what this is all about. It's a betrayal like no other. Basically, this game's Montreal Screwjob.
Just in time, ese. Take a good hard look over there.
Ryder and Big Smoke are in league with the Ballers and Crash. Tenpenny's appropriately named unit, community resource against street hoodlums.
Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking Green Saber. Shit, Smoke? Crash making you sell us out?
After this, Sweet is definitely going to be in danger, and his health appears at the top of the screen, meaning time is of the essence. And I've just got to mention, even though Ryder is here, CJ never mentions him. In fact, this is pretty much it for Ryder. He'll show up later on, but only really as a lifeless NPC. Speculation about this character is that he was cut from the game, or at least the second half. But nothing's ever really been confirmed. And considering this game has been data mined to hell and back, just look at Hot Coffee, nothing's really ever come up. And there's probably only a few people that worked on this game that actually know what went down. And considering Dan Houser and Leslie Benzies are now free from Rockstar, neither of them have ever mentioned this, and probably never will. There's just a little case of NDAs, and you know, professionalism.
It's Sweet. I think him and the homies is walking into a trap. Just go. Go!
Getting to Sweet, it's clear Grove Street aren't faring well. The Ballers have them pinned down and more are on the way. And even when CJ checks on his brother, he never mentions Ryder, just Smoke.
Caesar called and showed me some shit. It's Smoke, and he in deep with Tenpenny and some ballers. He sold us out.
Ballers come from almost every direction, and cover is hard to come by, and cars can't help catch all the bullets. This is one of those fights where it feels like crouch is a saving grace. As the police close in, all those alive scatter, but not CJ. He stays at his brother's side as the camera fades to black.
You got a bag over your head, boy. How you feel about that?
Man, take it off. Please, man. I can't breathe. Please.
Oh, all right. But only because you said please.
Coming to, he's in the clutches of Tenpenny and Pulaski once again. And it's still no mention of Ryder here, just Smoke. Tenpenny catches us up on the situation, and it seems like Caesar kept his end of the bargain. Also, I've never noticed that Pulaski's mouth never moves here.
Things are going pretty well for you, Carl. So behave, nigga.
We want you to do a little favor for us, Carl.
Now out of the car and in the middle of nowhere, Tenpenny and Pulaski reassert their place in the food chain, shattering the idea that the streets come first for all those in the Grove. For now, there's only one way for CJ to keep his brother alive, and that's working for Tenpenny out in the sticks. And I wish this major scene in the game was lit different, because, you know, I'd like to see the characters' faces. Here is where the second major part of San Andreas begins.
For once, let's let the kid do something good with his useless life. He's gonna help us with the fight against crime. Right, Carl?
Yeah. By any means necessary.
The mission Badlands has CJ doing some cleanup work for Tenpenny, because snitches get stitches after all.
I want you to pay him a little visit, Carl, and destroy all his evidence before he testifies.
Sort this out, Carl, so Officer Tenpenny can sleep easy at night.
Driving up to Mount Chiliad to a cabin, all that needs to be done is kill the snitch, his security, and get a photograph. It's nothing too complicated for our first outing in the countryside, because most of this mission is just navigating Mount Chiliad. As for Los Santos, well, we won't be going back there for a while now. The gang wars have apparently ceased, and now more of the map has opened up for the player. This will start rolling out at more of a rapid pace now, because it feels like half the game is set in Los Santos, and the other half is spent outside trying to get back. To be honest, Rockstar could have gotten away with a game set entirely in the hood, around its culture, and everyone in there. But I guess for some that would be creatively stifling after a while. So now they can have a bit of fun with the story, and mix the missions up. Caesar gets in touch with CJ after the mission with a phone call.
Your sister's been worried. I heard some shit went down.
Yeah, Los Santos is dangerous right now. I'm out in the middle of, I don't know, Whetstone or whatever that is.
This will lead to first dates, and a familiar face for seasoned GTA players.
What the fuck did you want?
Nothing. I'm looking for a friend of mine's cousin.
Entering this country diner, a certain someone seems to be stirring up a whole load of shit. We will soon find out that this is Catalina. Yeah, the very same from GTA 3. You know, the woman that screwed over Claude and took over the Colombian gang for a while. And I wonder how many people made this connection.
You're just small time.
Because San Andreas character models just look so much better than GTA 3's. Well, the main cast anyway. But then just looking at side NPCs, they are probably better than GTA 3 characters as well. And remarkably, they got the same voice actress back. And looking at her IMDb, she's only really been in this role.
My name is Catalina, and we're gonna take this county for Eric's stinking scent.
Okay, good plan, I guess.
You're damn straight, it's a good plan.
First dates was merely an introduction though, as Catalina has 4 different jobs to choose from.
A liquor store in Blueberry, a bank in Palomino Creek, a gas station in Dillimore, and a betting shop in Montgomery.
And because I'm a simple man, Tank Command will be the first up.
Hand over the tankings or I blow your fucking balls off!
Simply because it's the closest. This brings semi-trucks into the game.
Change of plan, Carl! We're taking the tanker!
And side missions revolving around them too. Yet more side content being fed to the player by Rockstar. And seriously, this isn't the end. They keep adding more and more of these side missions. 100% in this game isn't something you can do overnight.
I ain't losing another crappy job because of some crazy bitch.
And yes, they're a pain to drive in the storm. And apparently any cars according to these guys. Catalina leaves after this, but at least this nets a solid $5,000. The most made by any single job yet, I'm pretty sure. I think at this point in the last game, Vercetti owned half of Vice City by now.
Goodbye!
Then as CJ's left alone in the rain, a mutual acquaintance gets in touch.
You know me. This is the truth.
No, I don't.
Perfection. They said you were a moron.
Body Harvest opens up with a 10 penny we haven't seen up until now.
Check this shit out. What do we have here?
Yo, Carl. What up, kid?
CJ just can't escape the devil on his shoulder. And this is the first time we've seen Tenpenny without Pulaski. So is he keeping this operation secret from him? Probably.
Mr. Truth here is going to be supplying you with some of the finest
We and you are going to deliver it for us.
Tenpenny then does the introductions, and then buggers off high as a kite. The naming of this mission is also a nod to DMA Design's first ever 3D game, way back in the N64. Sure, the truth might be on the box, but his character really just comes out of nowhere, as this game's themes take a 90-degree turn into new territory.
Namaste, Carl.
The fuck that mean? Later, freak.
The only real problem I have is all the bloody driving. The residents of the farm aren't evil, but they don't pay too kindly to strangers. And apparently the folk in this region are based off the ones in the film Deliverance.
You picked the wrong old timer, boy!
But thankfully Rockstar left out that scene.
Look out, idiot!
Unfortunately, the Combine Harvester controls like a big forklift truck, but thankfully, this is a lot more fun.
What's that one that blooms every 4 years?
Yep, people go in and mush comes out, all ready to go in a pie. Feel like I could be a real farmer now.
Shit, fuck! I have absolutely no clue.
Caesar gets in touch with CJ to inform us of the situation in Los Santos, as things are starting to deteriorate.
The Varios Los Aztecas, it's all over. There's a price on my head. Maybe candles too.
What happened?
Trust, respect, honor, they don't mean jack in Los Santos now.
Getting to Angel Pines, CJ meets up with his sister and the king in exile. CJ tries to calm down Caesar, but the disturbing truth of what Smoke has been getting up to starts to surface.
Smoke, he's a pusher, man.
No, not Smoke. He might mess with Crash, but he don't mess with no Ye.
Come on, CJ, how you think he got that new house, huh? Just let that grow for life bullshit go and take a look around you.
And even though CJ's back with his people now, Catalina certainly hasn't had enough of him.
Where'd you been, asshole?
Well, I was just about to call you, but...
Liar! You've been hanging out with those sticky putas!
For the next 3 missions, CJ's gonna have Catalina by his side. And even when he makes it to first base, she doesn't make it easy.
Now where is this stupid bitch?
Here, cabrón! Who's the bitch now, eh?
Oh, baby. I'm so sorry, baby.
Catalina is such a wild card. I'd love to see this version of her realised in GTA 3.
Carl! I think I love you.
Shit, that's great.
Local liquor store doesn't go as Catalina planned, which is going to become a bit of a theme with her. Turns out these guys are already casing out the joint, but as Catalina takes one out, there's only 3 left to chase, and she wants to chase them.
That's my money! Please, stupid motherfucker!
Catalina eventually shoots these guys off their quad bikes, but it takes much longer than it needs to. And before her next mission, Catalina takes their relationship to the next step.
How was it?
Different.
I knew you would like it.
Jumping to against all odds, the plan is to rob a betting shop with some satchel charges.
Leave the panic button or I'll kill your children too!
After I manage to get these things bloody working, the police are up their ass. A 4-star rating pops, and this is almost as bad as dealing with the FBI. But it's nothing a little pay and spray can't handle. The wanted level system also works like before, but with a few tweaks this time, just to refine it and make it difficult to deal with. With 1 star, one officer will chase the player at a time and only attack them with their nightstick. Standard cops also ride bikes too, making them more effective because they can shoot off their bikes as well, so this really mixes up chases sometimes, and makes them a little bit annoying at this low level. With 2 stars, the police will actively search for the player. They'll spawn all over and shoot on sight, and from here they'll never give up, unless a pay and spray or a bribe gets involved. With 3 stars, helicopters and roadblocks are now on the table, just to shake things up. As 4 stars pop, the SWAT will join the party, and the police want to have stingers. And if the player tries to escape by air, Hydra jets are drafted in, and these are essentially inescapable after a while. Being captured or killed is inevitable. Then 5 stars kicks off the FBI Destruction Derby. Finally, 6 stars will trigger the army with their big ass trucks and new and improved Rhino tanks. And if you get caught running away from them, the soldiers will gun you down. CJ thinks these two might be a match made in heaven when Catalina snaps again.
Asshole!
Damn, what I do now?
She's totally unhinged. Then it seems like these two might be through. So I brought these flowers for nothing. As the relationship might be over, the job escalates to a small town bank.
Don't even think about doing anything, motherfucker!
Hand over every last dollar! Now, bitch!
And yeah, I fucked it up. You might have a couple of seconds to keep them scared, because look, they didn't even care that I aimed this boomstick at them. I get it's not a tough thing to pull off, but you literally have seconds. After taking revenge on their heads and collecting the rest of the money, it'd be time for a proper good old shootout. Little moments like this felt so cinematic back in the day.
I just bought another donut. Don't criminals have any consideration? We can collect that bribe later. Might as well go and take a look. We know you're in there. The game's up.
Then I fucked up the job even more as I failed not 1, but 2 jumps.
Ooh! Oh, motherfucker!
So after a bunch of running, I catch up with Catalina in the next town. And somehow this didn't fail the mission for me. And this woman's got some stamina because she's still going as well. And watching my gameplay back, it's a miracle I didn't die here.
Thank you, now shut up!
With a 10 grand payout, this partnership is done. But that doesn't mean CJ's heard the last of Catalina. Not by a long shot. Thanks to a call from Caesar, CJ's time in the countryside might soon be at an end. But first, he's gonna need to take part in a race.
You wanna make some money?
Does the Pope shit in the woods?
Why you keep asking me that, Holmes? I told you, I don't know. What Holiness does his business is his business. Just get a fast car and meet me in Kendall just south of Montgomery.
Woozy is another mission named after one of the main characters, and Woozy acts nothing like he might come across at first. And by that I mean he's one of the more chilled characters in the game.
Relax, this isn't a parade, pal. But you know, we gotta be careful. Woozy Moo. But my friends call me Woozy. How you doing?
But it isn't what you know in life, it's who you know. So winning this race will be key to climbing out the gutter. And in the opening cutscene for this race, a familiar face is lurking in the background.
I think you're getting high on that country air, man.
Walking into the marker, Farewell My Love starts, and yep, Catalina is back. She also has a new victim, I mean lover, and Claude doesn't really have the same edge to him with his art style. I know it's the same engine, but he just looks a little soft. Maybe this was a happier Claude, before he spent so much time with Catalina.
That was a good release. Like hitting a man with a frying pan while he sleeps. This, Carl? This is my new man. Are you jealous? Are you going to fight for me? Huh?
And yeah, this is yet another racing mission in the countryside, but I guess it gets a little bit more use out of the landscape. Winning the race, Catalina has her own reasons why CJ made it out ahead.
Not only was he racing, but he was satisfied. Fully.
And instead of cash, CJ gets new digs, all whilst his cutscene essentially sets up GTA 3.
Hey, wait a minute, bitch! What is this shit?
They did to a garage in San Fierro. My lover needs his car so we can go to Liberty City.
After a weird call from the truth, are you going to San Fierro ties up loose ends in this region?
Peace. I've got everything you need, lone traveler. It's in the mothership.
The truth is as coherent as ever.
3 Rama. What the fuck's that noise?
As these two need to get out there and burn the little grow operation he's got going on, all before a chopper arrives. This just goes to prove that nobody can trust Tenpenny. And even though you need to burn this place before the chopper arrives, it basically gets here at the same time. There's also a little fun distortion effect on the screen, you know, because reasons. And if you don't know, go and ask Snoop Dogg. Now on board the mothership, CJ will have to drive this work of engineering art to San Fierro. It isn't a short trip, but at least the chat between the two makes us go by faster.
The engine block is held together with a macrame hammock and it's running on 15-year-old cooking oil.
Can you shoot?
Shoot? I'm a hippie. The only thing I've shot is acid. I heard about this dude snorted it once. Thought his nose was a kangaroo and the moon was a dog. Woo!
Wear Flowers in Your Hair starts off with CJ ranting about the apparent raw deal he's been given.
Motherfucker! That mute asshole, that fucking snake without a tongue, gave me this shithole instead of a pink slip.
But Kendall speaks the truth here.
You know what, Carl? You are a fucking idiot. Your whole life you wanted something for nothing. Now you've got something and you don't know what to do with it. We'll make it good enough. We'll help, right?
We got your back, CJ.
So with some of the truth's connections, it'd be time to get this garage up and running. And I don't know if it was a deliberate reference, but the title of this mission makes me think of Sean Connery in the shower.
If you're going to San Francisco, you're sure to meet some gentle people there.
It's also got unexpected ties back to Vice City, which surprise surprise flew over my head back in the day. Until pretty recently, to be honest, and Jeffro seems more than happy to leave his current position. Before picking up Dwayne, the truth wants to scope out the hospital.
It's over in Santa Flora district, west of here.
Yeah, you sick?
No, the government is, but that's a long story.
And for some reason he's a bit cagey about it.
Cover your faces. Think about a yellow rubber duck.
You tripping again.
Shh. Okay, I've seen enough.
Dwayne also seems happy enough to join the operation too, but he's not going to be tagging along. He'll make his own way there. Then the truth has another weird request.
If I told you, the likelihood is you'd get a probe up your ass within a month.
I am seriously getting pissed off right now.
There's that van again. Now it'd be time to pick up Zero, who just happens to be voiced by David Cross.
Oh, hey, Truth.
Get in. I'll fill you in as we drive.
You know, just one of the big name actors that appears in San Andreas. And yeah, he's only a mid-tier main character, but he makes the most of his minutes. If I was going to point to something I remember him in, it's probably Men in Black, or of course, Scary Movie 2.
Do you feel lucky? Punk? Do you feel lucky?
And just like that, CJ's got a new crew.
Caesar, this Jethro, Dwayne, and Zero.
Hey man, dude.
Salutations, my sibling.
Then closing out this mission, Kendall's got a plan to make some real money.
Look, you buy a dump like this, fix it up, and sell it. Or better yet, you turn the property into a business. The snowball gets bigger.
I don't know, sis. This all sound big time to me.
Look, Carl, this place is gonna get on its feet, and when it does, we are gonna have money. If you wanna make something of yourself, you gotta let your money work for you.
This was a fairly simple mission, but it basically lays the groundwork for the next chapter of this game, with new characters and missions showing up. It's also an excuse for the player to explore the city. You've got to appreciate the callbacks to Vice City and GTA 3 too. And afterwards, Zero's going to call CJ, as he's got some problems of his own.
Disaster! My landlord is selling the shop. I'll have nowhere to live and no safe haven from Berkeley.
I'm looking to invest in some property at the moment. Maybe I'll swing by.
555 wee tips sees CJ running more errands for Tenpenny. It's also a test of his morals.
Hey, motherfucker, the code of the streets is that I don't snitch. I don't give a fuck if it kills you, me, my brother. Street cats don't call no cops.
Carl, he's a DA.
If not for one moment anyway.
Oh, yeah? Well, where I go find him?
For this one, CJ's got to play the role of a valet, after getting the appropriate uniform though. Then it's a case of getting the right car, grabbing the package from Tenpenny, and then getting back within a time limit. Oh, and you can't damage the car either. It's fairly simple, but yet again it's a way for Rockstar to sneak in another side mission. I appreciate all the content, but really, who wanted to be a valet in GTA? Finishing this mission, CJ drops the all-important tip.
Found anything? He's got half of Mexico in here. Must be 2 tons of Mary here.
What? But I've never seen. How could it be?
Hell of a defense you got there, buddy!
Deconstruction is just an excuse to cause a little bit of mayhem behind the garage, and any self-respecting brother would stick up for his sister.
Hold up, I got this. I need to go teach him a little respect, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. I've been thinking about getting me some new land anyway.
Bulldozing the site and killing the workers is the first step. And really, this mission should have been called Killdozer. And if you haven't heard about that real life event, then you should look that shit up. You can knock the Portaloo into the hole with a crane, but that's just a little too fiddly for me.
Oh God, no!
So the bulldozer does fine. Once he's in the hole, it'd be time to bury the poor fucking cement. Just like what the Undertaker did to Paul Bearer.
The cement! Oh my God!
Finishing the mission, Jeffro is going to call up CJ suggesting that he take some driving lessons, which just feels like a bit of padding if you ask me, but it's essential to the platinum, so you gotta play it.
Driving school? Man, exactly what you trying to say, man?
Nothing, man, nothing. It was Dwayne's idea.
Photo Opportunity starts off with a tip from Caesar.
We gotta find out who's supplying those cats.
But why did Rockstar make us drive halfway across the map just to talk to Caesar? This is one time when they could have just teleported the player. What made this worse is I flipped Caesar's car when I got out here, so I needed to go all the way back and do it again. Maybe I do need to go driving school.
Oh my fucking God!
Hey, who flipped the world?
So after doing all that again, finally the mission ends up on a rooftop, and here's where the plot thickens.
How many of these clowns are there?
The next mission, Jizzy, is named after the character it features, which happens quite a lot in this game. It also sees the return of Woozy, as he runs down who was in the meeting.
These guys?
Yeah.
They're the Loco Syndicate. They're pretty big time, I think. Don't have any dealings with them. We don't touch blow. Now this guy runs things. I don't know his name. This guy is T-Bone Mendez. He's the muscle.
And who's that guy?
That's Jizzy B. He's the biggest pimp in town.
Thanks to The Godfather, I learned at a young age that pimping ain't easy, so Jizzy is going to need a bit of assistance. Hoe trains don't run themselves.
For a guy like me to work for a guy like Jizzy B?
Well, now that you mention it, I do have a slight problem. Something a little dumb muscle like yourself might be able to fix. Cause you see me, I'm intellectual.
Jizzy is also voiced by Charlie Murphy, former comedian and the late brother of Eddie Murphy. This mission feels like it could have been just left on the cutting room floor though. Running errands for the pimp is nothing special, but it's a means to an end. But chasing the preacher around the city of SF is a strong way to end this very meh mission, but only thanks to the unique layout of the city, and the random dialogue from the preacher. Once this is dealt with, guess what? This car has pimpin' based missions. But as the police are up my arse, there's no time for that now. And beating this mission, it'll also unlock Woozy as a mission giver.
Hey Carl, it's Woozy. Hey, if you got some time, I'd like for you to come over so we can talk about something.
Return to Jizzy, he'll be lecturing T-Bone Mendez. And Mendez looks like he's moments away from giving Jizzy a big old slap.
I ain't no retard, amigo.
Get into the ambush van, this happens. No idea what was going on there, but this mission is a bit of a wild goose chase, as you gotta chase all of these guys down and grab their packages, then just return to Jizzy. I guess it helps get CJ's foot in the door anyway.
T-Bone, pump your brakes, baby. Take a chill pill.
The next mission from Jizzy is at least a bit more creative. Getting to the club, Jizzy is winding up T-Bone again, but this is all interrupted when Mike Torino calls for help.
Okay, just keep talking. Hey Holmes, Mike's in trouble. Let's bounce.
Mike's in the back of a vehicle on his cell phone, and all he can do is pass clues to T-Bone and Jizzy, as CJ tries to find his location. Also on this mission, Big Smoke and OG Loco spouting some bullshit on the radio.
From now, it's about making words rhyme, and I'm going toe-to-toe with you in a minute.
After killing the goons and, well, not destroying the van this time,
That's it. If you want to make an international...
Mike steps out the back and he's played by the one and only James Woods.
About time, T-Bone. Who the fuck is this?
After destroying the van and losing the heat, Mike wastes no time interrogating CJ, and this won't be the last time the two interact, not by a long shot.
Give me his wallet.
What? Hey, get on!
Quit struggling and concentrate on the road. Here you go, Mike.
Carl Johnson, huh? Alright, I've seen enough here.
Outrider sees Jizzy contact CJ this time. It looks like CJ might be finally making some inroads when this happens.
Hey! You a pinchy hooter or what?
but T-Bone was just having a little bit of fun.
Man, I'm just trying to make some money. Keep my mouth shut, I swear, man. I almost had you, man.
Shame he and Mike don't help CJ for this escort mission though. This is one of those very GTA missions, and what I mean by that is, CJ's got to go around destroying roadblocks with a bloody RPG. Not just one, but several of them. And also casually wiping out gunmen on the streets. And they're all here trying to stop one van. I imagine the devs tested this one without the RPG and just found it far too sweaty. And really I thank them for giving us this handy street sweeper.
Welcome to America, asshole!
Because it's been a minute, it'd be time to say hello to some old friends. And Snail Trail starts off by saying the quiet part out loud.
Well, what we want is to get on with our jobs in peace without some damn bleeding heart liberal poking his nose into affairs he won't even understand.
But because this is San Andreas, we'll have to drive all the way across the map to follow the reporter. And for me, I just follow the train on the tracks because it's easier.
Oh, what you doing, my wheel?
The Spookometer makes a return, but you've really got to get close to screw this one up. Getting to the pier is a simple case of popping off some heads and that's it. Now just to drive all the way back, I guess. Ice Cold Killer starts off pretty abruptly, with Woozy leaving a message for CJ, rather than calling him up. Now why didn't Rockstar pay tribute to GTA 3, and have him narrate this as CJ reads it?
He's probably out in the bay as you read this. Steal a police boat and sink his career.
Missed opportunity right there. This mission also attempts to introduce the player to the silencer. But come on man, most of us picked up one at Mad Dog's mansion. Climbing down from the scaffolding, I don't even know why the devs bothered to introduce the silencer here, because I just kind of crouch walk up to Jizzy with no real resistance. It's great that CJ's allowed to verbally knock Jizzy down a peg too.
Ass selling, yay pushing, piece of shit trash. Oh Lord, what y'all waiting on, huh? Somebody cap this nigga, man!
But after the cutscene, he just teleports away. Never mind though, because his goons don't stand up to buckshot. After a brief chase, Jizzy's forced out of his car, and I totally meant to juggle him with explosions here.
A district attorney is facing a long jail sentence after he was arrested outside.
And now with Jizzy's phone, CJ can take out the rest of the syndicate. The next mission though, well, it's kind of a disappointment. Sure, there are some major story implications for it, but in the grand scheme of things, no one really remembers or cares about T-Bone. It's Ryder that we're here for.
T-Bone security got here real early. That was Woozy's boys, they're in place. Look down by the side entrance.
So how does he go out? Well, in just a really lame way. This guy's meant to be one of CJ's OGs from back in the day. These two are meant to be Grove Street for life, but he just tries to swim off. All this after CJ shoots his way through Pier 69, literally capping everyone in sight.
Your face, huh?
CJ and Caesar then finish off T-Bone. So now it's just Ryder left. And the weird thing about this mission is Ryder doesn't have any new dialogue. It's all reused from earlier.
Can't stop me.
He's headed for those boats!
Don't worry about it, I got this.
It's almost like CJ's talking to a soundboard or something like that, as he sends him to sleep with the fishes. So what was meant to happen with Ryder? Apparently he was meant to stay loyal to Grove Street, but obviously this was changed before the game shipped. So it looks like there wasn't much time to figure him out in the story, so they just plopped him here. And apparently this was all done to make Big Smoke the bigger bad in the end. But it's just a little weak for me, man. Rather than have Ryder just swim off and try and get away in a boat or whatever, he should have been betrayed by Big Smoke or something like that. The character deserved better.
I'm a motherfucking G.
Now it's time to take out the leader of the Loco Syndicate in Toretto's last flight, or so CJ thinks anyway. For some reason this mission was a clusterfuck for me this time around though. I don't know what it was, maybe the mixture of police and gang members, or just their positioning or something like that. For some reason it took me 3 attempts to nail this one. Even though this mission's simple as hell, once the helipad has been cleared, the chopper's gonna try and make a break for it, but thankfully it conveniently follows a highway. So with 1 or maybe 2 rocket propelled grenades, that'd be the syndicate dealt with. And now the syndicate's in the ground, CJ can get back to building his businesses. So it's about time he paid Zero a visit, and this is an optional mission line. Thankfully one that I didn't miss this time around, but unfortunately this is where all the RC crap has been stuffed. Zero really sounds like any old account complaining online.
Hey, what up, Z?
Nothing is up, Carl, apart from my blood pressure, and the imminent collapse of my hopes and dreams.
And as these two finally get to know each other, the culture clash is pretty amusing, I won't lie. But Berkeley isn't playing around as the air raid kicks off. And I've just got to mention again that David Cross was such a great choice for this character. He plays Zero so well, you just believe he is Zero, as he straddles the line of a believable super nerd, without going too over the top.
As usual, the forces of darkness have triumphed over good. Life is nothing but misery, briefly interspersed with agony.
Homie, what you on? Whatever it is, you need to reduce the dosage.
Excuse me, but I never take drugs. We all know drugs are for losers and or sex maniacs. And right now, sex is the last thing on my mind.
This mission though, it's a 3-minute long turret defense deal. With Zero somehow having access to a minigun with infinite ammo. Did he 100% MGS2 or something?
Infinite ammo.
All this to take down some RC planes is a bit overkill. If at least one transmitter survives, you never have to think about this one again.
Berkeley! As long as we have opposable thumbs, we will fight you!
Sticking with Zero's missions, it's like being teleported to a movie set in a high school or something. But some people would pay to be out there for more than 2 hours, I swear.
Then them some pretty strong draws.
Yes, my hero. Carl, he came back and humiliated me. I shall probably turn to prostitution now, where I will be found dead and broken.
With supply lines, it'd be time to strike back at Berkeley, as we have control of some RC planes now. But this one's called the Red Baron, so that makes it cooler, right? Well, no, not really, no. Flying around San Fierro and taking out each courier by air can be a pain.
Only 2 left now, Carl!
So instead, this is the real way to handle this one. Even if they see the Red Baron coming, they just don't react. It also saves on fuel because that's a thing in this mission for some reason. I guess there needed to be some sort of tension for this one. Thankfully, after I took all 5 out, there was more than enough fuel to get back to base.
Ow! My crack.
Berkeley won't take this one sitting down though, so things are getting a little somber with Zero as the final battle approaches.
I am to engage in battle with Berkeley. At stake, honor, and our very lives. It's funny. I've never noticed before how beautiful this time of year can be. I may never again see Rome in the springtime.
New Model Army reminds me of something I played back on the PS1, and by that I mean the Army Men games, especially the Air Attack series. You've got to appreciate Rockstar's commitment to the bit here as well. Nobody was asking for these RC missions, but they kept cramming them in. And when there's so much more to do in this game, I've just got to imagine this was someone's passion project. This is the best of all the RC missions in any GTA game though, even if it essentially boils down to picking this thing up here and putting it down over there, be it a barrel getting in the way, a spare bridge, or some bombs to drop on a tank. Zero also makes sure to constantly remind CJ what he needs to do, like every 15 seconds.
Carl, there's no bridge! There's no bridge! Carl, I need a bridge, now!
And after all that busy work, Zero finally defeats his nemesis.
Ha ha! Ha! Berkeley, you, sir, are a loser.
Oh yeah, and the shop will now start earning $5 a time too. And because I'm trying to be as thorough as possible, it'd be now time to take CJ back to school. Now this is essentially a list of driving challenges, designed to see if the player can pull off a bunch of emergency stops and drifts, all while avoiding the cones. Sounds exciting, right? Now this is all side stuff, but you need to play this for the platinum. Scoring enough medals will eventually lead to the import-export car list, which is essential to the platinum, and that's a classic of the series at this point. The final challenge is at least something interesting, with it essentially challenging the player to get across town and back within a time limit and not get any damage. After that brief detour, it'd be time to pay Woozie a visit, and this place isn't really welcoming at first.
We're closed, Puckeye! Easy, man, I'm here to see Woozie.
Is that a GTA version of Tony Soprano? I never noticed this guy before now. Then again, I wasn't really watching the show when it was first on air, but damn is it a masterpiece. And if anyone hasn't figured this out by now, well this guy fills us in on Woozie.
You know of the boss's curse?
Curse? Nah.
He's blind.
Blind? But we was just racing cars last week.
Yes, I know. He's blessed with unbelievable good fortune.
Then it'll be time to finally meet the guy again. As the head of the Mountain Cloud Boys, Woozie is the type of connection CJ needs in this town.
I can't use your help unless I'm open with you about who I am and what I do. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the boss of the Mountain Cloud Boys.
And it was clever of the devs to put CJ with the Triads, as they were essentially a faceless faction in GTA 3.
As Daidai-Lo of the Triad, it is my responsibility to see that disputes are settled without damaging important business.
Getting to the location, I will never not be amused by seeing Woozie pretend he's not blind.
What's wrong? You lost? You need a hand?
No. I was just, getting the feel of the place. Stick close.
Bless Woozie, even if he is a crime boss and all that. Once the bullets start flying, this becomes more of a meat and potatoes GTA mission. But sometimes that's all you need from a game like this. Having Woozie along for the ride makes it more than amusing though.
You drive. I'll send them back to the sewers.
Return to Woozie, he'll introduce CJ to Run Far Lee.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'll be the same if I was trying to enjoy my ramen too. As for this mission though, it's another great GTA throwback, with picking up packages being the objective. Sounds easy enough, right? Well, of course, the car is being watched, and it's got a health meter, just for good measure. These fucks are mostly on the back of motorbikes though, so they really don't stand a chance.
Feel down? What do you expect, sympathy?
Stopping by Woozy's establishment, it seems like Ran Farley is ahead of his time. What's the old geezer doing with a wireless controller way back in 1992? The triads are in a bit of a bother, but CJ's been around the block more than once, and he lays things out how they need to be.
Why don't you cruise on out of here, lead them to a place quiet, and cap they flat asses?
Ran Farley approves of the lure.
We find you funny.
I think mostly because he can get back to his noodles and video games in peace. Heading all the way out to the countryside, it'll be a case of following the markers so Ran Farley can get out of town. Then this guy just doesn't seem to care that CJ tricked him. But then again, not every mission needs to end in a shootout.
It's decoy! Back to Chinatown!
Next up, Amphibious Assault feels like a personal attack on the players, who bitched about GTA not having swimming.
I need something taken care of.
What? Hey man, quit trying to distract me.
How are you in the water?
What you mean? Can I swim?
Yeah. Can you swim well?
No, I can't. Shit! Man, damn! How you do that?
Because don't worry, Rockstar have made sure that CJ can swim. So yeah, after far too much swimming, CJ can finally take on the next mission. I stopped capturing footage for this after a while, because honestly, this is so boring. It takes so long to build up CJ's lung capacity. Then Woozy has the cheek to let us know that he can't swim. What did I just waste the past half an hour on?
Seriously, when I'm in the deep water, it panics me. Plus, I'm terrified of eels and squid and seaweed and...
Okay, dude, see, I know you're just trying to make excuses now.
These two just work so well together though.
When I was a kid, swimming off the Santa Maria, I once got a condom stuck to my face.
Then Woozy drops this bombshell on us.
I have a confession to make. I'm blind.
I also love how CJ needs to clarify this.
One last thing. You do know that I'm black, right? And not Chinese.
I'm blind, Carl, not stupid.
The whole swimming part though, it wasn't even needed, but I guess that was the price to pay to finally have swimming in GTA. The aim of the first part of this mission is to remain undetected, as there's plenty of guards out here watching the perimeter. Or you could just shoot the bastards like I did. That works too. Then Rockstar plays their hands at stealth again, as CJ's got to try and remain undetected as he gets down below. Any excuse to silently take down a base, I'm never going to complain. But for now, planting a bug is all that's necessary before getting back to dry land. Things are moving so fast for Woozy, but with so much on his plate, CJ's got his back.
Don't even trip. I'ma handle this for you, alright?
Thanks, my friend. Your help and friendship has been invaluable to me.
The Dang Nang thing will see CJ return to the ship, but this time stealth isn't an option. This isn't a drive-by, it's a flyby.
They're gunning for us already! I see them! They're all over the containers! I got them, man! Right in my sight!
It also feels like ever since Black Hawk Down, everyone feels the need to shout out RPG.
RPG! Hold on! RPG! RPG! Where? Which side? We're hit! We're going down! Brace for impact!
Thanks to the crash, CJ just happens to lose his gear. I guess at this point the devs assume the player will be strapped to the nines, and they aren't wrong to be fair. So this makes for a pretty big difficulty spike out of nowhere. But as we are in the final stages of San Fierro, this is only to be expected. Thankfully there's some good old-fashioned health pickups here, as well as armor. Could you imagine having to find food and eat it during this mission? That'd take forever.
Not long until we're drinking cola in the free west, eh?
Breaching the hull. This layout is a bit easier to deal with, as we make our way to free the refugees.
Please! The snakehead tricked us!
So if anyone's going to pay for this crime, then Snakehead is going to get him. And getting up to him, it looks like it'd be time for an epic duel. If John Williams wouldn't come after me, I'd definitely overlay the Duel of Fates right now.
We settled this here! I apologize.
Never mind then. With Snakehead dealt with and the refugees saved, CJ got to be the hero today. Back at the garage, CJ is feeling low. Even with some encouragement from Caesar, CJ is still grieving after being betrayed by the ones he used to ride with.
Man, I got homies I used to run with that turned their back on me over this.
And at least Ryder gets a mention here.
Fuck Ryder, man. That was my homie. And I killed him.
Fuck, midget deserved it, eh? Little asshole tried to bang your sister, you know that?
No.
Just when it looks like the Loco Syndicate is dead and buried, there'll be one more mission focused on this group. To put them out of action for good this time, CJ doesn't have the necessary artillery to take out a crack factory, so a car bomb should do the trick.
She's packing enough to take out that crack lab.
Shame 8-Ball couldn't make the trip though.
Yo, my man!
Now the trick with this one is to get out the car and waste all the fucks before driving in. I made the mistake of not doing so the first time around, and it got pretty messy. The bloody police got involved both times as well. Like, piss off you fucks. I'm technically doing you a favour. With only 40 seconds to spare once the car is placed, the AK will be CJ's best friend. And with one last stun, the Syndicate is finally dealt with. But after finishing this mission, CJ gets a strange call from someone disguising his voice.
This is a friend of yours. I've got some information relating to your brother. Come to my ranch and I'll explain.
Getting to the mystery man's ranch, he won't be there, but he's got a challenge for CJ. For some reason, driving a monster truck around the desert is vital to progress in the game.
What it look like I'm made of? Pudding?
No, anger and hate. That's what I like about you. Hey, there's a truck in the garage. I say we take it for a spin.
But taking a look back, this was really the devs making us explore a new landscape again, because the desert is where CJ is going to be spending most of his time for the next batch of missions. I get it passed in time, but wait. McMahon? So is this what Vince gets up to when he's not been a degenerate?
Damn it, you people think this is funny!
And once that's done, the mystery fellow calls back.
Son, get back to the ranch and I'll explain everything. And I mean everything.
Hijack starts with someone coming back from the dead. Turns out he really wasn't part of the Syndicate.
Well, you think I'm a drug dealer? And you think you're a crusader for good? Do you have any idea what's going on? Any idea whatsoever? Do you? Do you?
Nah, I pay as little attention to things as possible.
Do not be a smart ass with me.
And most people should have seen this coming, because Rockstar wouldn't cast James Woods in such a minor role back then. Today it might have been a bit different, but not get into that.
Yes, when we last met, I was involved in battling threats in Latin America by any means necessary.
And Torino is a G-man, through and through. You know, getting other people to do his work for him, as he throws whoever he wants or whatever country he wants into chaos. You know, all just to protect the homeland. He even helped CJ rally Caesar into this.
I got here as fast as I could, CJ.
Yeah, you sure did. How you know I needed help?
Man, you losing it, Holmes. You phoned me a half hour ago.
I did? I mean, oh yeah, I did.
This mission though, it can be a bit fiddly to line the bike up with the truck, but it's cool to see one-time tricks in missions like this, because someone had to sit there and program this. I don't think it shows up in any other mission. I don't know how they managed to get that thing in CJ's garage though, but video games I guess. There are still a few missions left in San Fierro though, so it'll be time to clean up these optional missions before moving on. But first, CJ and the crew need a little bit of downtime. Well, that is until Kendall kicks their asses into gear.
So this is it, huh? The great new business venture that's supposed to save all of our worthless lives?
Want to get in?
Look, I thought this was supposed to be our foot on the ladder.
This mission plays on the traditional GTA formula, with it implementing Zero's tech and know-how, as the player's going to have to follow a trail left by the target's cell phone. This could have just been a timer left on screen, but instead it's a bunch of red markers that slowly fade away. Stealing this pretty average car will unlock the mod shop across the street. Test Drive is basically GTA meets Fast and Furious, in a sense. It also gives CJ and Caesar time to catch up.
There's 2 cars on the list, they say, and they're in the showroom across town. Let's go get them.
There's the little moments like this to help flesh out the world and characters back then. This is pretty much commonplace now, but back in the day this was kind of new.
Kendall seems to like it too, you know?
Oh yeah, she's really getting her head into this business thing.
That's good. She always been the brains of the family. She get out together, will make something of herself.
I think she's aiming to make something out of all of us, eh?
Getting to the car dealership, Dominic Toretto will be proud, because this is some proper family shit.
Ah, you a maniac, S.A.?
Hammer, singing about setting things on fire, shooting up.
Driving around the city, blowing off a bit of nitrous, and of course taunting the cops. You know, proper bonding time. Sticking with the garage, things are starting to settle down for the Los Santos outcasts. And for optional missions, there's some great character work here, so it's a shame that some players will miss this.
We're almost living a normal life, huh? This is far from Grove Street, right?
Yeah, I know, but I just can't get it out the back of my mind. Moms, sweet, smoke. I just can't let that go.
Customs Fast Track is essentially a crane game, but on a much larger scale, and it ends in the shootout because GTA. This finally unlocks the imports-exports missions, so that'd be another trophy to tick off. And collecting vehicles was a staple of the PS2 Trilogy.
That was like a piece of tortilla, Holmes.
Puncture Wounds rounds up the garage mission line, and mops up the last mission in San Fierro. Poor Caesar's not having the best of times though.
We gotta find a way to stop her or slow her down.
So before heading out to the desert and beyond, CJ's gonna have to take a page out of the cops' books.
You know what? I think I got an idea.
Though at the start of this one I accidentally run 2 of the gets over. And of all the cars to chase, was this really worth the hassle? I mean, look at it. I'm no gearhead, but this looks pretty average to me. CJ then plays mechanic before getting this thing back on the road. And yeah, that's it, that's the mission. As the last garage mission is pretty lackluster, but at least Wang's car starts generating $8 grand a time. With San Fierro in the rearview mirror, it'd be time to get back to Torino with all his crazy plots. And before CJ can get a word in, Mike makes it clear that he's got all the cards.
And what you knowing about my brother?
Relax. He's in prison upstate. D-Wing, cell 13. To the left, I got a child killer who wants to rip his throat out. To the right of him, I got a white supremacist who wants to eat his heart, to be precise.
Then the realities of what he gets up to comes out.
It's all white knights and heroes. We have to make decisions, kid. You know, I try to set bad people on other bad people, and sometimes I let good guys die. He's your brother, but to me, he's just collateral. It's a very delicate decision. Over here, you got all the scumbags inside the country. And over here, you got all the scumbags outside the country. And me and my colleagues, we're the fucking pivot.
This section of the game really stands out as Rockstar pivoting it away from what they've set up so far. CJ started off as a gangbanger, but now is a de facto government agent. And to be honest, it's the shake-up that San Andreas needed. And because this is the desert, there's going to be a bunch of driving. Getting to the spot, interdiction really kicks off.
Torino, where you at?
Using one of the free off-road vehicles, it's a mad dash up the mountain to get the package. You've really got to wonder how many times the government is working against itself like this, because I bet it's more than we think. With all the choppers dealt with, Torino has more instructions for CJ. The only thing left to do is drive back through the desert.
Where are you? You giving me the heebie-jeebies, man.
Carl, I will always be watching, or listening, or both.
Rockstar don't hold off with their G-Man conspiracies in the next mission either.
This history, it's all lies. It says Hitler killed himself, and that we nuked Japan. And people believe this shit. Jesus.
And yeah, Torino was never gonna let Sweet free that easily.
Man, what did you want? Is you gonna free my brother?
No, not now. And here's a little news flash. I said that to get you to do something for me.
Man, you real fucked up.
But the shocker is, we are gonna look after him.
But the mission itself is fairly straightforward in the grand scheme of things, as there really isn't anything going on in Verdant Meadows. Fun fact, this is one of the 3 missions that you can take your time to complete it, and by that I mean you can play this mission while other missions are active. House Party and Jizzy are the other 2 missions like this, the more you know. Unfortunately the airstrip costs a little bit more than $1, and I guess the devs must have worked out how much money the player would have by this point, because it pretty much wipes me out. But thankfully I had enough to progress. Now there's no point owning an airstrip and not being able to fly, so Torino's already accounted for this.
So listen, now, you're gonna have to learn how to fly.
No, I ain't.
Yes, actually you are.
And there's nothing glamorous here, just CJ learned to fly all sorts. At least Rockstar went all the way with this form of transportation too. But fuck the parachute mechanic, man, that thing never works right. Finishing this, Woozy would get back in touch, but CJ's got some unfinished business with Torino first.
I got a little business proposition for you. Come over and see the setup, my friend.
Okay, for sure, I like that.
Like it? You're gonna love it! It's the Four Dragons Casino in Las Venturas. I'll see you soon, yeah?
Even though CJ owns the airstrip, it certainly doesn't feel like it with Torino about.
Get you again, Carl! You're half asleep. I could have killed you in 9 different ways.
Conveniently enough, he can't do his own dirty work, and he even has a good reason for it, kind of.
I got 5 guys watching me all the time. I got 2 in that hill, 1 over there, and 2 by satellite. If I go, my guys and I will be dead. I don't have a death wish. I'm a man of peace, son.
Honestly, it's just a great time listening to James Woods clearly have fun with this role. He hasn't acted for so long, I forget how great he was.
Game. Set. Match.
NOE is a fairly decent mission when it comes to flying anyway, with it taking everything from flying school and pretty much implementing it here. You've got to beat the clock, but also not go above the radar, and by this point you've got to be fairly proficient with planes to get through this one. Because the time doesn't stop once you made the drop, and the radar is still something to watch out for. And without said radar you could just fly above everything and be done with it, but it forces the player to deal with oncoming obstacles, just to shake things up.
What's Torino up to now?
Stowaway starts off kind of abruptly, with the airstrip coming under siege from other G-men. Of course Torino disappears out of nowhere.
What's your take on this?
Damn! I thought them was your people.
And apparently the big man of all people signed off on this one, so CJ better get on it before he gets the big leg.
Now yeah, it's a dirty job, but somebody's gotta do it. But if you screw this up, it causes a tinderbox situation all over Latin America and the Middle East.
Just like that, Torino skulks away, leaving CJ to catch up with his plane. And there's hardly any time to make it to this as well. There's literally no room for error, so you've got to be on the ball straight away. Then on the plane, it becomes a pseudo game of Donkey Kong. Why do all these G-men have so many barrels? Ninja Sword beats fists though. So with the bomb planted. This is clearly the most epic mission pass screen in this game. Waiting for nightfall, it'd be time for Project Black. But this isn't a Trino joint, as the truth shows up, and he's got a whole bunch of truth to tell.
We pay them to lie to us. Is that what our founding fathers wanted? No more, friend. No more. We're not alone.
Get off me, man! What's going on?
Wish I could see the guy's face though, but I've complained about the lighting enough in this game already. And with such a quick brief from the truth, we now have to break into Area 69. There are countless guards here, so the best approach is a silenced one. Well, to start with anyway. Just like everyone's favourite spies. Searchlights also become a bit of a hassle. They won't be as effective at first, but they'll eventually spot CJ.
This is a code red.
So after going loud and taking out a bunch of defences, jumping through an air vent will be the way to go now. And this base is full of personnel to protect this project. And of course a few scientists get in the way. First up will be to deactivate the sand defences, so flying out of here won't be an issue. Then it'll be time to go for the true objective, after getting a keycard anyway.
Please, no more violence! Take my pass card and go!
And why do some of these scientists have a German accent? Maybe there were some paperclips involved. Getting to the bottom of the base, the legendary jetpack will be waiting. Now I know most players got this first via a cheat back in the day, because that's how we all played this game way back when. It's incredibly nimble and makes getting around trivial. Really, it's the ultimate mode of transport.
Take him out! That's a $60 million project!
But as I was capturing footage, I used it sparingly. I stuck with how the game was meant to be played, mostly.
Far out, have a nice trip, dude.
Hey, wait a... was it too much to ask to get a lift into town?
The last mission from the airstrip, Green Goo, is set up to make use of the Truth's new toy.
Whoa,
hey man, look out! Oh.
This mission line went from government business to truth conspiracy in no time. And this is what I mean by Rockstar having fun with this latter portion of the game. I've played my fair share of train missions in my time, but I think this is the only train heist that has a jetpack in it. Working through the soldiers and crates, we'll eventually come across the Truth's sacred green goo. CJ doesn't get a share of the goo though.
Ooh, everything is different now.
But at least the airstrip will now generate a nice 10 grand a time. With a new city to explore, there's bound to be new problems. Las Venturas is run by the Mafia, and the poor triads just want a piece of the pie for themselves.
So, that's what you've been doing?
Yeah, it's been a complete nightmare. You want a stomach ulcer? Try opening a triad casino in a Mafia-run town.
Turns out CJ's new connection is finally paying off too.
And I'm not about to hand over all our profits to some wise guy Italians.
Our profit?
That's right, you heard me. I want to offer you a share in our casino in exchange for some help setting it up.
And instead of just whacking the troublemaker, CJ's got another idea.
You know what? I think we're gonna take a little drive.
Vendor Ketchup is all about scaring the guy on the bonnet, with a scarometer for a handy visual. Driving erratically and as fast as possible will fill this up, as we watch this wise guy turn into a wimp.
It was a mob. Slow down, for God's sake!
Sticking with Woozy for now, the situation's about to get a little explosive. But the weird thing is, this is all to set up optional missions later.
The glorious sound of a hole-in-one.
These really should have been mandatory. And getting to the quarry, this mission is a race against time, as the dynamite that the player needs is rigged to blow up. Because video games.
You should back down and run away.
And then because reasons, a little stunt work is going to be required to get out of this place. And you better bet this mission unlocks a new type of submission in the quarry. And yeah, this mission unlocks architectural espionage, which I'll get into soon, but I didn't notice it at this time.
Delivery for Woozy. Hey, you be careful with that.
You've Had Your Chips opens up with more Woozy and CJ antics.
Hit me.
Are you sure, man?
Yeah, I'm going for a 5-card hand. Come on.
Okay. Here. I'm a stick. What you got?
How would I know? You tell me.
This man just won't accept his blind willy. Rockstar could have also gone so many ways with Woozy, but having his criminal boss be light-hearted was such a great choice.
Boss, take a look at these 2 chips.
One's a fake.
That's amazing. You didn't even touch him.
No, I just took a guess. Why else would he come in with 2 chips and sound so worried?
CJ's gonna have to take it to the Sindacco family for their treachery, just to help out his partner in crime. And there are 2 ways to approach this factory, head on or over the fence. But both really end up the same way. That is killing all the goons and blowing up the equipment. Just when you think CJ is going to take another mission from Woozie, this next mission is going to send him to the desert, all to find some familiar faces, for the players at least, and trust the truth to send CJ out on a wild goose chase.
I took some fellow travelers deep into the desert on a peyote safari a few nights back. We faced the inner light and communed with the Lizard King.
Sound fun. How'd it go?
That's the problem. I don't know.
Getting to the desert, we stumbled across some accents that always bring a smile to my face.
Stone me bloody crows. Oh, where am I?
I don't know, mate. I was having a dream. I was wanking over some fat bird's tits when this twat turned up.
I wonder how many people learned the term wanking thanks to this game, because I'm pretty sure this is just British slang. This is some first-class writing right here.
I told you a million times not to put stuff in my fucking drink.
Oh, piss off, kidder.
Also, Kent Paul of all characters is back. You'll have to see it. And he's yet again voiced by Danny Dyer, because who else could take up this mantle?
Top luxury that men want in their house.
Porn.
Porn?
Porn.
As the luxury in their house. A window into Danny Dyer's world.
These two guys are such a mess though, and you just gotta love it. Especially Kent's sly dick here.
Come on, fucking Northerners.
But CJ can't go straight back to Venturas, as he's got to follow up some leads.
That there city boy has gone and been with my prize hog.
Christ, these snake farm owners are something else. And let it be heard here that nobody was complaining about this. So just let Rockstar take the piss out of everyone, okay?
I'm gonna slap you silly for giving me and my fella the red bumpies.
What in tarnation?
Just like the guys over at South Park, we all just need to chill and laugh at ourselves sometimes. Getting out of the sticks, the boys want to pay a visit to Rosie. And my god was I so happy to hear this dishevelled voice again.
I have a migraine. Oh, Rosie, son, it's me, Paolo.
Oh, God. My despair is complete. Okay, let him in.
William Finchner is back as Kent Rosenberg, and this is really a treat. Of all the characters to return in this game, him and Kent Paul are my favourite.
Rosie, how are you, me old son?
I pray that one day I can escape my perpetual torment and retire in peace and comfort 1,000,000 miles away from anyone I've ever fucking known, and instead, I get this!
And it's a nice way to reference Vice City without having a direct route back to him. And Rosenberg really hasn't changed either. If anything, he's more dishevelled now. Time's not been kind to Rosenberg though. He and Vercetti must have enjoyed that Colombian snow a bit too much. And little did the truth know, this was CJ's way into the Mafia casino, as missions for Rosenberg and Kent Paul will now become available.
Give us some space, would you, son? I'll give you a tinkle later.
All right, for sure.
Not you, Macca.
Oh, you twat.
Unbelievable.
This is where things get a little messy though. As I mentioned on my last playthrough, I forgot to do the heist mission line. And to be fair on my part, the icon is a bit inconspicuous. When you look at this part of the map, it's covered with shit. But I'm not one of those posers that complains about having icons all over the map. Because I like my video games to look like video games. And I do love my fair share of Ubisoft games. Checkbox games can hit the spot sometimes. You know when you've got a bunch of audiobooks or podcasts to get through. So now I'm going to travel back in time to an older save, with a different CJ in a parallel universe. Hello? Did that work? Okay, cool, sick. On the other side of the Four Dragons Casino, this is where the heist is going to pick up some steam, thanks to some architectural espionage. I would ask why is Woozie standing here in the dark, but then again I forget he is blind.
Woozie? Oh, Carl. You could at least turn the lights on.
Oh, I thought I had. But this window here must let some light in.
Yeah, this perfect right here.
These two having a back and forth never gets old. Rocking up to the planning department, unfortunately you just can't snap a photo and get out.
Okay, sir, are you aware that the reproduction of such plans is prohibited?
Yeah, I'm only after some reference.
So after a little distraction and a quick photo, all it's left to do is shoot your way out of here. Honestly, the combat shotgun was made for missions like this. With the plans to the place, CJ thinks he's got this whole thing figured out. But there's just one
more thing!
You gotta appreciate the love fist Easter egg here too. Wonder what those guys get up to.
We need some drugs, pal! I should have dumped you off.
Key to her heart plays into our fatal weaknesses, but this does not go how anyone would expect. Following the woman after her shift, she doesn't just go home.
Go to hell. It's time for clucking bell.
CJ just happens to follow someone who's into kinkier stuff. Things get to another level once CJ makes it past those Candy Sucks classics.
It's nice and tight.
I'm sure you'll squeeze in just fine. Let's have a look.
Now why did this mission bother with a spookometer if CJ can just stand right there? And look, the most unbelievable thing about this game is how fast she gets changed. And then CJ gets into a gimp suit at record time. I swear it takes me at least a few minutes to get into my skinny jeans. Getting back to her house, it's not that obvious who the gimp's gonna be. Well, I say this, but he is walking down the street with a double-ended dildo. A bit like this universe's Darth Maul. I take it they never met before either, as she doesn't mess around. And just like that, we have a new digital girlfriend.
Come on in. I'm ready for you.
You've been a naughty girl.
And for some reason, Millie does this all backwards. A bit like how my generation dates, but without the bondage. Because now CJ's got to wine and dine her before he gets back into the sheets, and eventually get her keycard. She doesn't even give CJ a kiss now.
Hey!
After a few days, she will come around, but first she wants to do something a bit fun. And her idea of fun is driving around at the speed limit. No more, no less. How exciting. For someone who lives in a sex dungeon, I just don't get this.
Slow down, CJ, I mean it!
But yeah, after a few of these weird days, CJ scores again and gets that keycard. You could just kill her for it, but I'm a gentleman, what can I say?
Listen, I thought about that little scheme you told me about. Don't worry, I haven't told anybody, not even my mom. I've left the keycard and the door code in my bedroom.
Millie girl, you will not regret this.
Now we can get back to business with Damn and Blast. And still to this day, this cutscene never fails to amuse me.
I appreciate your input, but please, fuck off.
What'd he say?
He said fuck off. Come on, let's get out of here.
Hey, what are you still doing here?
I live here.
Oh, okay, you can stay.
Sometimes humor just needs to be simple, like this mission, because all CJ needs to do is steal a plane, then shut down a dam, and then get back to the casino. You know, an ordinary day in San Andreas. Skydiving to the dam, the parachute fails me once again. I hate this bloody thing. And then the mission strips the player of all their gear, without even explaining why. This is never a good thing. At least we get it all back once the mission is over. Inside the dam, things are pretty simple. Stay in the dark until the guards look the other way, then take them out. So basically someone on the team really wanted to make Splinter Cell. Once the bombs are planted, that's it really. I never set off an alarm, but the ending cutscene made it feel like there was going to be a big chase.
We've got him trapped! There's no way off that ledge.
There isn't one though. Still in the poor janitor's home, he's basically part of the crew now.
Question, how does the Mafia normally move cash out of Caligula's?
Bingo. Stripes for Mr. Zero here.
Hey, good job, you little ass kisser.
Ow.
Cop Wheels is something else though. You need to grab 4 separate cop bikes in a strict time limit all over the city. Honestly, I don't know how I managed to do this first time round, but I did.
You get the Packer, hit the Julius Thruway and keep moving.
I don't think I was paying attention to the instructions in this one, but the key here is to pay attention to where the truck is, so you can steal the closest bike and get back to it in the shortest time. But because I wasn't paying attention, I went back to the casino first, and then realised I had to follow a moving target. But man, I really don't know how I managed to wing this one, because I think I had like 30 seconds to spare.
I have an idea. Have you ever seen those helicopters they use to lift heavy loads?
Yeah, they call them sky cranes. We could lift the whole truck and take them to someplace safe.
Up and Away introduces something that would become a fan favourite in GTA 5. And we also used something similar in the final battle against Berkeley, after infiltrating another base, and a classic turret sequence. Now all we need to do is grab the truck with the sky crane and not crash. It doesn't seem like much at first, but it's a lot to ask when this thing wobbles all over the place.
You never cease to amaze me.
Good looking. Where's Woozy?
I don't know. He insisted on driving here himself. It could be anywhere.
With all the preparation work done, it'd be finally time to kick off the heist. Breaking the bank at Caligula's is one of the most complex missions in the game. And I've got to say it again, but it's wild how this can be missed. And I wonder how many players missed this and never knew it was a thing. Sure, Woozy does call you up later about it, but still it's missable.
Are we doing this heist or have you gone soft on me again?
This mission even brings back Zero in a significant way, as he plays the role of mission leader for a while.
Okay, this is it. Play it cool, Carl. Play it cool.
Or at the very least, he's this mission's cue. The first section of the mission requires the player to act natural, as CJ infiltrates the staff-only areas, all thanks to Millie's swipe card.
You new? Yeah, I'm standing in for Jerry, he's ill.
Who's Jerry?
Shut up.
What?
I think I got Jerry's call.
With the help of some gas, the guards down in the vault won't cause much trouble. For a large portion of the mission, the lights are going to be out as well, so those night vision goggles won't be coming off anytime soon. Man, the devs really like Splinter Cell, didn't they?
I can't see Jack.
Oh, and the fucking forklift truck makes a return as well, but it's nowhere near as awkward, thank Christ. Bless Woozy for trying to lead the crew as well.
I've gone over the layout to this place so I know it back to front. Everybody follow me.
And yeah, they got me again with this joke. This gag never gets old.
Damn! The devious bastards have changed the layout!
Don't worry, I'll take the lead, boss.
Good idea.
I've also just noticed the bloody janitor is here too. That's a true commitment to the bit. I should also mention that this mission is on a constant timer, but thankfully even after getting lost a few times, I still had time to clear it. There's also a ton of guards to shoot here too. And sure, you'd expect this to be a big part of this mission, but it's almost like Rockstar wasn't confident having this mission not having a lot of combat in it. Or something like that, I'm just guessing. And yeah, thanks Zero. I think everyone's going to be suspicious after all that gunfire.
Hurry it up, gentlemen. They know something's wrong. Someone else is in the system.
With the generators blown up, the vault is fair game. Then an unsuspecting rival returns.
Carl, you've got mafia guerrillas coming to the vault and... Curse you, Berkeley! Curse you!
The entire mission is a perfect excuse to break out the combat shotgun though. I love me the AK and Tech 9, but variety is the spice of life. I get CJ being the decoy as they escape the casino, but I really think the player gets the raw end of the deal here, because personally I think it'd be much more fun driving around the armoured truck, or being part of the fake police escort, rather than just shooting more guys and then parachuting off the top of a bloody building. And yeah, I don't make it to the helicopter because the parachute is just straight shit. So after a scramble to the airport, it'd be time to fly to CJ's airport, where the rest of the crew's gonna be waiting.
I didn't mean to tell Berkeley. It just kinda came out, is all.
Were you watching, you idiot? Hey, CJ, calm down. You better take me home, CJ.
And thank God the game doesn't make us drive woozy back home. It's also now time to leave this CJ behind, as we go back to the other dimension. But remember kids, never delete your saves, because you never know when they're gonna come in handy. It's about time CJ checked in on Rosenberg for the next mission. Intensive care. Or as Ken Paul calls him, Rosie.
Crack on, Rosie. Spit it out.
I threw it all away. Okay, I had the power, the money, the ladies, but I couldn't lay off the blow. So I went into rehab, and everything went to shit, but so what? So when I came out, I started representing the Liberty City mob again. And that's how I ended up here.
And just like that, we get a little bit more insight into what happened down in Vice City, and the current situation with the Mafia in Liberty City. Even with CJ keeping a level head, poor Rosie just can't chill.
So now I spend my days waiting for one family to cap me and blame the other one. My only friend is a bird named Tony.
I never fucked anyone over in my life who didn't have it coming to him.
As for the mission, it's essentially a game of ambulance whack-a-mole. All as CJ tries to find the one that holds Johnny. Once in the ambulance, I wouldn't ever want to be the one dropped off at this place.
I didn't think he was going to be discharged till tomorrow.
The meat business then sees the return of Prime Rosie. He just needed the correct medicine.
Oh, baby, I'm back! I am back! Let's get this show on the road!
The good doctor has revived the patient.
Thank you,
Sweet
thank
as my
you,
son.
Though this is a new kind of Rosie, the guy looks like he's ready to take on the world. And in a rare appearance, Rosenberg's going to join CJ for this mission. William Finchner is also really going for it this time.
Look, you gotta come with me this once. If I pull this off, I can carry on. I know I can, but please, you gotta come with me. I'm gonna squirt my ass all over the floor. Just this once, please, please, please.
Okay, chill.
The man adds so much to Rosenberg. I don't know how he can channel this much chaotic energy. But can Rosie hold it together as they meet Johnny? Then just the sight of CJ does this apparently.
Okay, it's oh, my heart. My heart. Damn, that nigga fucked up.
Then everyone teleports away as the mission really starts. Standard San Andreas logic at this point, and for some reason this cutscene gets a little cinematic. This isn't your classic escort mission though, because once Rosie puts the fire out, he's going to get to safety. And I don't know why, but this mission really reminds me of Max Payne, in terms of the aesthetics anyway, and that dramatic cutscene. Then freeing Rosie from the freezer, there's another little nice nod to Vice City.
Oh, you're too kind.
This is so exciting, Tommy. It's like old times.
Who the fuck is Tommy?
Driving back to the casino, Rosie is an emotional rollercoaster, and I don't think anyone believes Rosie here.
Calm. Yeah, calm. I'm calm. Real fucking calm. I'm calm, Mr. Calm, Mr. Calm. That's me, Mr. Calm.
CJ then gets a call from his ex-lover after this mission, because Catalina just can't let go.
I ain't interested in the stupid games.
Stupid games? This is my heart you play with.
What? Look, you damn. Gotta change my number.
San Andreas is about to take a bit of a left turn, as now we get to see the results of CJ's actions, which is something this game does well a few times actually, rather than every mission being isolated from the rest. Catching up with Mad Dog, he's clearly seen better days. And yes, I gotta mention it again, but look at this mission at night.
Hey, Mad Dog! What you doing up there, fool? Come on,
Do I know you?
Already. Don't be a wuss.
I don't think so, so shut the fuck up.
And then during the day.
This is the end. So,
And then during the night, day, night, day, night, night, day. Why couldn't this game light night better? But anyway, I gave Rockstar their flowers for setting missions during whatever time you came to them. But GTA 3 and Vice City just lit their cutscenes better. Oh, and Mad Dog is played by the legendary Ice-T.
all the kids like this Loco G or whatever the fuck his name is, some fake ass gangster rapper bullshit. Liquor's my only friend.
And I wonder if he ever thinks about this role anymore, because he's really gone on to do so much since then. Mostly Law and Order, but he did show up in that one Leprechaun movie when he went to the hood.
You know what I'm saying? Smack your bitch up.
Ice-T is a legit gamer though, so much so that he ended up in Gears of War 3.
Got some nerve coming around here asking for favors, motherfuckers.
And he tweets about gaming quite often, or at least he used to anyway.
And all the members of the Final Level Twitter gang, FLTG's in the building.
You know, back when social media was a bit more fun. And even though he's got a minor role in San Andreas, he really maximizes his minutes. Mad Dog is committed to jumping though.
Stay the fuck away! Stay the fuck away! I'm the best rapper in the universe! I'll jump! I'll jump!
So thankfully there just happens to be a flatbed to break his fall. I don't know if CJ is doing this out of the kindness of his heart, or eventually for revenge. But we will be seeing Mad Dog again later.
Brandy, goddammit! Get the brandy!
Fishing the barrel is less of a mission, and more of a cutscene, as CJ takes co-ownership of the Four Dragons Casino. But because of data miners, we found out this was going to be an actual mission. CJ will be escorting Ranfali to the airport, whilst the Mafia try and take him out. But it never made the final cut. This isn't really devastating as there's so many missions in this game, and CJ has only just started to work with the Mafia too, so it wouldn't really make sense with the story.
Gentlemen? Or shall I say partners?
Oh, I drank to that.
Though is that settled, Rosenberg will call up with a major update.
The Leone family has made their move. Salvatore's here. Now, he's taken over Caligula.
By the time CJ gets to the casino, the place is under new management. Salvatore is actually here, the very one from GTA 3. Frank Vincent is back in the role as well, and all I've got to say is, this was very unexpected back in the day.
I don't usually do this kind of shit, you know.
I like this girl. What's your name, kid?
Maria.
This section of San Andreas blends all three games together quite naturally, as Rockstar sprinkle in elements from its past games to make this film more connected. Though this is no way an Easter egg fest, and it doesn't give Star Wars small galaxy syndrome like it's got these days. Because you know, it's quite neat seeing Salvatore meet his trophy wife Maria for the first time, and she's played by returning actor Debbie Mazar. She's going to go on to cause some trouble of her own in Liberty City. Then it turns out CJ's got connections back to Liberty City as well, as he worked with a member of the family, so that puts him in Salvatore's good book straight away.
You know my Joey? I like that. So kid, what can I do for you?
Well, Ken, vouch for me, I'm a straight killer.
Oh, one-man fucking army. A real dependable. Total fucking maniac, too.
But this mission might as well be as elaborate as the trap that Kent, Paul, and Naka found themselves in.
You stay where you are, Rosenberg. I don't want you getting yourself lost.
Because you don't just go to the airport and set up an ambush. No, that'd be too simple. This mission is a mid-air heist of all things. And I'm sorry to be that guy, but in no universe does this make any goddamn sense. You have to intercept the plane, and then apparently keep up speed with it as this happens. I'm no scientist, but I don't think this propeller plane can keep up of a jet engine. Somehow it does, and then somehow this happens. CJ would not be moving forward in this scene. He'd be flying off in the other direction. Then somehow after getting inside the plane, we get a mini-game of Time Crisis. And to be that guy again, I don't think you can shoot guns in most planes. If anything, Goldfinger taught me this. Landing the plane, that'd be mission complete. And yeah, sure, this mission was a little over the top, but it doesn't really ruin anything. I'm just nitpicking. At the end of the day, it's just a bit of an oversight.
Hello, Carl. Been a long time, huh?
Even all the way out in Las Venturas, CJ still can't escape the clutches of Tenpenny. And Pulaski's here too, having a bit of a cook-up.
Where's Hernandez with that fucking meat? He's been gone too long, Tenpenny.
Misappropriation starts off a bit differently though. It seems like things aren't doing all that well back in Los Santos. Tenpenny's trying to project a hard exterior, but we can start to see the cracks.
Oh, how you like that, you piece of shit? That give you any idea how edgy I am? Whoa! Get up, bitch!
And I've just got the feeling Tenpenny's come all the way out here because he's got no cars left to play Los Santos. The Sharks are circling, and CJ's the lucky one who's got to clean up this mess. As for the mission, it can go fuck itself though. I don't know why, but this one never really gelled with me. A shootout at some ruins in the desert is right up my street, but having to chase this guy in a helicopter afterwards is pure hassle. Especially as you can't destroy the helicopter as well, because this happens. So I just fly around the mission and circumvent this altogether. It's that easy. Shoot the target, grab the dossier, and get the hell out of there. And after this, Tenpenny will be in touch.
You get that dossier?
Yeah, I got the files. What you want me to do with them?
We need to meet up someplace quiet and take care of things.
High Noon continues directly after the last mission, as this uneasy alliance with Tenpenny is about to come to an end, because loose ends are about to be tied up.
Hey, everything cool now? I don't know, Carl. Eddie?
Our boy's done good.
No! You snitch piece of shit! You vato asshole! You sold us out!
Pulaski doesn't get whacked, but it looks like this is the first time he's at the short end of the stick in a while.
You take care of things.
Huh? Where are you going?
To get drunk and get laid. You got a problem with that?
No, Frank, relax.
After digging a hole for two, CJ even tries to talk sense into him, and he's not wrong here.
Eddie Tenpenny's just using you. He's using all of us. You're the next one he's gonna silence, man.
Shut the fuck up, scum! And it's Officer Pulaski to you. Fucking die!
With one final action, Hernandez essentially saves CJ here. Chasing Pulaski, you've got to love the idea that these two can hear each other in this situation. Now, I can't find anything concrete about this, but I'm pretty sure the car Pulaski is driving has much more health. It takes countless magazines to put this thing out of action. But in the end, a handy rocket launcher will put the f down. And after this mission, only Tenpenny and Big Smoke remain on the board.
Not feeling so fucking full of yourself now, huh?
Yeah, well, them's the brakes, fuck.
Any last requests?
Yeah. Can I fuck your sister?
You an asshole to the end. Punk motherfucker.
Oh, and this happens. This is a fitting end for Pulaski, as he's a mouthy son of a bitch until the end. But before heading back to Los Santos, there's a few more things to tie up in Las Venturas first. St. Mark's Bistro is fan service done right. It's just plain and simple. But before we get to that, Salvatore is getting to know Maria more intimately.
Just feel the weight of the weapon, sweetheart.
I can feel the weight of someone's weapon.
Hey, you're the one to blame on that front.
I'm sure Salvatore had men for the job in Liberty City, but I guess it isn't out there for someone to cross state lines for a hit. And in eternal luck for the three guests, CJ recruits these Muppets last minute, and then lets them go scot-free.
Well, I usually use these two.
Hey, remember all those jobs we did together? Huh? You and me, Carl, remember? Huh? You know, you used to call me Killer Ken. Ken the Killer? Ice Cold Ken. That's me.
And him too, I guess.
Macca seems to be the only one concerned though, as Ken the Killer wants to get out of there.
What about your backup, man? Will you be alright without us?
Of course he will, you fucking moron! Come on!
This mission's actually quite short though, but it's a welcome surprise. Going back to where it all began for the 3D era, CJ now carries out a hit in Liberty City. There were so many rumours back in the day that the whole city was going to be in this game, but the devs squashed these rumours years later.
Private function, invitation only.
Oh yeah? Mr. Leone says otherwise.
Nobody inside the bistro can withstand the AK, so going through this fancy establishment shouldn't cause the player too much hassle, especially with the new revolutionary feature, crouching. Landing back in Las Venturas, Salvatore will get back in touch.
Everybody's talking about the job you did on that St. Mark's Bistro.
Thank you, Mr. Leone.
And you took care of those 3 loose ends?
Yeah, those poor saps ran into a little trouble along the way. You won't be hearing from Mr. Rosenberg again.
Good boy, good boy.
And after that, we get an update from Sweet.
You looking after Kendall?
Nah, she looking after me.
I'm through hoping. Have a nice life, brother.
Hold on, man. I'm getting worked out for you. Just hang in there. Sweet.
Here is where the heist would also take place, but as I've covered it, it'd be time to finally go home. That is after a show from this little fella.
I'm sorry, we're just looking for something with a little more mass appeal.
What could have more mass appeal than a song like Small but perfectly formed? Women want me. Men want to be like me. Asshole!
This is so random, but whatever. Our home in the hills is all about getting back to Los Santos, as Mad Dog is ready to head back. It just happens to be a place CJ is very familiar with.
My mansion, baby.
Yeah, I heard about that place. Drugs, sex, all that shit.
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah, I've been there. I mean, I've seen it on TV.
But first, the mansion itself needs to be liberated.
Alright, man. My mansion's been seized.
IRS?
Nah, not exactly.
Who?
Nobody.
Who, Mad Dog?
Alright, Big Papa.
Big Papa? The drug dealer?
And no, not by the legendary mathematician.
So, Small Joe, you take your 30-30 and a third chance, minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning.
Christ, CJ really puts Mad Dog in his place here, as the journey home becomes the real mission.
You fucking degenerate! Oh, man! How much blow can one guy snort?
It's not my fault, CJ.
Man, I should have let you jump. Come with me, all of you. We all going home.
With most of the crew taking a long way home, Kendall checks in on CJ before he takes a leaf out of Tom Cruise's book. If only parachuting in this game wasn't shit. Yep, I'm gonna say it every time it comes up. After a kind of a stealthy approach, the assault on Mad Dog's mansion is anything but low-key. Entering the place, this guy has the right idea.
We're heavily outnumbered, but if we all keep our heads, we should kick ass.
Shoot that guy.
There's a few wave of goons to deal with, but nothing too much. And this mission is very similar to reuniting the families, as you're going to have to clear the mansion room by room. And it's also an excuse for the devs to use this location again, because much like when you walk through a big old area in a game, you're more than likely going to have to shoot your way out of there. Big Papa tries to make a break for it, but at this point he's just delaying the inevitable. This also happened to me after the mission when I played it years ago. What are the chances? What the hell was going on there? But with the mansion cleared, CJ and the gang can now move in. Oh, and even Rosie checks in.
Who is this?
It's Carl Johnson.
Hey, Carl! Great!
Everyone is here. Well, almost everyone. Someone really needs to control Macca too. You can only imagine how bad it'd be these days. You know what, with online porn being so available. Back then, he'd have to find it in the woods.
You shouldn't be choking the gecko in the first place. Remember what happened to that gig in
That's my
Hamburg?
dog! That groupie loved it!
That wasn't a groupie, that was a roadie.
But she had great tits!
Man tits. They were man tits.
And just when CJ thought he was free of Torino, the man's got one last job for the Grove Street lad.
Finally, I thought I'd never get through to you.
What the Torino, is that you?
Vertical Bird goes to show that Torino is always going to be watching. But thankfully this mission teleports CJ across the map, because at this point I'm really done driving through the countryside.
There's a boat. All the gear you'll need is on board. I'll keep you briefed as you go.
I ain't coming back from this one, am I?
Yes, you are. Don't be ridiculous. Here, take this earpiece. Trust me, do as I say. You'll be home for a blowjob and a bologna sandwich.
I know Torino was one of this game's loose ends, but man, someone really wanted to make a different kind of game, didn't they? Compared to what CJ would be up to next. This is a massive tonal shift. But this ain't a complaint though, because these sort of missions really help mix things up, especially in the endgame. This mission plays out very much like the last time CJ found himself on a ship, though the objective is very different this time. I thank Christ we don't lose our weapons at this late stage in the game. So it means I can get through this one mostly undetected. The Hydra itself, let's just say it's interesting to control.
Stolen aircraft, prepare to be vaporized.
Did you hear that?
Prepare to be vaporized. That's a bunch of bullshit. Ignore them. They shooting you with an international incident.
Now I'm sure many people can master this thing, but I like my video game vehicles to control a bit more arcadey. But anyway, because the government is dysfunctional, Torino needs a few spy ships taken care of. And man, you've just got to love the back and forth between these two.
You see? Child's play.
You, Torino! I never want to go through this again!
Getting back to the airstrip, the Hydra is now at CJ's disposal, so there's no need to use the cheat code for it anymore. Screw flying this thing back though, so the jetpack it is. Getting back to Los Santos, the G-Man himself is waiting for CJ.
I got just one tiny little thing for you to do, and then I'm out of your life forever.
You know what? I'm tired of your fucking little jobs.
Ah, will you stop? This is pathetic. Come on, you're embarrassing yourself. Come on, put it down. Don't be ridiculous, okay? Hey, I got a little surprise for you here. You ready for this? Huh? Answer it.
And yeah, he actually stuck to his word.
Hello?
Carl, sweet.
Oh, sweet!
I don't know what happened. They just released me. No idea what's going on. But I'm in the square outside the precinct in Commerce.
All right, you hold tight. I'll be right there.
All right.
So what was that little job you was talking about, Torino?
I just want you to go pick up your brother. Get out of here.
Homecoming is true to his title. Sweet is free, so who better to pick him up than CJ?
What's up, bruh?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing, bruh?
I'm all right, man. Hey, man, we off to our new spot. We got a mansion, Sweet.
Listing off his accomplishments, this means nothing to Sweet, because all he cares about is the Grove.
Hey, man, let me get you some new clothes. Come on.
New clothes? Nigga, what the fuck is this bullshit? You never did get it, did you, Carl? I need to go check on things in the hood. Man, that's the problem. You always a perpetrator, running from what's real.
Getting back to the Grove has seen better days. Then it's time to claim back some territory. But this is just more wave-based survival stuff. As I've already mentioned, it's a neat idea, but after doing a few of these in a row, it gets a bit stale after a while. And after all that, Sweet still refuses to visit the mansion.
My brother could be a real pain in the ass.
Beat Down on B-Dub shows the real dark side of what's happened to the hood. It's been sucked dry of all its resources, the very people that live there. And now Sweet almost gives in too.
Oh, what the hell are you doing?
Man, everything is Kane. And I just want to see what's so good.
If it wasn't for CJ, then Sweet could have ended up like this husk of a human. Sweet's now finally showing some vulnerability. After everything that's happened, it's finally getting to him, whether he likes to admit it or not.
Man, this shit already destroyed the whole hood. I might as well let it destroy me too.
After a few weeks of gameplay, we return to this shithole. But honestly, for many players, it probably took them months, if not a year to get to this point. Another gang territory mission later, the brothers finally confront B-Dub. And Bear Man, this guy's still a slave to the substance. Or is he?
I'm tired
Bear,
of
what the fuck you doing?
I'm tired
Come
of
on, man.
And I'm tired of doing your fucking housework.
Oh, shit.
I'm free.
Thankfully, Bear is ready to get clean. But saving one person just isn't enough.
You gotta love your hood like you love your homies. It's always been that way, and ain't nothing ever gonna change. I done seen it all.
Remember, Grove Street's for life, so Sweet is ready to lead the charge. And there's some real good writing in this game, man, and it probably flew over all our heads back in the day. These two couldn't have more different goals though, but everything leads back to Grove Street.
If you don't get this together, what you think this place gonna look like? You always did real good leaving jobs half finished.
That's cold, Sweet.
Man, we can't take care of this from no bitch-ass rapper's mansion.
Look, the world's bigger than this hood.
This is where our lives begin and where it's probably gonna end. And don't forget where you came from, Mr. Uppity-ass nigga.
Now that ain't fair.
Oh. Somebody just crossed out all the writing on the wall, disrespected your hood, and you act like you don't give a fuck. That ain't fair.
As good as these cutscenes might be, this mission is just, well, another gang territory gimmick. The heart's in the right place, but it all starts to feel a bit repetitive towards the end.
You helped Grove Street family handle those ballers.
Johnson boys rolled right over.
It's finally time for CJ to make up for what he did to Mad Dog, because this is a cutthroat business after all. Can't pull with the real talk here.
Resist, sunshine, you can do it. For me, eh? Fucking Northerners. No, Macca, fight the urge. Think of Thatcher.
But over on the TV, things finally become clear to Mad Dog.
Man, that fake-ass Loke.
Loke? But he's terrible.
Motherfucker. I knew there was something familiar about those rhymes he was kicking. They're from my rhyme book. That's my money. And those are my hoes. And that's my video he's shooting today.
Okay. I say we make a cameo appearance. Just drop in unannounced.
Yeah, that's gangster. Come on.
Thatcher, I love you, Maggie.
Oh, Macca.
Love you, Maggie.
You ain't right in the head, mate.
Christ, Macca is too much, I swear. It's funny to see how far the writing in Rockstar has come. Because look at Macca and then look at what we got in Red Dead Redemption 2. Sure, the studio still has fun with what they write, but they're a lot toned down in certain areas now.
But I'm a fucking raspberry.
You're not a fucking raspberry.
I can't feel my legs, RP. I've wanked the use out of them.
Just stand up, you soppy cunt. Go through this every weekend.
This mission though, it doesn't play out how you'd expect. OG Loke is in the middle of bloody nowhere, and what follows feels like something out of Crash Team Racing.
Give me my rhyme book! Give me back my chain! Give me back my hose!
He busting out. Come on, dog, let's get it.
Because after a brief chase on hovercrafts of all things, for some reason Loke gets on a bloody go-kart. This is such a weird late game mission. And the entire time we have to listen to Loke spout his usual bullshit.
Mad Dog, you a drunk-ass buster.
This mission could have done with more iced tea. I mean Mad Dog cussing them out.
You phony! Man, you can't prove nothing.
Hey, Jeffrey, you a buster. Straight bitch. You stabbed me and my brother in the back.
Man, I'm an artist. We all make mistakes. Ain't that right, Alki? You ain't no artist. You's a buster.
Eventually catching up to him, Mad Dog finally gets what's his.
Excuse me, gangster. I don't think so.
Now with all the loose ends tied up, there's just one main thread to deal with now, and this engulfs the whole city.
Bunch of wankers, this is unbearable.
Shut up.
Officers Eddie Pulaski and Frank Tenpenny, both hard-working members of a community policing unit, have been charged with racketeering, corruption, narcotics, and sexual assault.
The jig is up for Tenpenny, and just like real-life events in 1992, the city's had it. The system is broken, and now Los Santos is broken out into riots.
The district attorney's office has seen fit to drop all charges
What?
against this innocent man.
That's bullshit.
You see? You can't
Sensational,
trust the
truly
system, man.
This surprise decision is wholly unprecedented.
Oh man, ain't no justice. It's just
I
us.
know. I've been arrested numerous times for totally natural behaviour.
Los Santos will burn tonight.
Ain't nobody gonna be riding in my hood.
I don't know about that, Holmes. Look, the whole city's going up.
Oh,
People are fucking pissed off about this.
People don't know what they want. We all being used.
On the way back to Grove Street, the devs finally made Riot Mode canon. And this is how things are going to be until CJ puts things right. Los Santos is in chaos for the endgame, but whilst everything is fucked outside, CJ's got to face some hard truths inside before the next mission, Los Desperados.
Man, when you gonna give me a break?
When you stop acting like you the man. You keep yapping on what you done did, let me tell you what I done did. When Kendall needed shoes, I went out and got the money. When Mom's needed an operation, I robbed people for the bread. While you off in Liberty City thinking about your own shit. For 5 years, come on, man. Now you do something you wanna fucking pray? Nigga, please.
Caesar needs help, and it's finally time for the hoods to unite. Even Sweet approves of this.
Man, I need your help.
Man, I'm kinda busy right now with family shit.
I helped you guys, hombre. It's time you help me and my homies. My hood's screwed up too. We got this neighborhood on lockdown now.
All right, what you need?
It's time to get my old gang back together. Push out those yay-slanging punks, eh?
I know, but I got a lot going on right here in my own hood, man. And I made my brother a promise.
All your brother wants you to do is pay back your debt, CJ.
There's just one thing though, this damn mission just didn't want me to complete it. The premise and mostly the execution is totally fine, but trying to recruit gang members when civilians are running around is just a ball ache. CJ just wants to target anyone but his own, and when he does, if they're engaged in combat, they won't follow CJ. And yeah, most of them are because of all the riots. Even with them on board, driving to the mission isn't all that simple either. These bastards would just sometimes jump out of the car and attack random ballers. This doesn't always happen, but issues like this, and others later in the mission, just waste so much fucking time.
Probably easier when you get to your destination to just, do a George Michael.
Caesar also has something important to get off his chest. I already forgot how much of a cornerstone he is of this game.
I want to ask Kendall the question.
What's the problem? Call her, dude. Here, use my phone.
No, Holmes, the question.
What? Oh, you mean pop the question? Well, I'm okay with that. You know, I appreciate you asking my permission and shit, but...
Nah, I know you're cool, Holmes, but it's sweet, man. He's the problem. Can you talk to him?
Sure thing, Caesar. I'll talk to him.
But before that, it's time to get Caesar's home turf back. And with this mission, enemies are everywhere, to the point where you really need to learn where these bastards spawn. Oh, and those gang members CJ recruited, they're bloody useless. Clearing the neighborhood is just one stage though, as there's going to be more ground to cover. But it's at this point this mission became the bane of my fucking life the last Sunday I played it.
Now we're going to the Viper's Nest. This is where it gets tough.
Because just look, soon as Caesar needs to be defended, Gal blows him up. And himself. And this just doesn't happen once, but multiple bloody times.
That's a rocket launcher, man. We'll bring the National Guard down on us.
Look around you, CJ. The whole city is a war zone. Come on, I want to take my house back.
Got wrong?
Then Caesar sometimes just randomly dies as well.
I hate this place.
After getting through this mess, the final push is thankfully smooth, even if these guys are carrying some serious hardware. And now with Caesar helped out, Sweet's got a plan to find Smoke. So after hours of taking over gang territories, the two brothers learn where Big Smoke is hiding.
What's up?
It's time for smoke.
All right, let's roll.
The Johnson brothers finna take that fat fool down.
End of the line is saying CJ's got a handle himself though. And I'm kind of grateful for this because keeping Sweet alive in this mission would have been a nightmare. Well, this section anyway.
What?
Smoke played me. Tenpenny played me.
They played us all.
Yeah, but you're right. I was a buster when my family needed me the most. Hey, I let Brian die, man.
Besides, CJ needs to do this to make up for everything.
This one for him. For Moms. And for you, bro.
For Grove Street, baby.
Yeah, for the Grove, baby.
So after grabbing a SWAT tank, which is essentially an armoured fire truck, it'd be time to storm the crack factory. This is split into floors, and in the original version ported to PS4, it's nerve-wracking, because checkpoints weren't really a thing in GTA yet. Thankfully, old-fashioned health pickups are in this mission, and armour too. Floor 2 can get messier than any of them, with fire always being a hazard. That and this is a wide area to clear.
Buster!
And then when you're up on the walkways, there's little to no cover. Floor 3 is like the other major missions set inside, so it's a case of clearing out each room down some corridors, and those rival gang members love to pop out from everywhere. Thankfully, as luck would have it, I max out the machine pistols here, so CJ can hold 2 now, which as you guessed it, basically doubles the damage. This makes the trip to the 4th floor much more smoother.
Can I have this?
Arriving in Smoke's private lounge, he doesn't seem all that bothered that his old friend has shot his way up here.
Hey, Smoke!
Hey, CJ, I was wondering when you would show up.
It takes a moment, but Smoke eventually shows his true colours.
You and Tenpenny?
Man, fuck Tenpenny, and fuck his Polish lapdog, and fuck the police, man. Oh, that's old shit. Look at you, you got the whole world. I ain't got no regrets, man.
Smoke, you had...
I made it, CJ, I'm a success. I can't be touched. I don't give a fuck, fuck the whole world.
What happened to you, man?
Man, what the fuck do you care?
This fight is trivialised thanks to the double Uzis though. Even if Smoke does have body armour and backup, they all melt away. Laying there bleeding out, Smoke manages to hold on to what matters to him most, his money, as he fades away.
I got caught up in the money, the power. I don't give a shit. Oh, fuck, man.
Why you just didn't quit, man? We was like family, homie.
I had no choice. I had to do it. I just see the opportunity of when I go, everyone gonna remember my name. Big Smoke.
To be fair, so many players from my generation still remember his name. It isn't over yet though, as one piece still remains on the board.
Carl Johnson, my man.
Even after everything, it looks like CJ's played right into Tenpenny's hands. Tenpenny's not learned anything after his trial either, as he'll just do it all over again.
So what it's like, Tenpenny? Huh? All alone? Nobody got your back? Suck, huh?
Why you think I'm alone? I got a couple of rookies outside, but I gotta open their eyes slowly, you know. Little truth here, little truth there.
What you catching? A plane?
Ding, 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 ding! Good answer, Carl! You know, you're gonna thank me one day for opening your fucking eyes. Oh, I almost forgot, Carl. Time to die.
Sweet!
What? Mother... It ain't over, Carl. It ain't over.
It's so left field, but you gotta respect CJ for this fake out. Tenpenny also causes his place to go up in flames, which means there's now a timer for the player to escape. Also, Tenpenny changed shotguns between cutscenes. No idea why he downgraded. Night vision and flames make for one awkward escape down the building. That and these guys clearly have no sense of self-preservation. But video games are gonna video games. At least CJ's final escape makes up for all the shit I had to avoid in this one. Then Sweet tries to help, but he clearly didn't think this through.
I ain't letting you get away with all you've done.
Sweet, no!
He's got some real stamina though, as this chase goes all around the city. But he can't hold on forever, so once we catch him, it's time to unload on Tenpenny. Only problem is, rival gang members get involved and this car isn't invincible. And because that wasn't enough, the police want to play too. And because we don't know if they're clean or dirty cops, they've got to go. Turning the corner onto a familiar neighborhood, Tenpenny's luck finally runs out. Even in defeat, he still won't go quietly.
Come on, assholes! I'll take you all! You're mine! Mine! I run this town!
And in the true shift of circumstances, Sweet is the one to hold CJ back this time.
Don't do it, man. He's gone.
I've just got to mention, this scene was at least lit so we could see everyone's faces. It's like the devs over at Rockstar finally realised this at the end. And just like that, CJ gets his closure.
I just want to be sure it's over, man. That's all.
It's cool. Don't need to put a bullet in him. He killed himself in a traffic accident. No one to blame.
See you around, officer.
Now in the closing cutscene, everything gets wrapped up for the main cast of San Andreas. Really, it's just missing Woozy.
For sure. I mean, the family's back on their feet, but we gotta keep shit tight. Because a lot of people has got their eyes on us.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I come in peace with Mr. Dog here, who has an announcement.
Our first gold record!
Family,
baby! Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they heard about it.
I decided to get breast implants.
With that, CJ can walk Grove Street again, knowing he's set things right. Oh, and after the credits, there's one last phone call.
I'm just gonna come as hard as I can.
Despite what's happening here, the funny thing is, this is where we finally learn the name of the mute protagonist in GTA 3. Yep, that's right. This phone call is the first time Claude is ever named. Fuck's sake, Rockstar.
Yes, Claude! Faster, harder, deeper! Oh, yes! Yes, yes!
Catalina, you sick! Get help!
When it comes to the trophies for this port of San Andreas, the PS4 version is actually really lenient. Well, when you compare it to GTA 3 and Vice City anyway, especially that PS4 port of Vice City, nothing really gave me any hassle in this one. Sure, the Chick Magnet trophy is a bit nebulous, but you get there eventually.
You've been a naughty girl.
And collecting all the cars was nowhere near as much of a hassle as it was in GTA 3. And it also helps that this game plays like a modern game, with it actually having camera controls, unlike the other two which are a bit rudimentary today. The list for the definitive edition of this game though, all I can say is fuck that. 100% in San Andreas is no joke, and I'm glad I got to avoid it. You'll have to sink some real time into something like that, and I don't envy Adam over at Platinum Journey for doing this. It looks like the man was torturing himself. I would like to say one day, who knows, I might play the definitive edition and get the Platinum, but nah, not for me.
Fine.
Okay.
Go, I ain't gonna miss you.
Goodbye.
and that's Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and well, really the PS2 Trilogy. All three of these games dominated the generation, especially San Andreas, even if Vice City is still my favourite. And it was eye-opening going back to play these one after the other, to see how Rockstar built upon each iteration, what they improved, what they took away, and what they added in. In my mind, all three of these games are comparable, but no, San Andreas is a step above the other two. And going back to this game after years of life experience, now almost in my mid-30s, I can really appreciate the writing here, because as I kept mentioning over and over again, a lot of this shit flew over my head back in the day.
Man, when you gonna give me a break?
When you stop acting like you the man.
In the process of making this and the other two videos, GTA 6 got delayed what, 2 more times? Now I know I'm dating this video, but we'll see if it hits that most latest date. And just for a little look behind the curtain, I really wanted these 3 videos to come out just before GTA 6, because you know, algorithms and shit like that. But fuck me, I guess.
Boom! Asshole.
Thanks to anyone that made it this far. This video is so much longer than I initially planned it to be. So if you want to help a lad out, throw me a like and maybe a sub. As for the next video, it won't be an open world game, because I need a break from this sort of thing. I've heard Antarctica is nice this time of year, so I might just pay Outpost 31 a visit.
What the hell?
But until then, I've been Benroy, and until next time, no more games.
Man, damn! How you do that?